Thursday night MSQ, Kyle.
Yes.
It's Thursday night MSQ.
Hello, yes.
We have one thing we need to do tonight. One thing. One thing must happen tonight.
MSQ?
We must not mention that we're going to the media tour. Our one job tonight is to not say anything about media tour. Don't
just
say
busy.
anything about media tour.
Just
Don't do
busy.
it. We can't say anything about media tour.
I'm just so busy next week.
We can't do it.
I
Let's practice.
I'm going on vacation.
We can't lie.
Oh.
We can't lie.
You know,
we're busy.
things are complicated right now.
Things are. The old Facebook status update. I like that. It's gonna work. Okay. All right. Don't say anything about media tour in 3. All right. Hands in. All right. 3, 2, 1. Don't say anything about media tour.
Yeah.
Media tour.
Media tour is underway. And what that means, I have about 3 sentences to go off of at the moment.
I hear Kyle's gonna be over redacted California too. Just 2 men in a terminal for no reason.
No reason whatsoever.
2 men in a hotel room together, anything could happen.
Eating cookies. Hoping for a Lord of the Rings marathon, you know what I mean? Dreams do come true.
It's delightful.
Yes.
Don't know where we're going. Extremely full of udon.
But we found the Kawaii store.
There's a lot of kawaii stores.
Oh no, that thing's called the Kawaii store.
Oh shit.
Officially the Kawaii store.
It's the kawaii store.
It's official.
Morning, Garrett.
We're on the bus and we're trying to be respectful by tilting the camera up.
It's secret
Yeah.
bus.
Just hanging out here with our best friend.
It was more complicated than we thought to do the trailer thing, but we pulled it off.
Kyle,
Yes, Garrett.
do we finally get to talk about it?
We finally get to talk about it, everybody.
Y'all,
Let's do it.
y'all. We've been a part of some embargoes in our time. This was by far the longest wait. I felt every minute of this embargo. Every second that passed, I felt it.
You know, let's rip a quote, a misquote, a remembrance of a Yoshi P moment from our trip. We have an extremely passionate fan base. Don't say anything.
You're just getting straight into it, huh?
Oh man, he was aware. Y'all are sleuthers. We saw what you were up to in the Discord. It was busy in there. It's good to be free. It's good to be free.
Yeah, within seconds, I think someone was like, they're going to media tour.
Yeah.
And we saw it and we're like, oh, okay then. I guess it is what it is. It's nice to be able to talk about it.
It's true.
Oh, goodness gracious me. Yeah. Whew. Whew. Yeah. Yeah. Posted a photo on a plane. I'm like, they so got invited. Yeah, I mean, there's a certain amount of like, we're not home, and it's hard to obscure the fact that we're not. You can't really obscure the fact that you're not home. When you have a streaming schedule, you really can't obscure the fact that you're not streaming when you would normally stream. There's only so much you can do.
There's only so much one can do.
Yeah. Yeah.
We see the words a slight desync, a desync.
Well, only from some people, and then other people are like, it's fine.
Oh,
so
okay.
We're getting, it's a classic.
Oh, okay.
It's a classic.
Okay, well, just
Them versus them.
checking here at the start before we get into the story time too big. All fine, all good, sweet.
Cool.
YouTube just had to catch up a little
Wonderful.
bit. Perfect.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. Yeah. You like the setup?
Oh, it's nice.
You all should send Kyle some compliments about this setup. Because he was just like, what's up?
We're building the Dawntrail set. So enjoy the MSQ to come as we enjoy our nice adventure. And we have some things to show you back here later on. We've got an
souvenirs. We have an unbagging.
Oh yeah, an unbagging.
And an unboxing.
An unboxing, yes.
And an unboxing. Can anyone see it? Can it be?
Well, it was in the initial trailer thing there,
okay.
but we can get
it's
this
here.
out.
We can tease.
Yeah, we can get this
We'll
out.
be
all
opening this bad boy
yeah,
later.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Radiant box.
It is, yeah. This is going to be Kyle's.
Absolutely
not mine.
glowing.
So, yeah. Kyle got a freebie.
It's true. But yeah, I did.
Well, it just came down to I purchased.
You had already
one
done it, yeah. No.
as soon as possible.
Well, we were a unit for this trip too, so
with the aid of Pothy.
Yeah.
We were a unit. That's a thing. Yeah. It's story time. So yeah, what we're gonna do that. We're just gonna talk about being a media tour because we figured. I don't know. We went back and forth a lot on what the heck we were gonna do about this.
it's true.
Yeah. Like what we had access to, the type of content we typically make, it challenged us.
It did.
It challenged us. We weren't really sure what to do with what we had access to. And then, as usual, I was overthinking, and Kyle just had a brilliant, simple idea. Hey, man, we usually tell stories on stream. Why don't we just tell this story
Let's
on stream?
rip it. Let's go.
So here we are. Y'all want to hear about Media Tour? By a show of typing in chat. Do you want to? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if anyone wants to hear about it, Kyle.
I think they'd like to hear about it.
I don't think the round of applause
No?
works on the internet.
I think it's because I didn't do my hair. That's why. I think that's why.
Oh, is that it? Is that you're
But
gonna
also-
you're gonna leave?
Well,
You still have my toiletries that I ran out of room to put
There you
in.
go.
Do you want just some
It's
of
all
my
you.
gunk? We
No,
could
no, I
we
got-
could gunk
got it
your
right
hair
here.
live on air.
yeah, no, you're.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, look at me. It's me, everybody. Hello. How are you all doing? Yes. So, I don't really have a Garrett only story. This is the most time I've ever spent with Kyle, even more so than when he stayed at my home, because this time we stayed in the same room. And we've stayed in the same room before, Kyle, but we then kind of like went our separate ways afterwards.
Oh yeah, back in BlizzCon, what would that have been? Like 2013 or something mad like that?
Something like that. Yeah. Were you married? I think you were maybe
I
freshly
believe I
married.
was married, yes. I was
Yeah.
married, yes.
I think so. I believe you were. Oh, we don't. Kyle's been having so much fun with gadgets. You don't even understand.
You know, probably shouldn't rip so much new stuff on a important day like this, but it's damn fun is what it is. Whole set
Well,
to play with, lights, sounds.
camera action. This is Kyle's studio, by the way.
Yeah, this is
if you
Studio
want to
K.
know how transformed it has been. Also, I didn't see anyone picking up on it yesterday. I was certain the sleuthers in the gearbox were going to be like, why is Kyle's camera turned?
Well, and I also did the little zoom in for the anime girl dance. I thought, that was a nice little bit of tree in there.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
I didn't notice
And
that.
people are so captivated by my anime dance, they didn't even notice.
I was curious about that. Okay, all right. You knew.
I mean, I also,
Okay,
people
all right.
were asking questions, I just wasn't answering.
You know what? I didn't ask. I didn't
Yeah, so that
ask
just
our
wasn't
mods
happening.
if anyone was cooking about it in the spoiler chat.
Yeah.
So I could have missed out. Maybe the spoiler
So I'm
chatters.
sure they noticed.
Maybe the spoiler chatters were onto it. But yeah, I was expecting a little more sleuthing in that regard. Oh, hey, I know how we should start.
What?
If you're worried about spoilers.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I would say if you are worried about spoilers, because a spoiler means something different to everybody. So let me put it this way. If you avoid FanFest, this would be on that level of spoiler. We're gonna get into it, but they obscure a majestic amount of information. Even in what we were able to play. Like,
I've got a fabulous example. We went to the main city and there are no NPCs.
Well, there are
There
NPCs, but you can't like.
Sometimes they say ...
There's NPCs like the ones that you normally can't click on. So like when you go to a city in Final Fantasy XIV and you see folks walking around, but you can't click on them. There were plenty of those. And then there were some merchants, and they had pointed out that they turned the merchants off.
Yeah, you
so
could click on them, but they would...
And you can click on them, but then it would like
nothing
deselect.
would happen.
Yeah, it would like deselect. So, yeah, it like I really don't think we can spoil anything story-wise because there was like straight up redacted dialogue and whatnot. There's really nothing to glean narrative-wise beyond what we already know from Dawntrail Media. So I would say that's if you're worried about spoilers, if you've seen a Dawntrail trailer, you're really not going to learn anything new in that regard. But we have many impressions to give. Mostly that we're mad impressed. I think right off the bat is my first impression. I'm mad impressed by what I saw. Let's just do some light thoughts. Listen. We're on YouTube. Mm-hmm. YouTubers get accused of all kinds of sensationalism for the sake of a headline, for the sake of clickbait, for the sake of a thumbnail.
Yeah.
I truly mean what I'm about to say. It is not just for the sake of inciting anyone or drama. I think Final Fantasy XIV, with the launch of Dawntrail, is the best looking MMO in existence.
Ooh.
It looks beautiful. The graphics update that they're doing is really impressive.
Do you want to show people some? You want to roll some footage?
If you'd like to be my guest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's not just going to be us talking today. We have hand selected from our, I think, close to like 8 hours of footage. We've hand selected some stuff to show you. We were limited. We were told, no, you just can't upload a bunch of your raw, uncut footage. And we're like, okay, we understand that. So yeah, what you're seeing now is me. This is me logging into the media tour build for the very first time. So I'm having to recreate Tuna. And if you're curious about the really technical aspects, pause for a sec, Kyle. Mm-hmm. Because if you're really curious about how it worked, what I didn't show you is that you're just given a Warrior of Light, and you just log in, and you don't have any control over like what race they are, what gender they are. You have to get in, and there is just a mountain of Fantasia in your bags, just an absolute mountain. So this is, I accidentally lied to you. This is technically my second time logging into the Media Tour build. I logged in as I believe it was a Rothgar, and clicked my Fantasia, and then logged back out, and then to the best of my ability tried to quickly make Tuna, because the other technical aspect of what it's like to get into that build is that your bars are not set up. And I knew it was going to take me some time.
It's a bit of a hurdle to getting underway, particularly when you have very advanced and bizarre setups. Mine's not so weird that I have like specialty keyboard arrays, but I do have my MMO mouse, and there was definitely some time spent getting to know the buttons, in addition to getting even to know Viper and Pictomancer, which we'll talk about later.
I think I had a little easier time than you because it was just a 2 thumb button mouse, which is what I play with.
Yeah. You
play with the MMO grenade, as we like to call it. But yeah. Did I pick alone? No. I actually, maybe I did. Very quickly. I was just like, go.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you did here.
Did I?
Yeah, it says
shit.
alone up there.
I was just going quick.
Huh.
I was just going quick.
Happenstance.
Yeah. Happenstance. Let's see. It looks amazing even with the benchmark. Yes. I'm happy. Tuna's never looked better. But like, yeah, just scrub around a little bit, dude, and just like, because we'll come back to this later. Because we're, but just like to give an idea, this is such a good example. Yes.
Jump to this. We
Look at the velvet. It like I hope YouTube compression isn't doing this too much of a disservice, but like on that sleeve on this Astrologian set, oh my word,
the velvet.
It is. They really sold it. The material. Who here in chat? I'm gonna look at you, chat. Who here saw our original run of? Was it Doma Castle?
Oh yeah, we did. I think
All the
where
way
did we
back
do
in
that?
Stormblood.
Yeah.
All the way back in Stormblood. Yeah, okay. Do you remember when I was I stopped in my tracks and I just looked at a wall for like 10 minutes and I started waxing philosophical about why the parts of the game that I think look good, like the reasons why they look good. Okay. All right, cool. All right. So you probably remember that I was really focusing on material difference. And what I mean by material difference is if you think about a set of armor, it's usually a mix of stuff. Like, Astrologian is maybe not the best example, but there's still like the metal armband.
Look at that sheen.
It's kind of being covered up by our camera.
Yeah, let me see if I can give that a little pop here.
Or the metallic gold thread. You know, it's still cloth. Okay, yeah. The metallic sheen on that armband is so different, and it's such a completely different reflective property than the velvet of the sleeve. And that's what I mean by material difference. I love World of Warcraft. I'm a big fan. I like the visual style, but one of my gripes with their visual style has always been a lack of material difference. Everyone's armor set, whether you're wearing cloth, leather, mail, or plate, even when they draw like chainmail, it's painted the same way they paint cloth. So like cloth shoulders, I don't know if they're made out of cloth. I don't know if they're made out of plate. And because of their cartoon style, they probably couldn't push it too far, but I would like them to push it a little bit more. A little bit more. I do like the illustrative style, don't get me wrong, but the material differences or the lack thereof has always kind of irked me in WoW. And I've always thought that it's something that Final Fantasy XIV does better. Well, I didn't always like how 14 worked, but you know, once I started getting into it and playing it, I was like, oh shit, they do a good job with this. It's even better, like really amped up. The armor that was the first thing that impressed me, was the armor. I slapped on. If you go back to the beginning, you can see naked Tuna.
I mean, here when you get it.
Yeah, right here. Like, go back to where I'm naked and hit play, but in game. Yeah, hit play. Back a little bit. Back a little.
How long are you naked?
Right here. Just hit play. Let it play. Just let it play. Just let it play. When I get in here, you're nude, and I getting in. I think it was already Dark Knight by random happenstance, but then I go and boop, there's all my armor. This is one of the new sets. And this was the first thing that impressed me. Like, look at how the metallic edges just pop, even at night, even without direct sunlight. Yeah. Also, keeping with grinding gear tradition, I thought it was hilarious that when we first logged in, it was night.
It happens.
But like the fur doesn't shine. It's absorbing light. The cloth doesn't shine, particularly on the dark portions of the cloth, but that purple part of the cloth, it's lighter and it's also reflecting more of the light. And then you get these big pops of highlights from the like almost chrome metallic elements. It's fantastic. The armor was the first thing to just impress the living heck out of me, because we were somewhat limited in the benchmark about the armor that we could select.
There was, dedicated outfits, which I found interesting. They had like Alphino ready to go and that sort of thing in the benchmark. But here we got to try out all the different outfits. I mean, we can, let's see here. Where is let's jump briefly to other jobs.
Yeah, I'm going to adjust my mic. I apologize if this makes some noise. It's just drifting away from me. New, very nice mic stands, but still getting used to them.
Yeah, because it's just like there's such beautiful stuff in here we're going to be talking about today. But let's go a little deeper on that. Let's let it roll, because this stuff right here. When you talked in the past about atmospheric difference, that is perhaps my favorite part, because
look at that mountain in the distance.
This is from the dungeon, by the way.
Yes, yeah. What you're seeing is the dungeon we were allowed to preview, which they've already shown a bit of in their own previews, but it was nice to be able to move the camera myself. That sunshaft is gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. But to me, this really shows it off, because it's a super classic adventure dungeon. You go into a cave. Like, we've all seen a cave a million times, but because we've all seen a cave a million times, because we've all seen foliage a million times, because we've all seen ruins a million times in Final Fantasy XIV, this is I think it was really smart of them for this to be the showcase. It's like, yeah, I've seen biomes that look like this in the game for years, but now, dear God, it just looks so much better.
And you can have those distant objects appearing more distant in those moments. And honestly, the entire dungeon, and again, we'll talk more dungeon later too. And I believe we were both at the same computer for story time later.
Yes.
We just stopped and we're like, wait, water. Dude, check out the water.
Nice little contact with the water, like contact texture where the rudder's going in.
Oh, the wet floors.
The wet floors look fantastic. This was our first taco NPC that we found.
Ran into Taco Man.
I got very excited.
Authentic. Now we know Julius Taco update. Yes,
that's my favorite.
Yep, we got to have father-son lizard taco moment.
Beautiful little moment here.
Very important to capture these things. Yeah. Oh, and the books. Oh my God, they're not flat images.
No, they're like
actual books.
And the ones that are on an angle aren't skewed. They actually, I was so impressed by like the tchotchkes, like the pots, the pans, these pineapple lamps. I want one, by the way.
Yeah, those are pretty. All the wares.
Yeah. Yeah, I want that hammer.
The threading on just the carpets there. It's like, it's so intense.
If you can't tell, I shot all of this. These are all things I was obsessed with. And Kyle was like, whoa. Look at those boxes.
Yeah, look at those boxes.
Those are some good-looking boxes.
We got some corn there.
Here's all of the fish we didn't sell in Endwalker.
Yeah, well, they collected it across all the players who failed.
This is where it ended up.
Yeah. Made sure.
Yeah, that lobster looks fantastic. It's so funny because we saw the really good, like, bao bun this week.
Oh, yeah.
In 6.3. And then we went back to Shadowbringers to the bar at the Crystal Tower.
Oh, and that old bread.
Another Crystarium, that old bread. That old bread looks crusty, and I don't mean like awesomely crusty bread that I want to eat. But yeah, the food in the food looks even better somehow in Dawntrail.
I love those little chameleon dudes so much.
Yeah, and so here's where I just really wanted to show off the daytime thing, because every time I felt like I was recording, it was night. So this was like the short stint where I was like, you're a beautiful, awesome daytime. The city just looks incredible during the day. They really, again, material differences, like this earthen red stonework really pops when the sun is hitting it. And then when you look down from the top, this is one of the highest points in the city. I love seeing the rooftops, the different colored tapestries, and then it's such a beautiful contrast with the crystal clear Caribbean waters down below. Dude, I'm so ready for Dawntrail. This is so my aesthetic.
Every single moment since we got back from this has been like, don't say you wish it looked like Dawntrail. Don't you say
I honestly, kudos to us. I can't believe we did it.
Pretty well.
I have caught myself on at least 4 occasions I can think of off the top of my head. Like, almost just it was tough. It was tough. So yeah, this is what 1.0 promised. Oh damn!
I mean, look, obviously this place is gonna be packed. There's gonna be king lizard or something hanging out in there.
I will say, inside the pyramid seemed noticeably empty.
No, of course,
like curiously, suspiciously empty.
Yes.
Yeah. But that's my opening thoughts on the look of it. That's my biggest takeaway was this is the best looking MMO I've ever played. That was my biggest takeaway. So that's what I'll lead with. You know, we know you want to see the unboxing. We can already hook you. So I don't need to be,
we're going to get to that later.
I don't need to be that mischievous and keep you on the hook for my biggest takeaway.
But this inn is such a perfect place to hang out. Like I love all the food. They're going food heavy, which I think has just become more important. You know, Monster Hunter and all. They're pushing the envelope, and we're getting there. Looking.
Yeah.
And they actually served us empanadas.
The food was fantastic.
They had chips and salsa in the afternoon.
Yeah. Compared to other media events I've been at, I would say this is the best catered food I've ever had at a media event.
And themed too. Yeah.
But this is the first one I've ever been to for Square. So I'm comparing it to the other company.
Yeah. We'll do the Twitch purple thing. The blue company.
The blue company.
The blue company.
Who else is blue? I think that's it.
Yeah, I think we're safe on that.
Of like the big companies,
Yeah, because the green company, we all know that one too. Yeah, so we're
everyone
good.
Loves comparison videos.
Exactly.
I don't think anyone saw the comparing 2 video game studios based on their media catering comparison coming.
I mean, if I really wanted to like hit home, I could just drive that algorithm with Square's big update. Will it be Warlords of Draenor? Because that's when they did their big graphic update. I could get kind of weird on that.
That's true.
Comparison.
And it rolled out. I was very mad about it as a Blood Elf because we got our update last.
Well, you guys released last, right? Like so they were trying to stagger it based on
more than 6 months after launch.
I think that's why it's nice that Final Fantasy kind of goes, yeah, we're doing, limited release, only Hrothgals this time. Like we know our limitations to make sure the content keeps flowing.
Yeah, and I do. It's one of my favorite things about CBU3 is I just like their communication style. They get pretty detailed. They're not above dodging questions, and we'll talk about some question dodges later. We'll talk about some question dodges later. But I find them to be the most detailed of any game studio that I have covered with any scrutiny. So that I really, really like. I really do like. Are they just CB3 now? There's no U or
no? There's no.
Okay.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I've heard there's arguments.
Did
about
they change their name?
Update.
Oh, okay. I'm not
some kind.
I'm not wading into those waters. I'll Google that later. Anyway, it's what I like about them. I really like how detailed they can get in their responses. So yeah, but let's go back to story time.
Story time.
That's my take. That's my big takeaway. My biggest takeaway is holy crap. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. Did you hotkey speed up? I'm so impressed with you.
Oh, yeah.
You hotkeyed speed up the footage. Kyle's my goodness, you're such a professional.
I'm doing what I can, Piloting this room for the first time.
It's a lot.
It's quite the setup.
Dude, it's such a good. I had nothing to do with this. Kyle's like, I've got a vision. Are you cool with me sending it? I was like, it sounds awesome. Let's go. And even if I wanted to help, you were sick while building this.
Yes, I was, and so I was sequestered out. But I'll post like an individual tour for members and patrons tomorrow. We'll do a little bit of let you know the goodies in here. I mean, some of these goodies are just like. I'm just so happy to have a place for him, like little Val here.
Oh, little Val.
Little Val hanging out there.
He's so cute.
Yeah, he's cute in his little mug.
He's
He's
looking
adorable.
Adorbs. Just downright adorable. But yeah, it's some cute stuff, man. Just looked down at supers, and Lithia, first super of the day, said it's totally shocking and new twist of events that no one even suspected happened to you guys.
No one possibly knew.
Thank you for the congratulations, and I'm sure I saw a lot more. Thank you in advance for all the congratulations. We were very excited to be able to go. It feels good, man.
I mean, let's just like break that down right now. We talked to a lot of community managers there, and it was because of y'all. Ultimately, like quite a few of them had watched the videos, which is super cool. I was completely blown away by all of our interactions with any of the community managers while we were there. It was intensely personable. Like we just had them just come up and just like start having lunch with us and just like chilling and talking. And they were coming over and like, what do you think of the jobs? And teaching us how to play too, because we got a little lost on like Viper. Viper's fast, a little complex.
Yeah, once you get in the groove,
it's there.
To me, it felt like, again, not all of this file under. I am much more about like feel.
Yeah,
like I'm not I haven't played this game long enough at endgame to feel like I can speak on jobs really to any expert level.
Sure.
Just not there.
There's plenty of videos out today. Some channels put up
shout
like
out
20.
to Mr. Happy. Did you see how many damn videos he dropped?
Holy crap.
Jesus Christ.
That's a lot of videos in one day.
He was in our group, and I will say I was astounded every time I looked over. It's just like screenshot. That guy was just going. Absolutely going, and we're just like, look at this cool lizard dude.
Check out my coat. It looks cool. Can you film this? Yeah, let's go run around as Valentuna and smile at things.
Yeah,
and I'm next to Wes Galber, who's just busting butt. First of all, let me tell that story really quick. We're there for over half the day, and there's a guy next to me going, "Oh yeah, oh that makes sense." Well, I don't know about that. And I'm just like, why the frick do I know that voice? This is the weirdest experience. And so I just lean over, like, we're past lunch. We're over, I'm like, what is your channel? And then we had a moment. We had a moment of like, oh my God. And he's like, oh my God. And like, we had a little, oh my God moment.
And I was in between.
Yeah.
I didn't start with Wes Galver videos like Kyle did with your experience with Final Fantasy 14. And so I'm sitting in between. So Kyle's on my left because we're sharing a station. And Wes Galber's on my right. And I'm like really focused trying to learn Viper. And I'm struggling because I don't know.
I'm just like,
I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. And the paper they gave us had old names for abilities, so it wasn't as helpful as one might hope.
Happens in development.
We were given a binder that we were not allowed to take or take pictures of that had like guides. And it took us a good 15 minutes to realize, oh, a lot of these names are wrong. We should just look at the icons.
So we were like lining up. So we're like doing the math and we're like trying to line up.
I'm sitting there trying to think real hard. And Kyle just is like, starts fanning out across me. Like, oh my God, I know who you are. And I'm like, I'm like, huh? What's happening? I had my don't blink extreme face on, but it was just for a target dummy.
I will say, I said, thank you for your videos. I love them. And he said, but do you listen to them? And I was like, oh, yeah, I do. I do. Oh my, I do. And apparently I was featured in a Wes Galber video
Preach
today.
kept his binder?
Well, it was like the final run, so maybe they're like, give them away. Maybe they were reusing them or something too. Maybe that's why we couldn't.
They were after us, and I have noticed in every media event I've ever gone to, rules tend to change as they do more and more of them.
They clearly had some pretty serious leaks in the past. And
that's what we were told, yeah.
Yeah. And they were making sure that everything was pretty airtight this time.
I'm interested in what the leaks are, and I'm starting to think it was how jobs worked. Because to me, that would be the most leakable. Because other than that, I'm like, well, you don't put in any, you take out all, like anything you can
have this controlled environment.
And the zones we had access to, we've seen in trailers already. Now, granted, we can see them with more scrutiny. But that'd be a weird thing to leak. So yeah, let's see. Usually tooltips. Okay, that makes sense then. So that's definitely a leak that could have still happened here.
And they were careful about it. And that's, I mean, really, like,
I heard there were some leaks this week.
I did too. You know, people were talking about it here.
Not from us.
Not from us. We were
Damn
good.
it.
We were
not
excellent.
from us.
We were excellent. Nor anybody cool by us that
we were even like, we didn't even have Noel, our editor, working on anything, but we still hit up the community managers and was like, can you send an NDA to our editor because our editor has access to our Dropbox and that is where we're uploading footage.
We were squeaky clean.
Yeah, we tried to cover all our bases. We did everything we could. Like everything we could. So you're not going to see Grinding Gears leaking nothing. Nothing except being on a plane. And for all you know, I don't know.
We were just on a plane, yeah.
We had a death in the family?
It was just busy. Wow. Excellent place to go.
No, we didn't have a friend because we would have both gone. We don't share any family.
So we were doing
our friend died. That's what I'm going to use next time.
What were we talking about before that? Well, before I went on my West
how to
Galber
lie to our audience effectively.
Yes, we already talked about that.
Oh, okay.
Because we did it.
Yeah.
To their faces, and even scheduled the stream.
Yeah.
The
leaker and the posted carp stale emote. Well done. Well done.
Okay.
The Gears, you'll find no transmission leaks here.
What was it before Wes Galber? Who I made in his videos. You can find Val Gon, apparently.
We were going to just start story time, actually, and start telling it linearly, like we keep saying we're going to do.
Let's do that.
And we keep failing at because we're too excited to talk about
well, there's all these, there's all these bumps along the road.
So we get an email one day. Middle of stream. And I did see it because I had done something else in our inbox that day. I think we were scheduling something with Amanda, maybe? That's how long we've known about
this.
Yes. This might have been around the time we were scheduling with Amanda, and I think I was in the inbox that morning. We have a shared inbox that Kyle and I use. Feedback at startgrindinggear.com will get us an email there. You can use it. Go for it. But, yeah, so midstream. I wish I could remember what stream because I know my eyes bugged out. So if anyone remembers a complete, like, why is Garrett look so excited? And then feels like he had to gain his composure again. That's why.
I'm not going to call anybody out, but Pothy probably remembers. She's been right about everything for the past, 9 months.
It's not calling someone out if it's a compliment.
It is a compliment, but, I'm just saying.
I'm going to call you out with kindness.
Like, really? That's how I call people out,
That's Kyle Ferguson way.
That's my style. But,
so we got an email. It said, hey, Gary and Kyle. Kept calling me Gary.
Well, that happens.
Yeah. And I was like, please, that's my father's name. It was basically, hey, would you like to come out to this? To which we replied, oh my God, yes. And then there was paperwork, a lot of signing.
Agree.
A lot of signing.
Secrecy.
Massive compliments. They asked us our preference on flight, which Does not always happen. Sometimes
that was nice.
they stick you on
and all that too.
they stick you on a bus that they taped wings on, but no, not this time.
Yeah,
Which is why we were only delayed getting home as opposed to marooned getting home.
that is true.
Yeah, they treated us really well. I got like real props to them. The team. I got it. Like we're probably gonna shout out the community managers multiple times during this because this looked like it was a lot of work to put on.
Yes,
there was a lot of community managers on staff, a lot of people to help, and they were really rad. That if you had a question, they would be honest that they didn't know the answer, and they would go and get the community manager that had it. Like I was really struggling with Viper, and I was like, hey, they're like, oh man, no, I'm a Pictomancer. Yo, so and so, you're the Viper player. Get over here, and that was really
summoned
cool.
him forth.
Like I really respect. I don't know, but let me get you the person that does.
It was extremely active. Like there definitely some of them, kind of mentioned like there is sort of a lead by example with Yoshi P knowing his job. They all have a job they love. They all intensely invest in the game, and they were just walking around interested. But to that note, like, it was how we were one of the more interesting. Like, they were just like, two guys at a computer. What? Like, what is this? Like, what's good? Like, a lot of, like, you had a lot of people doing guides, recording emotes, working on dies or whatever, and just like getting to work. And we're sitting there filming, doing thumbs ups.
We're trying to
two characters.
Well, that was later in the day. That's its whole thing. That's its own thing. But yeah, there were a couple of community managers that were clearly familiar with us, and it was awesome to talk to them.
Yeah,
crazy. That for me, I love getting to talk shop with someone that I feel understands where I am. And so getting to talk to some of the community managers and get their take on our content, and if they think we're going down the right path, and I'm not going to blow them up and say everything that they said, but I will say that the general consensus we got was that we're doing it right. And they think we should just kind of keep doing what we're doing, which is really cool to hear. I'm sure it seems like I'm just so confident, and I never question what we're doing. But it's nice to get some backing up on that sometimes. So I really appreciate that as well. But yeah, back to it. We got the email. We said yes, booked flights, all that stuff. And the long wait of not saying a word begins. And for us, like, the first big challenge was, what the hell do we say we're doing that week? Because it was like dead middle of the week, like right at prime streaming time for us.
It's a very traditional NDA in that way, and the streaming life does not exactly agree with this. Yeah,
this is probably the strictest embargo I've ever been a part of. We've both been to more than one media event from our time with other game studios, and those you're typically allowed to admit that you went. You're just not allowed to talk about anything until the embargo date. And I know, you know me, I'm a big car fan. This is also the way a lot of car release embargoes work. Everyone knows that the new Toyota whatever is getting unveiled, and the people going can admit that they're going, but they just can't. Don't you dare breathe a word of driving impressions until the embargo date. So, like, that's my first note. I would really like to admit that I'm going. That would be nice. Everybody knows.
It was hard.
Everyone knows what's going on.
But we got there.
But that's pretty much it as far as notes.
Oh, we got there. We started being, there was a lot of this experience of like, hey, I know your thumbnail face. I'm sorry, I'm terribly busy making my own content, so I've never watched it. Like, we all collectively met each other as content creators, and we're like, I know you. I know of you. I'd like to have you on my show at some point, but oh man, we're all so busy. And they'd say, I'm busy too. And we'd say, well, we're busy too. And then we all just agreed we were terribly busy, and we all respected each other. It was actually super duper cool.
Yes. Yeah. You're right. Kyle's absolutely. There's a whole lot of this. And then you just introduce yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, my next note, name tags would be lovely.
Oh yeah.
I actually would like a name tag.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah, sometimes
but
it's
it was
awkward.
on us to breach those barriers.
Yeah.
You may have noticed we had a nice little a photo showed up in the intro there. We got to have a dinner in the evening with some of our fellow.
If you had to ask me my favorite part, that was probably it. I love just hanging out with internet friends or new internet friends that I'd never get to hang out with in person.
It was cool getting to meet some people. I look forward to hanging out with them in the future.
Yeah.
On future endeavors.
Yeah, exactly. Asm-shaped name tags, I'd be into that.
Yeah.
It looks like the crystal.
Huh. Yeah.
Sorry, not Asm crystal shaped is what they actually are.
Yes. Not because we couldn't say the shape unless it was canonically your shape because it's complicated. The shape of Asm.
I'm not going there.
So we get in there and there's a presentation, which we can't record. We cannot show you any part of the official presentation that happened, but Yoshi P did come out and give a rather large rundown of basically information. And this would be like if you were, let's say, maybe like a PC magazine website thing, because there's probably not a lot of magazines these days. And you have no idea what Final Fantasy is. Like, it was an introduction that amped up into pretty detailed information about where the game's at right now.
Yeah, for the most part, I would say it felt like a recap of things we learned from FanFest already. There was a little bit of unique information in there, but I find it difficult to parse because we're not allowed to show the slides that they showed us.
Exactly.
There was like no recording at all in that room. At the end of the day, in the same room, we did have a group Q&A, which we were allowed to record for our own purposes. We were not allowed to play that recording. But later today, we will get into what questions were asked, including a question from Kyle that did get selected, and then answers that were given. And this was a group Q&A with Yoshi P. So Kyle got a question in. Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, the opening, I was just like, okay, that's cool. I'm up to speed. But I don't feel like there was a ton of new info in there. You really grabbed on to one of the slides, which was like, we're focusing more on MMO style content.
Yes.
That really piqued your interest.
Yeah, that was an interesting note. Because I would say my biggest fear is Warlords of Draenor. That the graphics update is going to take so much of the team's resources that we're not going to be getting a lot of content.
I hadn't thought about it that way.
But when we saw things of Endwalker, we saw like those duty supports, the kind of backwards compatibility as they work through the various dungeons and adding all that.
Yeah, there was a ton of quality of life updates in Endwalker.
And as we're now making our way through that content, it doesn't feel like that content suffered. In fact...
No. The only thing I miss is a Boja or Eureka like.
Right.
But it feels like that ever went toward Island Sanctuary. And if you like Island Sanctuary, you're probably not mad about that.
Exactly. And then the trial content combined with the MSQ, and those are huge. Like, I mean, oh my God. Like, we used to do a patch a day. Now we're doing them across 2 days because it simply is not doable. The size of those MSQ things that's going down. So, Gary and Kent, I see what you guys are doing. I see what you guys are
Did
doing.
we get to meet Yoshi P in person this time? Yes.
Yes.
Do you have that photo?
I can open the photo.
You have the photo.
I have it available here.
If you watch our intro, the lovely community manager taking our photo snapped pictures of us walking up to him. So we got to do a little slideshow of the moment we met Yoshi P for the first time together. I already met Yoshi P at FanFest.
Oh, it doesn't like these file formats,
Oh, no.
sadly. Yeah.
because they were taken on an iPhone.
Yeah, they're iPhone file formats at the
rip.
moment. Yeah.
What if you open them and then
We could open them and do a little capture action. Yeah,
action.
let's do a little capture action.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Let's
All
see.
right. We're producing live.
Yeah,
everybody.
live
We're
production.
producing live.
Here we go. Let's see.
I mean, listen, if you're gonna brag, you brag about meeting the man, the myth, the legend, Yoshi P. So, are you just gonna change what you're capturing?
Might as well, and then I can go back to what it was in a moment.
Now I'm really glad we threw the slide documents in another folder so we don't accidentally bring them up. It's good stuff. LOL on the eye thing. Yeah, we're getting there. It might be angry because this wasn't open when you made that scene.
Well,
if you had a
it
new
doesn't.
capture.
It just doesn't like these file formats at the moment. All right. I'm going deep. You keep talking. Here, I'm gonna press your button.
Okay.
You
heck
keep
yeah.
talking. I'm going in. I'm going into the computer.
Look at Kyle's hair. Don't focus on the hair. Pay no attention to the man's hair in front of me. And thank you for reminding folks to like the stream. If you really like the stream, there's a subscribe button. We would love it if you hit that. And if you super extra duper like the stream, we have a Patreon at supportourbromance.com. Thank you for the support. It covers Kyle turning his studio into a Dawntrail oasis. We really appreciate it. How was the venue? The venue was really cool. I struggle
Here we go.
to describe it. It was like, oh, well, here you go. Now you can see the venue. It had an atrium, so it was completely indoors and climate controlled, but it had a massive glass ceiling, and the entire outside edge of the room, of like the main room where we were allowed to shoot, was completely covered in palm trees and tropical plants. So I have a feeling that's why they zeroed in on this location for the media tour, because it was perfect. Oh, nice. Does the you can't just like go right and left on the arrows?
Let's see. Well, yeah, here we go.
Oh, there you go.
We can advance.
There it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
Close it in.
We have the power. This is like Fury Road when they climb on the hood in the middle of the chase to like spit gas into the intake. That's Kyle right now. Look at it. Yeah, so we did get to meet Yoshi P. Lovely man. Made time to take photos with as many people who wanted to take photos. As we were leaving, Fox ran out. We're like, do you mind if we get a selfie? He was like, heck yeah. It was a good time. It was a hell of a... This is literally the first thing we did when we got to the venue. We get there. Yoshi P is presented. Did we change scenes?
Oh yeah, we're back to this. Yeah.
We're back. Yeah.
I mean, I can agree with you.
Oh,
like,
nice.
I can,
Nice. Yeah. And then they were just like, "Hey, who wants a photo? We're gonna hang out." So that was really cool. Yeah. We did not gift him a Xeno Seats to the Moon shirt. We thought about that too late. Wouldn't have got the print in time.
We had like 3 sentences to work off of. Honestly, like we had no idea what we were walking into.
Yeah.
And we were prepared for anything.
I brought so much camera gear, and I didn't need any of it. I had like a 50-pound backpack of camera gear, and it was a strict no camera policy in the game pit, which is where I had expected to do some vlog-like content, and I was like, oh shoot, okay, I'm gonna get tackled, or worse, not invited to the next one of these. So
we head down after our first night, and the first person we met was Cider.
Yeah, which immediately upon the voice, I was like, I know who you are.
No, yeah, that was not a hard one.
Yeah, I was really stoked to meet, Cider. Cider, if this makes it in front of you, please give me a follow on Twitter. I would love to invite you on the show, but your DMs are locked. What's up, dude? Cider's super cool. Really enjoyed talking to him. I had a big fan out moment. One of my favorite Final Fantasy XIV creators. So it was really cool that he was the first dude that we met. And we met a ton of people, like back to back. Ezra Radio crew rolled up and said hi. We met Mr. Happy.
Yep, met Mr. Happy.
Because I was so jet lagged that morning. Fell asleep 3 or 4 a.m. local time for us.
Yeah.
And then was up at like 9 a.m. for us.
Well, the whole thing took place in what's known as Little Tokyo in LA. So there were so many delicious restaurants. We ended up going to a noodle bowl place that first night.
Udon, yeah.
Oh, that was tasty.
It was delicious. Yeah. I love udon, and there are no good udon places here. We do finally, thank God, because East Coast is roughly 10 to 20 years behind West Coast on food. We finally have good ramen here. So I saw there was a bunch of ramen places. I was like, miss me with that. I can have good ramen at home. I want udon because I can't get it at home. And so that was absolutely delicious. Our real life friend who introduced us to each other, Brian, happened to live right around the corner from the venue and sussed out that we were in town and came and met us for a last minute dinner, which was really cool.
Yeah.
Next day went to the thing. Yeah, just met a bunch of people. Talked a bunch to Mr. Happy. And, because of fear for spoilers, I have watched basically no one else's 14 content other than what you've seen me react to, which is mostly Jesse Cox and Pint and Joe Cat. So I wasn't... My first impression of Mr. Happy is from meeting him in person.
Oh. He was one of the first videos I ever watched. It was Jesse Cox's, 15 years of WoW versus 12 months of Final Fantasy XIV video I watched when I was getting interested. And then I watched a Mr. Happy video. And Mr. Happy I immediately related to because his content is very... from the mind, from the heart, live to hard drive, a lot like I used to do my Here's the Storm content, because he's such an expert as what he's talking about. He can just turn it on and go. Yeah. And I immediately connect with that. Wes Galber's someone who kind of has that bully energy I like, that pushes me to be better, and that's someone I look to for guides. But we talked to Mr. Happy quite a bit. Ended up hanging out with Llama a lot.
Llama Todd.
Yeah, in the
We
evening.
had dinner with him and Jesse because Llama Todd. So more technical behind the scenes discussions. There were 2 days, but if you were invited, you were assigned to a day. It wasn't a 2-day event for attendees. It was a 2-day event for Square. They had to be on site 2 days in a row. But there was basically a day 1 group and a day 2 group. We were in the day 2 group. Llama Todd was in the day 1 group, which Jesse was in.
Yes.
So we did get to hang out with Jesse, but outside of the event, we met up with him after we were done with our day, because he was in the day 1 group. So yeah, again, yeah, Mr. Happy and Llama Todd, I did not meet them from their videos. I met them from actually meeting them, and that was really cool.
That was, I mean, dude, what a delightful meal that was, as we all just sat around and compied over each other's stories. Like
a tour well lived.
it was an awe. Like, there is no footage, there is no content made of that moment.
Yeah. Was Mr. Happy happy? I would say so. I would say in the morning, dude definitely had his game face on. He was talking about
it was busy.
all the guides he was going to make, and I was just like, whoa. And also, let me tell you, if there was any thought in my head that we were going to do a bunch of job guides, that immediately, I was like, nah. That's what Mr. Happy's for.
No, they had their days completely all over, scheduled out. So we get on a bus. We're heading to the event.
Yeah, we're on a bus heading to the event. Again, a little bit of that was in the trailer. It felt weird running the camera because you could see everyone behind us because we sat in the front of the bus like the nerds we are.
And there was a lot of make sure you don't include people in your footage. Like, you want to make sure your footage is of you.
You don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, because not everyone wants to be in your video. So,
and I've heard the stories are already kind of out there about day 1. They're not our stories to tell, but apparently day 1, it was a thing. It was a thing. Our day was pretty chill.
I heard there were some streamers that got playfully disciplined in day 1.
A little bit of cornering happening on day 1.
Won't say who because we weren't there.
No, we weren't there. It's not our story to tell. No.
But it's our story to tease.
Yes.
You go grill day 1. Did anyone from day 1 tell the story yet? Because if it's out there, I would love to reference it. But if it's not out there, find everyone you know that was in day 1 and grill them for this story.
Yeah, there was lots.
It was highly amusing to hear about it. But yeah, we need to start some drama, Kyle, because Yoshi B doesn't know who we are.
No,
we need to be more dramatic. But we need to find the grinding gear way to be dramatic, like a fun. We need fun drama.
Yeah. So
respectfully dramatic.
So like the second day, they're being like, we know you're in here a lot. It's going to be a big day. It's going to be a long day. And you're like, well, that's an interesting thing to say. Like, we're all here to get, but they knew like people were there to work. We were all going to be capturing as much footage as possible.
Yeah, it was basically entirely like 90%. I would say nearly entirely dedicated to just letting you play the test build, which was the capital city, as you saw there, and 2 of the zones, and they were all locations we've seen from FanFest up to this point, and trailers and live letters. And yeah, we just waited in. The night before, we'd spent a lot of time talking about what do we think our content for this is going to be, and we just nothing felt right. It felt like we were putting on other people's clothes, because we talked about maybe guides, and we're like, we don't do guides.
That's not really
our thing.
Yeah, that's not our thing.
And this is our first time out to one of these, so we didn't really know, and so we just kept coming back to, well, we don't know what we're working with because we haven't been yet, and so I think we did a really good job of entering with an open mind.
And as we kind of complete the story, we invite you guys to send us questions too, because again, like, this was y'all's doing. Like, yeah, there was community managers aware of us, but there was also this kind of energy of like, who the hell are these 2 dudes that we kept getting tweeted about? Let's get them in here. What's going on? Okay, like, let's put them in the pen and observe them and see what the heck.
That's your read. Kyle kept saying, we're being watched. We're being watched, I'm like,
y'all.
They're watching everybody. They want to make sure we're not sticking a thumb drive into the computer that we're not supposed to.
I'm not saying like we're the most entertaining people there, but there were a number of chairs that were set up behind us as the evening went on of people just kind of camping out watching our screens, Like, everyone else making guides, maybe not the most interesting thing to see after you've seen it a few times, but those grinding gear guys were up to something interesting. We were being watched.
Says, I think they were just like, this makes I think it was like, I think they were watching us like you watch like a not so intelligent animal at the zoo. You know, they're just like, nothing they're doing makes any sense. I must study them.
Yeah, it's something different. 2 people and 1 YouTube? This is bizarre.
2 guys on 1 computer? What are they doing?
How do they agree with the money? This must be the most confusing thing ever. Down the middle 50-50 split, by the way.
If you're wondering.
If you're ever wondering about that.
Again, thank you for the support.
Thank you for the support. So we, and of course, you know, like we're away from streams too. So again, thank you for the support. Thank you for your tweets, everything that got our name in front of people. What stood out to you in the opening presentation?
Honestly, not much, because I think it was a lot of info that was already delivered at FanFest.
Other than Yoshi P's sweet boots, he had really cool boots on.
I believe they were Doc Martens, and they were gorgeous.
They were beautiful.
Yeah,
boots.
they were not like bog standard Doc Martens.
No, they were cool
like,
boots.
Yeah, they were very nice. No, it was...
And we were front, too. We were front row, too. We were extra watched.
There was a slide they showed showing the growth of the game.
Yes.
We don't have the slide to reference.
We can't show it.
And it was a little marketing speak, because it wasn't like active subscribers. I think it was registered accounts.
Yes.
I think it was registered accounts. And you always got to be on the lookout for that kind of thing. Because like nobody, we're not in the days of WoW anymore, where we get quarterly updates on the actual live subscriber numbers to MMOs. And that's what it wasn't that. But whatever the case was, I think it was still telling that basically the point of the graph showed that like post Endwalker is the biggest the game has been. And the point that they put out, which again, you know, I've been covering games a long time. I'm putting on my scrutiny hat. It's a little marketing speak, but I also don't think it's insincere, which is the point they made was it's very unique for a game of this type, for an MMO to have the biggest player base 10 plus years into its life.
And particularly that it continued to go up in a notable way post FanFest, which is that deep into the game's life cycle of a patch.
Yeah.
And expansion content.
Yeah. Continuous growth. Yeah, right, Matthew. Yeah, I think that's what they were getting at. And I take everything like that a little bit with a grain of salt, because I'm like, show me active subs. That's what I want to see. But still, whatever the case is, I think it is a fair metric to put out there, because I'm like, it is impressive. And it doesn't strike me as insincere, because just look at the game. You can see creators that have been here since Realm Are Born, creators that have been here since 1.0. You can see that they've seen growth since the early days, as well as all the newcomers like us. We've only been here for 2.5 years, and there's more people interested in what we're doing than there was at the beginning. And I really think Endwalker versus Shadowbringers, if you want our own anecdotal experience of that, Endwalker versus Shadowbringers is a huge tell, because there's a noteworthy amount of people that say they prefer Shadowbringers to Endwalker, and yet we have still seen time and time again bigger turnouts for everything in Endwalker. So yeah, I think anecdotally I also agree with it. So yeah, it's just cool. So whatever the case is, what I would take away from that more than anything is just like, hell yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Game's good, and it
seems
they seem really hungry to continue supporting it and making sure that it's still good heading into the future. Obviously, like, okay, yeah, who wants their game to suck? Okay, Garrett, but like that seemed to be what they're hitting the nail on the head about, which was like, we're still going. And this is my answer now.
Okay,
I got there.
Oh, okay.
This is what stood out to me.
Go.
They seem to focus on, we're going to listen to you, and we're curious what everyone responds to in Dawntrail.
Yes.
And we're going to react to that going forward. Did I scoop you? I'm sorry.
No, that's mine. That's fine. I was doing the whole I'm going to say mine after you thing, and that was so freaking important to me. And I know I talk a lot about DMing like it's a profession. I mean, kind of, I guess. But I've made a lot of stories. I've interacted with a lot of players. And it is such a one-to-one exchange. And I feel like MMOs can be so busy telling their own stories, you get these DM characters constantly. You get their story. And it's constantly just like being told to you. But something they said about Dawntrail is, we're just going to try things. And we're not too concerned if it sticks or not. Like, there was a website, while we were waiting for this today, the embargo to lift, the official website put up that there's going to be a tournament arc. That's badass. I can't wait for a tournament arc.
Well, like the crystalline conflict stuff?
Like, no, like the city is going to have...
in the game. Oh, yeah, Sector 9?
Well, there's going to be an arena or something like going on. Like, sweet, let's do it.
The name of that place.
It could be like, and tournament arcs are badass. We love them. They're big fan favorites.
It is the best part, in my opinion, of the final season of Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, they're well loved. But I mean, Yu Yu Hakusho had like 7 of them. It's a whole damn show.
The
It's just
Arcadian,
tournament.
that's right. Never mind.
Yeah.
No, I did hear about this. It was a thing I saw in passing, and we're so focused on getting through patch content right now and not misspeaking about Mediator, which, big. But that it's so, to bring it back to your point, like you're right. You have the right answer. That's what you should take away from that opening presentation.
It's just that nothing is too sacred right now. It's not going to be the Zodiark Heidelin saga. This is them planting some seeds, and if players don't like them, they'll just find new seeds. And they're down for that. And they're down for Dawntrail to be this vacation with stakes, naturally. There's going to be something going on. I mean, let me find the something.
Okay, because I also like, and I think that it's not as scary with something as large as an MMO, because there's so many different corners that you can push and pull and mold and sculpt exactly what you want this game and the story to be. Whereas, I don't know, like if it was just a linear movie or television series, and they're like, we're gonna not do things you don't like. You're like, well, I don't want you to believe in what you're doing. But
look at this something that we found while we were out in the world. Like,
what are you talking about? There's no conflict in Dawntrail.
No, there's no
conflict
except
in
for
Dawntrail.
all over one of the zones, like the mountains are just scarred with what looks like claw marks.
No, that's clearly just...
It's clearly just random
It's just
bullshit.
a bioluminescent flower that's growing in a horizontal pattern. Yeah, because Kyle, everybody on the internet is saying Dawntrail is just going to be a vacation, and there's no adventure.
point. Yeah, there's no point tuning in at all.
Yeah. Everyone on the internet has already figured it out, and there's no conflict in Dawntrail.
Look at that flying.
Look at all that. Look at that. No conflict. Look at that.
Zero interesting things happening.
There's definitely nothing to worry about. It's just going to be, it's basically Animal Crossing the expansion. You have nothing to fight. I don't even know why they're giving us new combat abilities. I mean, just look at all that nothing ahead. Yeah.
Lots of nothing.
Yeah, lots of peace. Look at all the peace and tranquility ahead.
But how comforting to see something like that and be like, sick kaiju, and after Endwalker to not be like, well, how does that fit into the whole saga? Like, are they tied? Are those live stream kaiju? Like, no, like we can have these new seeds planted, enjoy them, and our feedback, much like fan service is nothing but a form of feedback reception, is going to be what kind of drives what they choose to do in the future.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. To your point of the thing that's echoing the most is the reactionary bit. I want to add that, again, having done this for a long time, not necessarily with Final Fantasy XIV, but with other games, with MMOs, with really any game as a service where you are having a back and forth with the studio that makes the game, I think it's really easy to hear the same answers over and over again and maybe stop paying so much attention to those answers because you heard them a million times before, maybe get a bit jaded, or maybe just straight up start to think that they're insincere. And one of the things that we hear over and over again from any game studio is we hear you. And we will make adjustments as necessary, but it's always to what is currently out. It's always to what's currently out. They don't usually say that about what's about to come. Like what's about to hit. That's a good
point. We'll be listening to you is very different than we hear you.
Yeah, and so I like it. And I think I'm biased to like it because we like talking about our production side of things with you all. But like, how many times have we said, we don't know what we're going to do. We're going to do what seems fun and figure it out as we go. And that's kind of how I interpreted what they were telling us in the opening of the opening presentation of the media
big
tour.
fart off here because it just came on screen. Look at this. Hey, it went to the next video. Oh, it went to the next video.
If you're excited about chat bubbles, go watch Preach's interview.
Oh,
'cause
yes.
That's who got the scoop on that. No chat bubbles were mentioned about our media tour. Yeah, Preach got the scoop on the chat bubbles.
Here, we got just a little bit of this goblin village. Like, look at this just adorable little place.
Living in seafoam green pots.
Little freaking jug village.
I love it. It's beautiful. Also, can we talk about how good the new Aetherites look?
Dude, look at the flying. Like, look at the little, like,
The banking.
trails and the banking. Yeah,
the banking
it's
looks
handsome.
so good.
It's handsome.
The banking looks great. Yeah. Yeah, I just explored and then spent longer than probably anyone else in the room figuring out Viper on a training dummy.
Well, I don't know. Because the community manager that helped us seemed really excited to talk about it. And I think that was like them letting loose like no one had asked. So I bet there was a lot of people being like, I'm making my own. And granted, there are people like Wes Calber who I'm sure made their own decisions, made excellent decisions, and put out an excellent video today. But I also felt like, they were very happy to tell that story of how they figured out Viper.
Yeah, it took me a bit. It took me a bit. What level did you get it? 90 or 100? Our tunes were maxed out, so we had access to all the abilities. Oh shit, Dark Knight.
You going Dark Knight? You want to talk about Dark Knight?
Let's talk about Dark Knight.
Okay. Let's put on your dungeon footage then, because you did a dungeon as Dark Knight.
I did do a dungeon. I wish I had my target dummy Dark Knight footage, but I was doing that on my second computer later in the day after someone had to leave and a computer freed up. And they asked me, please do not record on this computer because it's the person who's left recording, and we do not want to mix them up. So a lot of this will not be present in what you're about to see, but your combo, and I do not know ability names off the top of my head. Hey, Dark Knights, what's the thing where you press it and it gives you free abilities that you usually need gauge for? What's that called?
Blood Spank.
Yeah, Blood Spank. What's Blood Spank actually called? Delirium. So when you pop Delirium and you're popping either your single target gauge ability or your AoE gauge ability, because this is how I keep abilities in my head. You know how when you pop that, you're just like, let's say it's single target for the sake of this example. You know how you're just hitting it over and over again and you just keep doing the same thing? Like the same attack, and you're weaving, hopefully, in between that. Yeah, you know how you're doing that?
Yeah, you're doing that.
Now it's a combo where every attack that follows, while Delirium is popped, mind you, is a unique attack with a unique animation, and you look like a complete rockin' badass. It's so cool. It is so Blood Spiller. Yes, it's a combo now. It's beautiful, and it only happens during Delirium. So even if you've maxed your bar at 100, or you max your gauge at 100 and you do two of them back to back without Delirium, it's still just your standard attack. So it feels extra special when you pop Delirium, and it is so satisfying. I adored it. The new ability, which is essentially the attack from the Shadowbringers trailer, is so beautiful, so satisfying, so crispy, it is not even funny. And now for the bad news. I don't like the plunge replacement.
It's just a little slide, right?
It's a little slide. The animation is cool. It's not a bad animation. It's not that the replacement is bad. It's that I am just so deeply in love with the animation of plunge. I understand that they're taking the damage off of it, and that does simplify the Dark Knight opener with how little I understand the Dark Knight opener currently.
I've heard stories of the complexity of this execution.
But I would my one huge request would be, please retain plunge and just take the damage off of it. There is something about just hucking your ass through the air that I'm deeply, deeply, deeply in love with. It's only at least 70% because it's become a meme in our community.
Look at this. Look at this manatee vacuuming in the local flora and possibly fauna in order to do the most insane pile of ground shapes you've ever seen.
This manatee boss fight is so
it's just trees.
Rad.
It's so wacky.
Yeah. It's a really I'm assuming this is the first dungeon. I could see that being obscured, and maybe this is like the second or third for the sake of throwing us off the scent. Because nothing was shown to us with story beats, so we don't know why we're going to this dungeon, for example. It seems to be a chase because this is the dungeon that starts on the riverboat, and you're chasing another riverboat.
Exactly.
But
and traditionally, I know in the past, it's always been the first dungeon that's been showed at these media tours. So that seems to be the overall assumption.
Yeah,
that what's going on in the community.
Yeah, I know the level would be a bit of a tip, but I don't trust anything because they clearly like manipulated with intent.
Yes,
getting rid of dialogue from characters, making you not able to click on other characters. Like there was a lot of work put into obscuring information in this playable demo. So I'm not taking anything as gospel.
But we're also massive noobs because we walked away, we're talking to Mr. Happy and they're like, yeah, it was rough being on that Japanese server for it. And we're like, wait, I didn't feel any lag. And they're like, what? Oh, us pros.
I felt it on the Dark Knight while weaving because it's the only job I am that used to.
That you knew well enough to even
I'm
know.
like, why does my weave feel
down?
like it is just not hitting when it should? And that's why, and it's because we did have some delay because we were having to talk all the way over to a Japanese server. So yeah. Garrett now knows the pain. Losing abilities in Final Fantasy updates is a rite of passage. Rip Ring of Thorns. Yeah, I can get over it, but I also think you could just keep the plunge animation because we're still getting a movement ability that you can weave. It's just they're removing the damage aspect, so there's no upside to weaving it just for the sake of damage. All I'm saying is aesthetically, I want to jump through the air. That's my only request. But other than that, the new Dark Knight changes, while fairly subtle, they're great. They're great. They're very theatrical. I will not be changing my main job based on what I played at the Media Tour. I keep wanting to call it FanFest. It is not FanFest. It's the Media Tour.
It's the Media Fest.
Yes.
Creator Fest.
Hanging out Jesse Fest.
This guy was so fun. Like, no footage can do it justice across the internet because of the way, YouTube is going to process this.
Because of how awful my bars are, because I didn't...
we were all trying to keep moving, right? All bars are going to be awful today. But this guy... By the way, that happened to me later and I freaking died. So tank privilege there. But his face is so perfectly fluffy. Like, that monster is so huggable in the new graphics.
And this monster is so not.
Well, yeah, he's very chitinous. He's adorable.
Yeah. So we got a giant bug monster. Kyle is very excited about this monster.
Oh, look at him! I mean, I know that he's likely, the skeleton looks like kind of a weapon of some kind from our Wordle saga, but he is freaking cute. The way they made him kind of jump around. He's got little arms going.
Oh yeah, he does look like a ruby or an emerald.
But and the
maybe.
Wings! Look at those transparent wings going. Like, just the way they feather out and give way to the foliage that now has that depth you were talking about. And catching the light. He is a beautiful monster.
This game, yeah, I'll say it many times today, it is a truly amazing looking MMO now. It's very impressive. It's very, very impressive.
Also, this the new character who we hanging out with, Wook looks like their first name. Like, obviously we didn't see any voice acted cutscene, but they've got some personality. Like, whoever we're running this dungeon with is going to be a cool character. They show up in the trailer for a hot moment.
Yeah, that's the Femroth. Right?
The Femroth that walks out and is like, yes, and their cat. I don't know what they say because their little cat mouth moves, and it's just so hypnotizing to watch that split mouth function.
They did, they do a good job.
Thing.
Good job animating it.
So cute.
Yeah, but yeah, that's about as much as you can glean. Because again, like anything that seemed like it was, we're gonna learn story here. It was just like ...
Yeah,
or something like. There's a lot of ellipses, a lot of characters you just couldn't click on. So all we really got were things like this, which were like combat barks and stuff like that. But at least with the new character, gives you an idea of kind of their attitude. But I'm really glad they obscured as much as they did. because I don't want to work. I don't want to live in a world with World of Warcraft PTR. And I'm glad that while we did get a preview, I still feel like I don't have a clue what's happening in Dawntrail.
It's a level of effort that that was definitely recognized on our end, and also just as content creators, not having to keep up with the constant discoveries of data mining is a delight.
Yes.
And there's also a different avenue of like, I want to be there. I would never watch a cutscene because I want to be there, kind of thing. But that's a whole different level of that's a big old conversation. That's too big. That's its own video, Garrett, as you often say to me.
Yeah.
So
yeah. What about the music? Everything we heard is incredible. I love it. There's freaking like lounge jazz.
yeah, and they were piping it in the place the whole day.
Oh,
so we had
the
this
whole time. The entire time music was playing in the venue itself, and it was the same tracks. They clearly did their due diligence. They were worried. I guess they were probably worried about spoilers. They're like, we got to make sure whatever music is in. Let's make sure what's playing in the venue is only tracks they're also going to hear in game.
Yeah.
And that's all we heard. So we didn't hear anything extra. If we had, I would have held up a phone or something.
No, it was essentially just a loop of the night theme and the day theme of the main city.
Yeah.
But it's groovy.
It's really like what they're doing
groovy.
with the music. Yeah. The new battle theme is good. It's, I mean, like every expansion.
It's hard to judge.
Like every expansion is pulled from the trailer music.
Yeah.
But with a different riff. It's great. Yeah, nothing about it. It's not like when I got the towers out and I was like, I'm not sure I'm into this music. I was like, I was doing this a lot while being a bad Viper.
It happens.
Yeah, the music's freaking fantastic.
Which, in a linear fashion, would be your next project. Did you want to talk about Viper, or did you want to...
We can talk about Viper.
You want to talk about Viper?
We can talk about Viper.
Okay, let's talk about Viper.
It feels great. Do we have any of my target dummy footage?
Yes, we've got what about a minute and a half of you just losing your mind on a poor target dummy. So
okay,
because that's what you do on Viper is you
lose yourself.
If you've ever had
it's 8 Mile.
Yeah, if you ever have a fantasy of that sound effect from old anime, that's Viper. Where you turn into lines and you teleport behind someone, but nothing personal kid or anything like that. Like there's no edginess to it exactly, but it's very Vegeta teleported behind you. You're constantly disappearing graphically, and that's a fantasy, and that's badass.
Yeah. Now that I have almost a level 90 dancer, I would say that's the number one job Viper feels like to me. Because you activate what to me almost feels like an augment that completely changes your moveset. But I think I like Viper more because you're just always dealing damage. As opposed to Dancer, which even though it's very, very short, the downtime. When you're doing your dance, you're not doing damage until you when you start your standard step, and then you don't do damage again until you do your standard finish.
Okay. And
there's something about that, as much as I love Dancer, even though it's brief. It just feels like, come on, holding my breath. Oh no, I'm number 3 in threat instead of 2. I don't like that. Viper's doing damage the whole time. But yeah, and then you have a debuff and a buff that you need to keep monitoring the whole time. But I struggled to kind of wrap my brain around it at first. I would say my first 40 minutes with Viper was just kind of getting in the groove of it. But it's pretty relaxing once you get used to monitoring what you need to be monitoring. So yeah, if I were, it feels like a sports car. It's very reactive. Everything you do feels impactful, and it moves you toward being the DPS you should be. I quite like it. And Picto, by comparison, feels like the complete opposite.
Picto's very, very different.
It's a lot of hurry up and wait.
Yeah, I could see that.
But prepping your canvases, to me, as someone who thinks standard step is a little too long to wait for action, Pictomancer feels like at a bus stop waiting for my ride to show up.
We'll definitely talk about impressions on Pictomancer here.
Yeah, which isn't to say I think it's bad. I think it depends on what type of player you are. I think if you want constant action reaction, Viper's going to be more your speed. And if you're more methodical and you like feeling smart, I think Picto is going to be more your speed.
Well, Viper was a really good example of what Yoshi P talked about in the live letter of the buttons that now change themselves. And in fact, Viper has this really cool setup. I mean, it's kind of that red mage effect that we had at level 50. It's completely beginner unfriendly in that way because you are going to be level 70 or something mad like that, maybe 80.
I think that's where we're starting.
And it's just going to be like, hey, what's up? Here's 20 abilities. And you're going to be like, oh my God. But the cool thing about it is you can see these, you see in the middle of the screen, there's this red, purple button set that is now changed out. And now it's back to red, purple, green. Those activate and it kind of guides you through. You start with, let's say you're doing like a 1, 2, 3. You hit 1 and it's like, hey, I suggest you go down to 2. And you follow that and that gives you your first buff.
It's a flowchart.
And then you hit 1 and it's like, you've already got the first buff. How about you hit 3 now? And it'll be highlighting that so you go 3, 3. And the game doesn't play itself, but it takes out that, what some people call noob traps, this illusion of choice that actually doesn't exist once you know your proper rotation. So you just can kind of follow the flashing buttons in order to get the points that you need to enter your ultimate Zen Viper mode.
Yeah. And again, it's like that's also the part where every time I was like cashing in all my chips, as it were, like using all my gauge and everything else, I would always look up to make sure my buff and debuff were going to have enough time so that I wouldn't have to reapply them before I got out of what I call Super Saiyan mode. Yeah, that's what it looks like. You start glowing blue, and you're on this right here. I wanted to make sure my timers hadn't run out, as it were. But what's also cool is if you start that in the middle of your standard 1, 2, 3 combo, which is how you go about refreshing your buffs and debuffs. You come back out and it doesn't break your combo. You can pick it right back up where you left off.
Yes, that's really nice.
Which I think is wholly satisfying.
Quality of life.
Yeah, really, really sad. There wasn't really a feels bad, which I liked, but there was still place for player choice, and because of the timers you need to be keeping an eye on, there's an element outside of just pressing procs to master. So,
and there was a buildup, you could kind of stack some of these buffs and debuffs to increase the time on them, so that if you wanted to, you could go 3 ultimate modes in a row and just completely wail while trying to maintain those buffs in the background and still come out of it with enough time to keep them up.
Another thing that reminded me of Dancer, I have no idea if this is right. I haven't gotten to 90 yet, so I haven't really gone to Dancer school yet, but I want to stack my feathers before a boss so that when my damage buff is rolling, I can cash in as many feathers as humanly possible. And I noticed myself wanting to do the same thing with Viper, so I'm curious to see when job experts that know a lot more than I nail this job down. I'm curious to see if that's the way to play, because it felt good in the moment to stock as much as I could, pop my damage buffs, and then cash in. So another point in the feels like Dancer.
And I think that's kind of the fantasy, and if this job is going to respond to you, it's this build up to an extended ultimate time that I have no idea if that's with the way you build up. Maybe you can pre-bank and you can fit in your 2-minute window. Maybe you go for the second 2-minute window. Who knows that particular? Certainly there's a lot of breakdowns, and who knows if going for 3 ultimates in a row is really going to be the way you want to play this.
Yeah.
But I mean, to me, this teleporting is just fulfilling a completely different fantasy.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Official Final Fantasy 14 is here.
Oh,
hi.
Hello, official Final Fantasy 14.
Thank you for joining us. Chat is hyped. Now they're doing Q&A with official FF14. Wonderful. Thanks for stopping by. That means a lot.
And certainly that's the impression we got from the community managers too, was that going for that extended, it's so beautiful. The blue is so handsome. And this middle bar,
We went to simplified view at this point.
Yeah, because what we had the more complex kind of graphic on the screen, and it's essentially a tell for that map I was just telling you about, where it's going to guide you to do 1, and then you're missing buff number 1, let's do 1, 2, 2. Oh, you're missing buff number 2, let's do 1, 3, 3. That middle gauge is essentially... Oh, the tree's sneaking
the
on
tree
me.
is
Oh,
falling.
no, the tree.
Oh, it's taking the wall with it too.
I got it. Please hold. Garrett, take over.
All right, I am here. I am your emergency palm tree staller. Hello, everybody. P7 spoiler. Oh no, is that P7? Is there a tree that falls in P7?
No,
we
it
haven't.
was the manatee boss. We're talking about Dawntrail.
Oh, we're talking about Dawntrail. Yeah, we want to talk about manatees. Y'all want to talk about manatees? I'd like to talk about manatees. It was great. Kyle didn't dodge the AoE. Oh, yeah. So Viper's cool. That's my closing argument on Viper. It's fun, and it's definitely my pick over Pictomancer after getting to spend a day with both. Me personally, and I think Kyle's picking Picto, so we'll talk to him when he gets back from being an arborist.
From Tree Town.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the Hugh Manatee. I get it. Manatees. Oh, that's good. That's good. This is why I like you all. You get us. You get what we respect.
Nothing's wrong. Everything's great. Hi, everybody.
fine.
Everything's fine.
How's Kyle doing?
We're doing
Doesn't he
great.
look great?
Yeah, we're doing great. Okay. Should we do Picto then? Let's
let's talk about Picto.
Let's make some Picto
Let's talk about
pictures.
Picto, because I think it was hilarious. It's cool because I think we went into this assuming that I would like Viper and you would like Pictomancer, and confirmed by the end of the day. Yeah.
It's some serious whiz-biz. It is. First of all, just look at me. Oh my God, it's so handsome.
Doesn't it make you want to work out?
Well,
Don't you wish you could wear a crop top like that and pull it off?
Yes. But
How
dude,
much skin
the
can I show? Let's see.
sleeves. Look at the sleeves covered in paint.
The paint.
Yeah, it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
It's such a cool outfit with the little like art box on your back. Your little, you got your Lisa Frank binder, all with your little crown sharpener.
I hadn't thought too much about Picto gear, and after getting to play with it for as many hours as I really wanted for that day, the idea of thinking about how many different palettes they're going to come up with to hold in your left hand, that makes me geek. I love a good palette. I think everyone had access to one armor set, so we didn't really get to see anything else in terms of that. And I think who had it? Someone put out an article. I think it was the day after Media Tour.
Yes,
actually.
the day after. But apparently that was also like deep in. Is it sneaking?
It's going again.
It's sneaking.
No, Tree, no.
It's going again.
No, Mr. Tree. No, Mr. Tree. You good?
Yeah, but I know there was an article released with all of the armor sets that we got to see in pretty great detail. If anyone's got a link to that, go ahead and check it out. There's nothing entertaining happening to my left.
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all. We're just gonna pause on the Picto thoughts, and I'm just gonna take a look at the top and say, Leonard, thanks for becoming a member. Eric, Super Media Tour. Wait, I thought this was a Eureka or a Eucrasia stream. Well, I guess it's time for a nap. Have a nice day. Oh, okay, we will. Kyle is leveling botanist in real life. Is that duct tape you hear? I don't know what you're talking about. No, not at all. Kyle, you do know we're going to have to make a tree emote after this.
Well, that's perfect for Dawntrail, because the manatee.
Yeah, it's
all
like,
just theming.
you know, if you got a little piece of tape, I'd wrap around that back branch, because I think that's the offender.
Wait, what?
That the branch that's pushing on the wall, I think, is what's causing the tension.
You think this boy here?
Maybe? Because why else would it be pushing forward?
We're gonna.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, tree emote. Yeah, I know there's some standard ones, but we need a tree kind of sideways and then a new Kyle emote that looks like he's being hit by it. That's what we need. So anyone got a question just for me before we move on to Pictomancer? after Kyle finishes Palm Tree Extreme. You know, because at Grinding Gear will make it easier for me to see it. Just FYI, just do a little at Grinding Gear. I'd appreciate that. Thanks, Darkman. Appreciate you stopping by. Why didn't you smuggle me in? Said Das. Because I feel like I would have been put in Yoshi P jail.
The goal.
If I had been. Yeah, if I had been. Yeah, we were under strict orders. Strict orders to not smuggle friends into Mediator. I just know after that, I know I've heard from you, Das. I'm waiting for the rest of my California friends to be like, what the hell, man? And I'm like, I was there for less than 48 hours. I'm sorry. Did you try out level 100 Black Mage? No, I did not. I don't know enough about Black Mage to where I feel like I would get much out of that experience.
I'm going to declare that's not going anywhere.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
Favorite artifact gear? I mean, I think we both just love our main jobs. Kyle was really impressed with... Well, you're here now. You can speak for yourself. I was super impressed with the Dark Knight gear. I thought it was gorgeous. Paladin set was good. I don't usually go for big plate armor, but it does look quite nice. Marauder was particularly maraudy. But no, yeah, the Dark Knight set is gorgeous. I wish looking back on it, my biggest regret is not spending more time with dyes. I tried it just a tiny little bit, and I'm so excited to get the set and have the dual channel dyes system. Because it just gives you so much more customization.
I mean, they're going intensely classic with most of these. That Reaper hat, I cannot abide by that Reaper hat. It looks like a pillow died on your head. I'm not a fan of whatever's going on there, but the Red Mage is classic. The Red Mage is classic and classic.
Honestly, everything seems like it's a really upscale version of classic armor for that job.
Yeah,
is what I would say. Because I honestly, probably Astrologian is my second favorite. Like there was something to how they pulled off that velvet texture with that metallic gold thread that I just respect the heck out of. I love it. It's gorgeous. But back to Picto. Kyle, your thoughts?
So let me go ahead and so what we're doing here is just casting shit. Like there's nothing too much to read into what's happening here. But as we get deeper into the video that we've made, you will see us attempt to do a window of opportunity. And there's an extremely sexy moment of just complete losing your mind on Picto. And I think that really works to the fantasy, because what you have is Viper still kind of has like this buildup kind of energy to it, and you're working towards something, but you're working towards something all the time. Like you were honestly going into that trance constantly. But Picto has this artistry, and yeah, you're making the pictures, but at the same time, you're working towards this like starry night thing. So let's see it happen as we start working towards it. There's so many meters. You got your 3 canvases you're working on here. You got your bar of ether paint that you're building, your little pips that you're spending. Like there's so much to be working on. In addition to the broccoli, like you get a Moogle, but you're like only halfway done the Moogle. Broccoli is the true ultimate. And the hammer, like you get to slam this stuff constantly. Okay, here we go. So here we go. We're going to enter our painting landscape mode. And when you're in this mode, each type of spell you start to cast starts filling out and using those buffs till eventually you get a free freaking rainbow beam that you shoot down the middle.
This ability is so... Not that one. The one you're talking about is one of the best looking magic effects I think they've ever put in this game. It is so gorgeous.
And it's all like, it all has this like cell shading to it.
That. And then it's like a row of flowers spawn out in front of you. And as an Elpis fan, I quite enjoyed it. But it is a very pretty spell.
So it's very, very easy when you first get into Picto to be like, everything is Starry Muse. Like it is about this landscape. I want to be unleashing everything under this window of increased 5% damage. And then getting your free rainbow drip. What a fabulous word for it with this fabulous kind of smock look you have going on with your painter gear.
The spell effects look so cool, and even when I was running the duty with the NPCs, Kryl was in the duty with you, or the dungeon was in the dungeon with you, and so I was getting to see Picto effects go off the whole time, and it really works. It's such a cool new addition. I hope we get Pictos in like every party for every dungeon on our way through.
I mean, obviously, Kryl's in the dungeon there, sporting it, so she's going to be kind of your poster.
Yeah, well, she's the poster, poster potato.
Poster, Lalafell of it.
Yeah.
But obviously, it's not going to be that simple, nor would you want to spend that much time getting all your canvases ready, stacking up the... It's kind of like the red mage thing. You get a red mage, and you're like, oh, let me take it to 100 for double super slashing mode. And it's like, no, that's not how we do things around here. And obviously, we see something like Starry Muse, and you're playing there for the first time, and you think, well, this has to be my main time where I'm going to completely lose my mind, right? But you've got this... you have these charges you're spending that's taking you out of it constantly. No, that's not what I've been told about Red Mage. No. But you're constantly losing that landscape while you're trying to take advantage of it. And it gives you this really interesting kind of balance back and forth as you make your way through. And so will it respond to people who want to like turtle mode? I don't know, because it's hard to say like once we're actually in the thick of it if that's how it's going to play. Ultimately, like how we played here at the media tour was let's do the coolest thing on earth and try to get free casts of everything.
Yes.
Is that's not how we're going to play ultimately at home.
Yeah, I fired up Machinist at one point. I had no idea what I was doing. I just wanted to see that awesome new ability they have, but they look like heavy arms. It was just like, go. I don't know what I'm doing, but I want to see the cool spell effect. And it was in a weird way, it's what's interesting about these types of events, because they're, when you're in this line of work, which is a weird thing to call it a job, but it is. This is our 9 to 5 every day, and sometimes more than that. It's super fun, and you get to be super creative, and day to day for us our only limiting factor is us and what we can pull off. We're really free to do whatever we want, as long as we don't enrage you all so much that you never watch again. So it's freeing, and it's very creative, and there's not a lot of shackles placed on us. And when you get invited to something like this, suddenly it's like the most professional day of your life when you're making content like this, because you're signing paperwork, you're booking flights, you're trying to figure out what you can and cannot do, what's allowed, what's not allowed, what lines shall we never cross under a penalty of what we just signed. But then you get there, and it's like, for me, it's more innocent and freeing than even like our day-to-day streams. It's just like, here's a toy box, go have fun. And I just cracked it open, and we just turn it over, and we just, all the jobs, all of 100 jobs, here you go. All the armor, here you go. Here's a dungeon, here's 3 zones. Do with it as you please. And it was just very freeing. I put so much thought into it ahead of time. And again, like I said, the night before, we're sitting there like final thoughts before the day. Like, what kind of content are we going to make? And we're just like, what are we worrying about? We don't know. We haven't been yet. And we got there, and yeah, it's an ebb and flow of hyper professional and then just basically being like a 12-year-old with a new video game for the first time.
I mean, what do you all think of this? Like, the Pictomancer, it doesn't really share a lot of real estate with other casters. So it's hard to think what fantasy you're going to supply, because there's obviously a fantasy for 2 daggers. People love 2 daggers. People love teleporting.
Excuse me, sir, those are 2 swords?
And I can tell you, like, look at the number of Pictomancers around me in this footage. It's getting towards the end of the day here. Like, Pictomancer was a lot of people's last thing to try.
To me, it's complex. this put up a bigger roadblock for my brain than Viper did. So I think if you're coming to it for the first time, you're gonna need some time to fathom it and figure it out. Now, granted, we're also working with the level 100 kit, not the starter kit.
No, yeah, there's a lot going on.
But so it's even more to learn than the new player experience once you first fire up your Pictomancer, and that's important to note. But yeah, it didn't surprise me to see that a lot of people were like, I think I'm gonna save that for the end when I have a better idea of what's going on.
And there's something going on here with, like, you can see I've got one purple pip in addition to my white paint, and I had no idea what was going on there. There's some additional unlocking charge thing that was completely beyond me in all of this. So I'm excited to see kind of how other people put together. Obviously, Westcalibur next to me was putting together pretty well, so I'm sure his video is fabulous today. But it's all... We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Hyper-professionalism oscillating with 12-year-old geeking out over a new video game. That's why I'm here. Yes. Thank you, Paca.
Indeed.
Appreciate it. You want to read through some of these supers?
Yeah.
Before we move on to what's
Q&A.
next?
We'll do a little Q&A.
See what's going on here. The DOS with more congratulations. Maddie B with the 5 gifted memberships at the top of the stream. Wafa, thanks for becoming a member. Ein, thanks for the gifted membership. I'm sure there's a lot of congratulations in here. I'm still at the top because we just got into it. But thank you for the support, everybody. Cinda, thanks for the grats. Sunbean, appreciated. Aura's really glad we got to go. We're glad we got to go. Peachy, Geef Cookie, all happy we got to go. Nice. Although Geef Cookie added, we knew. We always knew.
Well, yeah, it does happen.
We keep an eye on the Discord, and sometimes the mods let us know what's going on in the spoiler chat. So we knew. We knew you had all sussed it out essentially immediately.
We did our professional best.
God, I should have screen capped some of the theories I saw. I'd love to go, because I don't remember what there were other theories. I was just like, that's cute.
They were cute. Cute ideas all around.
Yeah, super, super cute. Sir Louis was super stoked for the stream and said, hope you relish the chance to be a step ahead of us, all the usual know-it-alls in chat. Yeah, again, we only know so much. Like, I really can't spoil you any more than, like, if you've watched a live letter or fan fest. Yeah, I don't think I can spoil you too much. Maybe I could probably, yeah, okay, maybe I know a little more than you do about being a Dark Knight now, but you know me. I'm okay at best. You're gonna be a better Dark Knight than me. Did I miss them playing Monk? No, Vivian, don't worry.
No.
It did not. We did not fire up a Monk at the media tour. So you don't need to worry about that. We weren't there for Zeno's birthday. We didn't meet Zeno.
No, because that was day one.
Yeah, that was the day one group.
Yeah, they all went down on day one.
No, because there was also a few people who I have been asked point blank questions like, did you meet Zeppela? And just be like, what are you talking about? Why don't I have had the chance to meet Zeppela? You gotta hit him with the stone face reply when that get asked. Like, I know what you're trying to get me. You're trying to get me, but also I believe Zeppela was day one. So no, didn't meet them.
We see. Yeah, you're talking. Like, we're gonna talk Astrologian. We've still got the Q&A we did with Yoshi P at the end there, which we weren't able to record, but we're gonna talk about.
We'll go over some of the answers.
Yeah, some of the answers that were,
because we're allowed to talk about it. We just weren't allowed to play the recording. So yeah. Yeah, we're not calling anyone troublemakers. You're calling people.
No, those are the stories that people are publishing on the internet today.
What are you talking about?
We didn't hear anything about day one while we were there.
Nothing at all.
They're not our stories to tell.
We didn't have dinner with a bunch of people from day one at all.
No.
Yeah.
They didn't tell us a thing.
Which would be perfectly fine. We all signed the same NDA.
Exactly. Exactly.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Thornweaver, you're stoked about it, about Picto as a bard main? I can see that. I can see you connecting some lines there.
Can you? Not to call you out, but do you know something I don't about Bard?
I know as much as you know about Bard.
Oh, okay. So
from my limited understanding, which was I thought understood.
Okay. No, honestly,
from my limited understanding,
Picto is a mystery to me, and I don't know if I'm gonna like it. I'm tempted to main it just to see. I love the flavor. I love the newfound adventure of it, of just being like, hey, I brought my paint to the new world. Woo! let's go.
I'm gonna make it beautiful.
Yeah, let's paint some pictures.
But it's gonna hurt.
But like, it's just so the wind-ups on these paints are just so long.
I mean, I don't hate the idea. Like, what if Bob Ross was cast as John Wick? You know, I'm into that.
Yes, that shoots rainbows of death, possibly
Yeah.
instant sometimes.
Listen,
but
all it takes is one bad day.
if you do it right, but it's a real head scratcher because it doesn't have that like classic A Realm Reborn 50-50 split of cooldown off cooldown kind of things where you go, oh,
Yes.
this is what when the things go tick tick, I do this other thing. And like, I mean, look at the screen, like everything goes tick tick except for the wacky hammer, but that's turned off right now. It's a bizarre job.
Yeah. Simple. Thanks for a generous super at the start of stream saying we had made it big time. We made it big time, Kyle. I'm gonna be honest, and I mean this entirely as a compliment to our community. I feel like we made it big time a long time ago. Thanks to all of you. So thanks. This was rad. But and external validation is wonderful. But we've already had a oh my god, I think we made it moment a couple times along the way. So thanks for being here for this whole trip, everybody. We really appreciate it. I mean it. I'm not just trying to butter you up.
That's a thought.
Amarin said Yoshi P looks so tiny compared to you both. We are quite tall. Because
Yeah.
Kyle makes me feel short, and I almost never feel short. So, yeah. Metallic said, Mediator? What Mediator? Who are you? Who am I?
Who are these people?
Who are these people? How did I get these paints? Where did I get these two swords that sometime become one long double sword?
Darth Maul sword.
Actually, it'd be Asajj Ventress, because hers comes apart.
Which one? Massage the Ventress?
Asajj.
Which one was she?
Ventress.
Uh-huh.
The coolest character in the Clone Wars.
The bald one?
bald one.
Oh.
Count Dooku's apprentice.
Oh, she didn't have a bendy sword like Count Dooku?
Hers is S-shaped when it's together, so they're both curved, and it is a nod to the fact that she is Count Dooku's.
Okay, so she can turn it off and on. Yeah.
Yes, but so she can fight with this as a staff, and then she unhooks it and fights with it as double, and that, if you are, I am here to tell you as a massive Star Wars nerd, that is the Star Wars analogy you should be making, not Darth Maul. When Darth Maul's becomes two lightsabers, it actually just becomes one because he got owned by Obi-Wan and it got cut in half.
It wasn't really he continued to own. He just, was overconfident in front of the whole.
Yes. It's delightful. It is absolutely delightful. Vicky, thanks for the gift of memberships. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. MDW gave us a generous super at the beginning. Said, from a Heavensward stream where you didn't know if anyone would even watch, to being on the Dawntrail Media Tour in just over 2 years. So happy for the two of you. I thought we were going to have questions. I didn't think you all were going to make me emotional.
It's just gonna be compliments.
I'm sure there's some questions. And we also have questions in the Ask the Host channel on our Discord. Bless you, just said, what did your... Y'all are being too nice at the top of the stream. Dean Online super... Guys! Don't go on Media Tour, you'll get spoiled.
Too late.
They do a wonderful job, like legit, a wonderful job of keeping story spoilers the heck out of their test build. It's really impressive. Because obviously I was going to go. There's no world where I didn't go, but there was a little part of my brain that went, how am I going to cook if I see things ahead of time? This did not impact my cooking at all, other than I think the desert area happens soon. That's it.
I mean, let's be real here. I think they're pretty confident in their storytelling. While they are taking a risk because they have to, in order to tell more story, they're going to have to plant seeds. They're going to have to continue. It's not their big worry moving forward. It's making MMO content that holds player retention. Now, whether that's for subs, income, to appease the stockholders, so they're all like, what retention? Like, who cares about that part? Like, we're just playing a video game.
It's a product that's for money. Yeah. It is part of a massive business. All of that is true, but at the end of the day, if you're playing it, I hope you're enjoying it, and that's really all that should matter to you at the end of the day.
And it felt like their focus here was definitely more on, we're going to have a bunch of people out. We're going to get all kinds of content creators, and we want you to play the game. and we want you to report and give feedback on the game. And in fact, a lot of the time was spent there talking about feedback. Now, the primary feedback Yoshi P really wanted to know is if the launch screen was too bright.
He brought that up like 3 times over the course
maybe
of the day.
5 times. Yeah. He was constantly asking everybody if we thought it was too blinding.
Brought it up at the beginning during the opening talk and was like, please pay attention as you play throughout the day. Let me know your thoughts. And at the end of the day, he did not forget. He asked this again. He was like, show of hands. How many people think it's too bright? And I think it's beautiful. I hope to God they don't adjust it. It's at the beginning. There's a dip to white as it goes from like the trailer to the actual login screen. That's what's bright. When it's just sitting there with the beautiful reflection on the ocean with the Dawntrail logo, I don't think it's that bad. I think it's gorgeous. I think it's their prettiest login screen to date. It looks really nice.
But I'm also not full degen mode. You know, I'm a dad now, so if I was playing at 3 a.m. like I was in college, I think it's a little bright sometimes.
I really want to push back against that. I think because of your lack of sleep and how much you're probably still sitting here in like a robe or a hoodie with like scruffy hair and your eyes barely functioning, I think you're still in DJ mode. You just keep different degen hours.
It could be. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. It's just a different level of degen.
Yeah.
It's more mac and cheese. Well, it's always been mac and actually, you know, the food hasn't changed. It's just nuggets and mac and cheese. I just give them to children now. So
yeah.
I guess it really didn't change. But that was definitely Yoshi P's primary concern. But the community managers were also constantly asking if we had feedback too.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything felt sincere. I really felt that they really wanted to know our thoughts. And I loved how much it was focused on the gameplay and not the narrative. Although obviously environmental storytelling is still a thing that you can take in. At least what they left in versus what they clearly are still hiding. But yeah, as someone who for months now have been saying, if you're trying to get your friends to play this game and the story doesn't do it for them, you should tell them how freaking amazing the boss fights are. I loved that this was almost entirely focused on gameplay. Like it's just like, go, play with it. We're proud of what we made. Look at what we made. Just play the thing. So I really liked it. I don't know. In my head, I was like, I think it'd be easy for them to kind of entice us with some kind of story hook, leave us at the media tour on some kind of cliffhanger, because everyone loves the story. And yeah, I think you're right. I think they're right to not do that, and I think they've earned the faith in the quality of the storytelling to not need to worry about it.
It's the part that has the shortest legs on it, but certainly I think their big selling point, and by that I mean when you play the story, you're done, you move on with your life.
It's a linear experience.
Yes. Yeah. But this graphical update,
like 100 people in chat are like, I've played it like 5 times. What are you talking about?
You know what I mean? You know, I think there's an opportunity, and it feels so jaded now after so many years of these graphics will never look better, and then we look back and we go, really, Toy Story 2 on Xbox looked like that? Are you serious? But we thought it was the best thing ever. At least I did. You know, it really is the most beautiful MMO. It's amazing the way it looks.
Yeah, it's quite impressive. It's quite impressive. Vivian said this whole experience is like watching someone make a creme brulee before you start to prepare a steak. Damn, I'm hungry. And Coral, I completely agree. Thanks for the super. Say what you will about Yoshi P, but the man deeply cares about player feedback. That's, yeah, there's a sincerity I felt to every time we were asked what our thoughts. But also a little bit of pride. Like, hey, look what we've been working on. Please enjoy. Thanks for playing is a frequently quoted quote around these parts, I think, for a reason.
Yeah.
So, did either of you give feedback that they seemed especially interested or that they hadn't heard before Asphobius? That's a great question. I don't think so, because I got in deep with the. Because when I was focused on the game itself, on what we were playing, the preview of Dawntrail we had access to, it was mostly about me learning to play. It wasn't so much me saying, I think this works or I think that doesn't work. I definitely gave them some compliments, but I definitely felt like they had heard those compliments before.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a good question, though. But no, what about you? Give any feedback that you felt kind of struck a chord?
It all seemed to be things they were aware of, and certainly when, we were questioning them about their plans for the future, they knew full well when they said we are going to focus on more MMO content that's as far as they were going to be going.
I will say during the group Q&A, Yoshi P looked visibly pained when asked, are there any plans to unlock job restrictions on gear sets?
Yeah.
Which he's known to do. This is not uncommon for him in interviews to be asked a question and go, oh. But that wasn't our question, which we'll get into that here in a bit. But yeah, they weren't afraid to react honestly to things. So that's an answer I can give you to that question.
And I think that's a wonderful conversation piece, and I certainly have my opinion aligned with Yoshi P in that case.
Yeah, I'm told there's a moment like that in Jesse's interview with Yoshi today.
You really can't replicate it either, because these questions in the final kind of group Q&A we were in were written in English, and you got to watch Yoshi P's eyes travel across the paper as he read them, and you could see his face evolve into whatever the answer was about to be. And there was just a special charm in that moment. Like I said, we were front row for all of this. And even getting to like be, I was a little starstruck being like, oh, and oh my God, his translator too. Like, yeah, she's awesome.
Yeah, Ayami was there. And we were like right in the middle of like where they came in. It was just, it was surreal. Like I there are a lot of moments where I feel like that kind of stuff that won't affect me anymore because I've done this long enough. And I was geeking out. I was that morning, I was tired, jet lagged, I didn't have my morning coffee routine. And so by the time I was there, I was just like, it's happening. and so, when they came out for the morning presentation, I was just like, God, this is just nuts. And they're just like there. We spent so much time watching live letters, doing reaction content, talking about just being parasocial. It's how we are parasocial. Everyone talks about the parasocial relationship between content creators and their community. But within video games, typically the content creator themselves are also parasocial. They have a parasocial relationship with the gaming studio that's actually making the product. You still get the start. I feel like it's a good thing that I still feel that. I think it's a sign that I have not been completely chewed up, turned into content creation sausage and spit out by the machine that is games coverage.
I feel that.
Yeah. So it's, I think to be even a little entertaining, you should probably have a good mix of skepticism, but also earnest fandom. I hope I don't go too far in either direction. Keep me honest, chat. Keep me honest. Someone just said woo. Woo! Oh, we're talking about chat bubbles.
Yeah,
I'm excited about them. Yeah, Wojo. Heck yeah. Thanks for that. Getting back to the beginning of the messages that started pouring in here. Tell us everything, we'll do, which Maury. Nicholas C., thanks for the 10 gifted memberships at the top of the stream. MDW, I'm very sorry. Anamaran, thank you for your super chats. I'm so sorry we're not bringing you a Eureka stream today. I hope you will find it in your heart to forgive us. Eric H. Supered Mediator. Wait, I thought this was Eureka. Oh, there it is again. Yep. Pins and Needles Supered. Sure as shit not playing Final Fantasy. Just a friendly reminder. Can you believe how much Final Fantasy I'm not playing?
There wouldn't possibly be an image of how much Final Fantasy he's going to play this month either.
In my defense, I am not currently in this moment playing Final Fantasy.
That is true. I do have footage queued up.
I am in fact not playing Final Fantasy right now. I'd like to be. But we also felt you would all probably have a question or two about our adventure once it was out of the bag. Did you actually get up at 6 a.m. and swap the thumbnail over?
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, it all happened, yeah.
Yeah, the time was 6 a.m. If anyone was... I saw some people trying to guess the technical details of it. It was 6 a.m. this morning. Our time, like locally, was when we were allowed to go public with this stuff. So, yeah. Armydillo said, the only sleuthing I needed to do was when Mr. Florida Man went on vacation and didn't post any pictures. That was tough. I really... The number one way I wanted to break the rules was I really wanted to post the selfie of us with Lamatad, Mr. Happy, and Jesse.
Sure.
We had because we weren't in the venue, and I'm like, I could just say I'm here. And I'm like, we've gone this long. I've been a good boy. I should probably continue being a good boy.
I wanted to post pictures of the little the robot that was running around in that restaurant.
Oh my
And
God,
saying
yeah.
happy birthday too.
Yeah, the dinner we had with Jesse the night after
was
the
that
event was
called?
over. I don't know what that thing's called. We went to a traditional service Japanese restaurant. So like multi-course, one of the nicest meals I've ever had.
It
in
was
my
very
entire life.
cool.
Again, thank you for the support. The catering was covered, but food outside of that was not. So thank you for letting me have a fancy dinner with Jesse, everybody. Much appreciated. Yeah, they had one of those robots that you see on Japanese travel vlogs that like has a cat face. And it's like a tower with multiple tray racks. And it just scoots around and it brings out like one of the courses was hot pot. So like our meat came out on that thing. That was cool. That was cool. Oh, that's what got Zeppelin. Did Zeppelin get in trouble for posting a selfie? Because I thought did Quasi get in trouble? Because I think he posted a photo of him and Xeno and a bunch of other creators from night one.
I know nothing about any of this.
I mean this entirely innocently. Like it doesn't sound like anyone got in like huge trouble.
Yeah.
It sounds like it was like, hey, could you tone that down a bit, please? Yeah, I'm just kind of now I'm just kind of interested. Because I could have sworn I saw Quasi post a photo. You're right, because the morning of, we were talking about seeing a photo from Zeppela from, I think, that day. Because it was the day we were traveling was the day one was happening. And we're like, oh, cool, can we post photos? And then like an hour later, we're like, it appears that post is gone.
Yeah, those posts were disappearing. It was kind of strange.
That's right. I forgot. We were cooking hard, waiting for our flight, being like, "What are we allowed to do?" And then we eventually just landed on. We should probably just do nothing. Just do nothing.
Yeah, we'll hang out in the Discord a little bit.
Collect these and make a cool intro for the stream, and we'll just
Call it good there.
Wait until embargo, and then we'll just go nuts. Vernacular Hand, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships at the drop of the stream. Pothy, thanks for the super. Said thank you for supporting us as we support you and being hyped with us. You two are my first choice of 14 and shenanigans content, and you keep confirming my choice. Please support
Hell
the voice
yeah.
chat. Pothy, listen. I don't want to pick favorites, but you are a good fighter for the number one fan spot. You're a huge champion for us, and I really appreciate it. I really do. Ali Sona, thanks for the 10 gifted memberships. Luke E said, no bad jokes today. Just letting you know that I love your guys' work and effort, and I'm here to support, watching, and waiting. Luke. Thank you, Luke E. Much appreciated. Fair Lynn said, may have swapped servers this morning to join your free company. Grats on the tour.
Nice,
Ah,
nice.
dang. Well, enjoy your newfound adventure. Kyle, catchphrase.
Newfound adventure.
There it is.
Excuse me.
There it is. Okay, Chad appears to agree with Pothy being number one fan, so
Okay,
I don't think we need to.
Okay, good. I'm
Okay.
glad.
All right. I think it's still up for but it's just there's a lot of you who really go out of your way to support. You know who you are. You know who you are, and apparently a lot of you know where the newfound adventure emotes are. My goodness. Hear a lot about textures, but what were your impressions with the lighting on the test build, seeing it in person? One of the very first things I noticed was that the ground cast shadows were so much better.
The ground was the hardest thing to come back to. I'm gonna say it that way. Logging in when getting home and seeing the grass.
I would say that second place for me, my face was the hardest thing to come back to. Tuna looks smoking.
I'm still beautiful, no matter what.
Tuna
happens.
looks smoking with the graphics update. Positively smoking. Number 2 is the ground. The ground is so much better after this left. Like, look at that man. Ooh. Don't you just want to give a little? You just want to give a peck. You know what that stubble feels like on the cheek. You know what it feels like.
A little sandpaper action.
Oh yeah. Thanks, Shanyana. Appreciate it. Me and my skinnies. But yeah, the lighting looks great. And I haven't done a lot of travel. Mostly within the US and the Caribbean. I've been to the Caribbean a lot. And let me tell you, they've really nailed a reef rich environment. The water, maybe it's a little heightened in its beautifully perfect transparency.
Oh yeah, I have a moment of
but
this.
the color's right. The just looking at how the water meets the shore, they really just got like the color temperature. Like I've been to so many islands that look exactly like this. Like those places where you get there, and you can't believe it's real because it's so picturesquely beautiful. It's like what Hollywood has shown you a vacation is supposed to look like postcard beauty. This does actually exist in the real world, and I think they've done a good job of capturing it here. Like that. Oh, the sunset, the yellow clouds as the sun gets low and Kyle's vision gets worse. It's amazing.
Check yesterday's stream for that one.
Well, I learned it at Mediator.
That's lore for the hardcores right there.
Well, Hollywood wishes it could pull off. Yeah. I mean, there's movies that do it justice. I think.
Look at this little drunk guy.
I think. Oh, I didn't
look,
know.
Look at that little drunk guy.
This is when I was off on my solo computer. This
Yeah.
is footage I'm seeing for the first time.
Yeah, just he's having at it.
Yeah. This is what we've been doing this week every morning. Mostly Kyle. I was working on the trailer that you saw in the intro, but we went through and we edited our footage down because we were asked to be respectful with how much we showed. So we've hit the amount that they wished us to keep. So you may see more than an amount of time, but there's some of it will be repeat. A little bit of it will be repeat because we're good boys. God, I love that Astrologian robe.
Speaking of, can I go off on Astrologian yet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
I figured you would while I was talking about Dark Knight.
No, I'm ready.
Sorry for not throwing to you.
Let's get some Astrologian going because
Look at us. Look at this is my favorite thing that we got to
nice
pull
shot.
off. Sorry, I'm gonna scoop you again.
No, it's all good.
Go for it.
Did you want to? I mean, it is nice.
This was throughout we weren't sure we were going to be able to get 2 stations because, to their credit, I think they invited literally as many creators as they could possibly fit. And so I've done events before where they do not invite multiple people if it is a multi-person content creation outlet. And so the fact that we were both invited meant the world to us. But we did have to share computers at the start of the day. And so at some point, I was talking to one of the community managers and I was like, hey, on the off chance another station opens up, is it okay if one of us goes and uses it? And they were like, be honest, not sure. I'll check and I'll get back to you. And later that day, same community manager came back and was like, hey, totally fine. Got a station for you. Go for it. And as we mentioned at the start of the stream, they just asked, please just don't record because it's that person's. We track the recordings by the station assigned to the person. I was like, cool, got you. And that's how we were able to pull this off. We were able to get footage of Val and Tuna hanging out together. And as you know from how we like to edit our stuff together, we love it when we're on screen together. And so to me, the Val and Tuna footage of us together, that's like my special little. I know soon there'll be so much of us together in the new graphics, but like this is that moment where I'm like, we made it, y'all. This is proof. This is proof we're at Mediator. I love it. It's really cool. So that meant a lot. So on Astrologian, how do you feel about it, sir? I talked to you a lot about it at the actual tour itself.
I feel wonderful. Oh man, I
know you've got some thoughts.
I do have some thoughts. I have a great many thoughts. In fact, one of my missions while I was there was to talk to a number of people I consider experts. May have been sitting next to one, may have went to dinner with one, may have talked to some others. And I asked them a very important question, you see, because I know Astrologian's been through a lot over the years. I know that it's changed dramatically each expansion. Less so in some areas, much for the better in others, and there's been some mishaps along the way. One of the main mishaps, if I was to summarize as fast as possible to catch you up, Garrett, would be that Astrologian came out in a kind of weird hybrid state where they wanted to make a regen and a shield healer and like someone who could swap between the two, and like kind of like a druid WoW situation. They're like, let's make a bad in between.
I don't think that was the goal.
But it's the fantasy, right? The master of none kind of atmosphere, right? You can do all these things, but you're not going to be as good as someone who does one thing really well.
Right. That's often the reality of the situation. I think everyone at some point, every game developer doing a class-based game thinks that they're going to be the one to solve it. and usually they
and it
aren't.
doesn't work out. It's
Yeah.
like utility class. It's just hard to do, right? So, lo and behold, one of the answers by the end of Astrologian's first expansion was to just buff it to hell and back so it's good. And people fell in love with that version of Astrologian because it was really freaking good at doing everything because it was buffed enough that it got there. And then they had to bring that back. They kept doing redesigns. And they're trying to figure out what they want to do with Astrologian. And apparently they're not done with that yet. But the question I asked everyone around me at the media tour was, what do you think of Kenki? Do you miss Kenki? Tell me about Kenki and why everyone talks about it. And you know what they said? And I'm not going to out anybody, but you know what they said? Kaiten, yeah, Kaiten. Excuse me.
I think you're. Yeah,
I was confused.
You also,
Kaiten.
I know you also had you had a bunch of samurai conversations.
Yeah, Kaiten. You know what? So Kaiten, and you know what they said about Kaiten? They said it was useless, except for in the highest level of play in very particular scenarios. It was completely useless, and it was a fine thing to take away. But never ever say that in front of anybody, and that's why I'm not outing the people who said this. Because that's what's happening here. There was a time period in late Heavensward where Astrologian was apparently so freaking amazing that we're trying to constantly recapture that majesty of that moment when it was actually OP. So when we talk about Astrologian here, and when I'm talking about Astrologian right here, as someone who has only really ever played Astrologian in Endwalker, know that what I see in those cards was awesome. But I think you're all in love with the balancing that happened at the time. Those card personalities, they're kind of back. And that's really, really cool. So let me put them on screen here, because if you haven't seen these, they're getting interesting again. And I like it a lot. So you still kind of have your spear and the balance kind of thing going on, where you're going to be buffing, the melee DPS and doing the right thing. But grants healing over time from a card is really interesting. Increasing HP recovery from healing. Reducing damage taken by a party member. And having these cards that are now doing more than just random DPS buffs is going to be really fun. Now, the way you do this in kind of your Umbral Astral draw is it's interesting. It really competes with the idea of, hey, we're trying to reduce the number of buttons.
Is it though?
It does.
But because you're now drawing a hand, you now have 4 buttons. Whereas before you had, what?
3 buttons.
Draw and redraw. So you have 4 instead of 3. You have 4 now instead of 3.
Yeah.
And I remember, so as an outsider, here's outsider. I am a sponge that absorbs Astrologian drama through my friend.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. That's the role I'm here to play. Call me SpongeBob Astropants.
Okay.
I heard just so much concern about worries over dumbing down or losing. What's the word I'm looking for here? What was the word everyone was throwing around? Oh my God.
Yeah. We're not counting undraw. Yeah, that undraw doesn't count.
Yeah. Losing complexity. Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you, Blaze Boy. Yeah, losing complexity. And so to me, it's like, well, you gained a button. You gained a button and you've drastically reduced RNG, which to me, again, on the outside looking in, sounds like a win. RNG can be fun, but it is also so frequently a road to feels bad. So how do you feel about that? Two-part question. Do you feel it's less complex? And how do you feel about randomness now in modern Astrologian?
So let's take something like really, really binary. Like let's put this back up here. Oh, that's Pictomancer. So let's say like Lord of Crowns lady, like Lord and Lady. One does damage, one does healing. So in an ideal situation where everyone's awesome and no one's taking weird damage, you always want the damage one, right? Reduce RNG. Now you have a 50-50 split. When you draw one, you're going to get the healing, and the next time you draw it, you get the damage. So you've now removed that RNG, but that chance of more damage is kind of, titillating. It's kind of interesting. It's seductive. So what happens here is when you're in your umbral draw state, you automatically draw a set 4 cards. There is no randomization to this. So here, I'm about to draw. I draw. And those are the guaranteed cards when I draw with that button. The cool thing is, instantly cool thing, I can now plan out ahead of time. And over the next minute, I play these cards. And I can be like, hey, you're getting the bull, you're getting the ewer. We're just going to pass these out. And we're going to very smoothly make my way through my cards. Over the course of this whole minute, I have to deal them out. So there's no longer got to play them now because I got to get on cooldown, which was an issue, I think, in Stormblood even back then. They had to add the secondary card button over here. So you had to play that so you could get your cooldown going faster. So you activate it. Now, here's something interesting I tried because I was like, why don't I sit on this cooldown for the full minute and see what happens? So I did. And if you want it to be completely unoptimized, but also really fun, you can just dump all 2 minutes worth of buffs onto one person, instantly draw your next one, and then just dump it all on the same person again. So you can supercharge one person.
You could prep a hand before a pull.
Yeah, you could prep. You could prep out.
You don't have to put them all on the same person.
No, you wouldn't want to, but it is kind of fun to do. However, I think ultimately we're all going to have to kind of decide if this is more fun. I like the strategy of it. Ultimately, I like the idea, and certainly everything I heard from when I saw old versions of Astrologian was, I want cards that do stuff. I want creates a barrier. I want reduced damage taken. I want increased healing. That's going to feel awesome. And it is. And really, when you look at this, I found myself parking on the tank for a lot longer, which was nice because I'm usually parked on the tank anyway.
Hey, imagine once I actually go to my opener.
What's going to happen then?
Just dump everything on me.
Oh,
for the opener.
Sure.
Just, here you go, Dark Knight.
I found it easier to play because a lot of this stuff is what the tank will want, like a shield, like increased healing to them. Obviously, there's going to be a chance where you're like, melee DPS, range DPS. Let's go give them the actual damage buff because they're going to do more damage than tank.
Yeah.
But I found myself visiting DPS a lot less, and that made the class less complex while also having additional buttons. I have no idea how I'm going to lay this out when it gets down to it, but only being once every minute is going to make it a lot easier. There is a side comment I do want to make about just their jobs in general that I did notice while I was in here. Things that give you a raid-wide damage buff. The new button's often tied to transforming into that. It happened both on Astrologian and Red Mage. So when I do my, hey, everybody's buffed, my buff button became my new damage button, which was great because, hey, you put out your damage buff for your 2 minute window. What should that button become? But the damage, so you can't accidentally use it ahead of time.
It's efficient.
Yeah. And same for Red Mage. That turned into your cool little rose whip spiral attack.
Okay.
So that was just nice. There's no way to mess that up.
That's rad. That is freaking rad. Oh, that's when Well, it's not quite the same. But summoning my shadow now doesn't take gauge, and I was just like, oh, that's just wonderful.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's an important part of the cooldown. It's already on a long cooldown, so now you just need to worry about the cooldown. You don't need to also worry about prepping gauge heading into it. To me, I see it as quality of life change. Does it make the job easier? Also, yes, but I don't always see making something easier or more streamlined as a bad thing. So, yeah.
Also, the horoscope's gone. Like, that is, I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, we knew about that in the live letter, but, like, oh my God, that giant pile of text when I think you're like level 60 and the game just runs in with a book and it's just like, here you go, and throws this entire huge thing. Astrodyne, excuse me. Astrodyne, yeah. It's just like this huge, all the signs business in the background just disappearing. I'm okay with that.
Astrodyne is Astrodead, says
Yeah.
Chaser.
Yeah, the slot machine. So
You terrified the horoscope fans.
like if you got a full, I mean, what do you guys think of this? Like a full minute, and over the course of that minute, you slowly make your way, you weave in these cards. If you use them too quickly, it does kind of feel like, well, what do I do now?
That happens with a lot of jobs
Yeah.
that have a charged base loop, though. Yours are cards instead of charges, but it works the same way as anyone that has to like prep something to give them charges to then do. I mean, happens with Gauge. I talked about banking my feathers on Dancer. This is something that exists across a ton of jobs in Final Fantasy XIV, and it's choice.
Yeah.
Like if you need to dump it, you can, and that's to me that seems cool. You know, it's on you at that point. And 1 minute isn't that bad.
No, I think ultimately, like, it is just going to be that much more.
Because you're still healing and all that in between all of this.
Yeah,
Right.
well, and there's a philosophy, coming from MOBAs where, hey, you've got a 2-minute cooldown in Ultimate. You didn't use it for 30 seconds. You don't use it for 30 seconds every time over the half-hour match. You could have ultimated 6 more times in the course of that match. What the hell are you doing with yourself? You leak by these stacks of cards when you're playing Astrologian, if you're not the best. And you're like, it's stacking. It's fine. I'll get to them when I get to them. Like, this really feels like if you don't hit this on a minute, you're going to miss so much.
Oh, that's how a lot
That's
of jobs
optimization too,
function.
but yeah.
But you have, to me, I see something like extremely unique decisions to make within that 1 minute window on top of a healer rotation, which isn't always a rotation you're making. Like everything's reactive in that sense when you're doing your standard healing and all of that. But it's cool that you then have this extra layer of you're not pulling one card at a time and hoping it's what you want and then possibly redrawing. You have to see what you have to work with, and you're making intelligent decisions along the way. And every minute, it's time to reset your brain and make those decisions again based on your hand. I think that's really cool.
I see the question about mana management. It was one of my primary concerns coming out of the live letter.
Okay.
There is mana tied to this, so you still get that mana feel. It's kind of like analyzing potencies in this build. I wouldn't go too deep and be like, oh my god, look at the potency on the black mage. Like, it's all made up right now. That could change in development.
Yeah.
Right. I felt okay, like I got enough mana. My gut though tells me that I think we'll be luciding like the other jobs now. And you can and you should, but like I didn't feel as mana rejuvenating in my playtime that we did 2 weeks ago.
I was thinking about that last night. I'm like, it's been a long time. In streamer brain world, it's been a long time since we did this.
Yeah, so you won't be out of mana. That's just not how the game's going to work you. But that was a very cool feature of the old build that I did enjoy, and I hope it's not lost when we get into these percents.
Coral, thanks for the super set. I love that there are both different cards, and I won't have to wipe the raid when I draw the not DPS card at the wrong time.
The not DP, yeah, sure.
Yeah. And then Luke E. supered, have you considered using macros for playing your cards at all?
I don't do any macros because it sends chat into a tizzy. So I know there are many out there, and many people find them useful. I simply do not wish to participate in that conversation. But there's no problem with this question. I think it's an excellent question. I think there's lots of options available to everyone.
I love when Kyle gets scared because I never understand. He doesn't get afraid of the same things as I do.
I'm not.
And then afterwards he explains it to me and I'm like, oh.
Oh, do you want me to explain the issue?
It's not Dawntrail related. We can pause on that one.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, it's a very simple, like, kind of server tick thing that the delay adds up. And the people who think that...
Oh, so if you're macroing more than one ability together?
If you macro things slowly, you can think of, like, lag starts building between your different abilities and mistakes can start happening along that line.
Oh,
so
I
it
don't
can
like
cause
that.
misplays to happen inside. But the people who use macros often find themselves...
I'm listening. Now I just want to watch chat explode.
Yeah, look at it go.
Hold on.
The people who use macros probably wouldn't be playing on that level anyway, and that's not an insult. Absolutely. I used to do coaching for video games, and here's the story.
Oh, you're not kidding, man. No one agrees.
I've got no problem with anybody who wants to make their game easier and finds a way to play to their play style. And if they feel like if they're losing a 0.5%, they're okay with that. And I think that works for them.
I am seeing some that I like the sound of, where some people are saying there's certain macros that are good and there's other macros that are bad.
Exactly.
But there's also plenty of people in here who say, I hate macros. And then we have one Marco Meatball fan.
Oh, well, that's good.
We love Marco.
That's good.
Marco's
Yeah.
the best. Marco's the best. I can't wait to meet his brother Macro Meatball. Vivian Supert, I miss my Astro friends bullying me by giving me an enhanced arrow and running out of TP in less than 2 minutes as Paladin.
Yes, I've heard this story. Oh, it's Paladin. Oh, that's interesting. It's usually the monks I heard they were destroying.
Okay. Marco's Pizza is the best national. I don't know about that one, Jeffrey. I don't know about that one. But hey, more for you. More for you if you enjoy it. More for you. Konagami, thanks for the super. The problem with the new mitigation and curative cards is they're redundant with Astrologian's other current off-global cooldown or OGCD cooldowns. And with current fight design, you barely use them as is at high-end play.
What was the first part of that?
The problem with the new mitigation and curative cards is that they're redundant.
I was a little shocked to see that we're getting 3 casts of our instant heal, because that's a nice upgrade, because that does stop you from ever having to use on cooldown.
There's a
heal.
lot of stuff getting better, but it just makes me think that fight design is going to change with it.
That's the vibe, right? The whole Yoshi P's trying to kill us.
Yeah, and we didn't get to see anything high end.
No.
We got a dungeon. You could run it with other people. It was difficult because you needed to then go bother other people that were there and hope that you weren't interrupting their day. So we didn't end up doing that. We were like, oh, let's go run it with the 2 of us, and the game just wouldn't let us.
Yeah.
But I think that's a wait and see. But that's kind of where my head has settled on that. Because like my 30% mitigation is becoming 40 now. All the tank 30% mitigation's going up to 40. Like, we're getting a lot more tools, which your gut reaction probably is, I'm a god. And then you're gonna get to your first like real hard boss, and it's gonna be, oh no. I feel that's where I think it's heading. But we're gonna see. We're gonna have to see. Yeah. Thank you for being respectful. Everyone who has a different opinion about macros. Let's keep it that way.
That was excellent. Everyone.
Let's keep it that way. More mitigation, be afraid. That's how my brain works. That's yes, I'm a genius. Oh no, exactly. Thank you for picking up on that, Rakusu. Yeah, you'll be an actual wall. Yeah, but you might crumble like an actual wall too. We don't know what they have to throw at us yet.
Which means you enter a burst meta, which can be really unfun to play in, except if you have the game knowledge to play in, and then it's really fun because you block the right stuff, and it can be an expansion's worth of content. And with the 8.0, we're looking at class design as our primary objective. Who knows? And everyone has just made a huge assumption that we're going to break the 2-minute window.
That's what's so awesome about this, about balanced design in video games.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. Again, like, would you like to hear a car analogy?
Okay.
Hi everybody, I'm a car fan. The cars are too fast now. We've done it. They're too fast. You go buy an EV, they're every single one of them. Fastest car you'll ever own. instant electric torque. They're too fast. Where are you going to use it? We've actually hit a point where we're just like, this is pointless. What are you going to do? Do you own an airstrip? That's the only place you can use all that power. But in a game, they're just like, well, we're going to give you this extra power, and we're going to make the roads wider, longer, and try to kill you even more so that you can use all this power that we gave you. And that's I always find that interesting because it's the two things I follow the closest: video game design and cars. That's what I watch when I'm not making video game content. So yeah, it's usually never just to make you more broken. It's very rarely just to make you more broken when you get more powerful in a game like this.
Sensationalist take is I love that. Like this is exactly this looks like what I wanted when someone was like, "Hey, did you know the cards used to do different things?" This is it. I love this.
Yeah,
I'm very happy with it.
yeah. I-15 in Central Utah. That's where. Okay, Vivian. I mean, we have Interstate 75 through the Everglades. But you know, I would never say you should do that. Always obey the speed limit. Always. We listen to the rules here at Grinding Gear in all aspects. Even when driving. This is the third time I have to relearn Astro. I'm so sorry, Boopy. I'm really happy to see that Dark Knight isn't changing too much. And if anything, I'm just now starting to learn my opener. It looks like my opener is going to be not easy, but more surmountable to learn after the changes.
You also end up in a weird scenario where I think a lot of people imagine Astrologian as something else. There are those who want it to be more of a time wizard. There are those who want it to be the Yu-Gi-Oh job, which is almost like a summoner, but that's not what they're getting at all. It's an odd fantasy that divides the player base too. So I think they've done a good job recapturing perhaps what people loved from those OP days.
Well, we start to get into you can't please everybody, which is just always true. Like with jobs, I think it's a little easier to have the conversation in Final Fantasy 14 because everyone is playing the same job. It's not like a game with
you're doing
talents.
your build is different than mine, therefore it doesn't
specs
exist.
Even. So I do think it's a easier and more inclusive conversation to have with Final Fantasy 14 compared to some of the competition. But still, folks are going to have different opinions. Das Supered, I'm so happy Dragoon isn't changing too much as well. I was scared for my baby. Yeah.
There was a lot of fear there. I thought y'all were getting a massive rework. I think we all collectively kind of...
Yeah, I heard some folks being like, doesn't really feel all that different.
No, and even, from what I gathered around, and to kind of get into that, like, when we played other things, it was pretty limited, what we got up to at the event.
Oh, don't show them this. I didn't know what I was doing.
No,
I just wanted to see the spells.
People had to see my Pictomancer play. That's on the internet now. People can go watch that in a month's time and be like, holy shit.
Okay, machinists, do not judge me. All I was trying to do was figure out how to use the new ability.
You were just flashing the buttons long enough to kill God.
Where is it? It's coming up.
Oh, yeah. No, eventually you figured out what button it was.
It's coming up at some point.
But it did, it did seduce you a little bit. It's a...
My main goal for the day was not being completely awful with Viper, and I feel I accomplished that. And it did take a good chunk of my day.
Putting out that cerebral bore there, furiously pressing the buttons, trying to find out which one does the thing you want it to do.
Yeah, just being like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Because I was trying to find it, and then I didn't know what started it, but I forgot to hide UI, which I wanted to do.
Well, how are you going to do so when you don't know what button you're trying to press?
Exactly. So when I was trying to have it happen a second time so I could hide UI real fast.
I mean, I saw the Panic Cast Peloton there. That was great.
Listen, man. Sometimes
that saw blade is great though. There's some super cool stuff in here. All right, here you go. You got it.
There it is. There it is.
Found the button.
Oh, what's that quick
That's
cut?
where you cut it out. Yeah,
I cut that out?
Yeah, you cut that out.
I didn't make this one.
You tabbed it out too quickly.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, I screwed up my own footage. Oh.
I mean, I got into Samurai here and found very, very little different. There are some cool buttons. I know there's quite a few fears about things automatically activating. Ultimately, like, Samurai is so unapproachable in terms of just deciphering names and finding out what I should be doing next when you're given a completely new bar to work with. So I have no Samurai opinions outside of it looks real cool. The thing that puts the swords on around you is awesome. And the outfit that you wear is incredible.
I mean this with love.
Yeah.
But did you notice I didn't really use a lot of your footage in the intro cut?
That's okay.
Because your UI looks like a cell phone for the elderly.
Well, that's because I'm trying to replicate the grenade here while also attempting to decipher these many buttons.
Every time I tried including more of your action footage in the intro, it was just like, UI,
yeah.
just bam. It was really noticeable because I had a lot of UI lists stuff, and then yeah, it was hard to include action footage because it was just jarring to have the UI pop up suddenly. But you were making me laugh because yeah, that's listen, you know, we're as privileged can be. This is exactly as fun as it looks. But damn, it's hard to do stuff like this without your home setup.
Yeah.
Like it really is difficult. I was so flummoxed for probably the first 2 hours of just like one bind is off and it just grenades your brain.
What is this muscle memory going on here?
Yeah. So, but yeah, I look forward to being sponsored by Life Alert. It's gonna be a good time.
We did get up to some fates as well, though.
Yeah, we did. That's what at the end of the day we wanted to just kind of relax but still play. And since we had access to 2 stations, I was like, dude, let's just go. I'll Viper, you Pictomancer. Let's just go marauding around the countryside and do some fates, and just kind of feel what it's like to play these 2 new jobs. And I really like Viper. I think it's hurting my Reaper chances, but I'm gonna try. I think my personal goal is obviously my Dancer's gonna make it. I'd like to get my Scholar / Summoner. I'm more interested in Scholar than I am Summoner to 90, and then I want to get my Reaper to 90 before Dawntrail hits, and then make an educated decision on Reaper or Viper for taking that to 100 first. So we'll have to see. But I'm really into Viper. It is aesthetically very much my jam. Very, very much my jam. And we finally get like a hood that I think is like a real hood. It looks awesome.
It is a nice hood. That is true.
That armor set looks fantastic. Now, I didn't spend as much time scrutinizing it because we've already seen it in the benchmark. The Viper armor. But still looks good, y'all. Let me tell you. When you actually get to control the character and go do fights, it's a good looking set. The bar weapon looks awesome, but I suck at barge in this one. Hey, that's me and insert a lot of the jobs.
It is an insane weapon. Just a pile of instruments all strapped to a guitar. It's horrifying.
You're the
to
one-man
behold.
band.
Yeah.
But you're also doing combat. I'm waiting for cymbals between the knees. That will get me to play bard.
That'll be the one-man band for you.
That'll be when I do it. I did not get on Scholar. I was going to, and then I had a chance to maraud the countryside with Kyle because we got access to a second station, and I decided to sack my plinking away at Scholar to do this. I didn't even think about it too either. When you were being Wes Galber's healing dummy, I could have also come and healed on you. I should have done that. It didn't cross my mind in the moment. I wanted to let you have your fanboy moment with hanging out with Wes Galber.
This time went by extremely fast, to be fair.
Yeah, we went and they were like, and lunch is served. We're like, wait, what? I just got my butt.
Yeah.
I just got my butt
Just
set up.
figured it out.
It had been hours. They gave us plenty of. I've never gotten this much time with a demo in the 12 years that I've been doing this type of stuff. I've played a lot of demo builds. This is the most time any developer's ever given me with their build. But there is so much you can do, and that's why you're seeing someone like Mr. Happy who makes guide content drop 20 plus videos today, because that you had access to that much stuff.
Oh, Smudge is fun, by the way. Smudge is a cool little dash. Feels about the range of
super thematic.
Yeah, it's about the range of like a Sage jump, but oh man, that cooldown. That's where he's like kind of, you're like, oh, I know you could do hypermobility in this game. Every character, they don't want to design for it because it'd be an absolute hellscape. Yeah, all the raids, but oh my goodness, it's fun.
Yeah. Should we take a few more supers? What do you want?
Sure,
How
sure.
are you feeling?
No, and then we'll get into the final
Unfurling.
the Q&A and the unboxing stuff.
Yeah. Dark Knight, much earlier supered. The basic graphical update is what sticks out to me. Every time I go back to the base game after benchmark, there's an inherent character model blur. It's a really impressive upgrade.
Yeah.
Like really, really impressive. I remember being mind blown when WoW did theirs. This is more impressive to me. It's very good. Again, I stand by. I made my declaration at the top of the stream, and I will say it again. I think this is the best looking MMO in existence after this update hits. It is gorgeous. I Drink Windex supered. Load walls are the currency that pays for materials looking different from each other. Maybe. I don't know. Is that confirmed somewhere? Send me a link. Send me a link. I think you're being cute. Don't let me ruin your fun. Look at that. Oh, look at it. Look at it. You can't put that up and then expect me to read things, Kyle.
No, it's just background footage, man. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Sage, thanks for the super earlier. How does it feel to have the tables turned in terms of having more information than your audience?
I mean,
Hard, honestly. It's probably the least fun part of all of this is not being able to talk about it for a certain amount of time. This doesn't feel like a job very often. That's when it feels like, listen, I don't necessarily have a boss, but I do have someone that will be disappointed and or mad at me if I don't do what I'm told.
well, I'll say it like this. I didn't have time to watch 3 different videos today, so you guys probably have more knowledge than us. But what we can say is how it feeled. And it felt good.
Hear, field, thunk,
Yeah.
heard, field,
So
thunk.
there will always be some, like, again, it was like the craziest thing meeting all these content creators and being like, hello, person I'm aware of but don't have time to watch. How are you?
How are you doing? Hello, person I respect.
Hello, 20-hour content creator a week. Hello, 20-hour content creator a week. We are all aware of you.
Woody Pinches, thank you for the super. You guys were on the media tour? I'm shocked. Shocked. Gabriel Ravi, thanks for the super. Now that we know where y'all were, I need the full trip story because it left me with questions.
We may have answered that.
We
Yeah,
may have answered.
hopefully we gave you
we'll
the
give you a
goods.
chance to ask some questions later or drop it in the ask the hostess question or channel in the Discord. Amaran said, I won't lie, that scene reminds me of Dazaralor when you stand at the top of the pyramid, and I mean that as a compliment. I loved the vistas that Dazaralor gave us. I agree, Amaran. I was really a big fan of that city. I thought it looked quite nice. That this one it's more, to me, more hyper detailed in a way that I really, really appreciate.
Books.
It feels cozy to me. Kevin O'Brien simply congratulated us with their first super chat ever. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
That's super kind. Kit London super. Did you get to say hi to OK Mage? No, because there was a Europe specific.
Yes.
Not fan.
Like there
media
were
tour.
three different media tours.
I'm only aware of 2 weeks
That
of media
took place.
tours. I have to imagine that there was a Japanese
Yeah, there was likely one.
media tour, but because of the folks that we talked to, well, not even. No, because no one would talk about it because we would all sign NDAs.
And then we got
Based on Preach disappearing on Twitter, I assumed they were the week after us.
be a good time to talk to say our date for the roundtable again too.
When is it, by the way?
What, the roundtable?
Yes.
Oh, do you not know off the top of your head? I was hoping you would.
Do you know how many things are rattling around up in here?
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
I made that. I wrote it down.
You know, we posted on, so I wouldn't have to write.
Yes, I wrote it down, so I didn't. I think it's June 17th. I think it's June 17th.
You know, to check the Discord, check the YouTube posting. You know, we've got
It's
a
June
we've got a
17th.
roundtable.
So Monday,
coming up.
June 17th, we'll be having a live Monday live stream. Our second ever podcast roundtable. We did one after the last BlizzCon. This will be a Final Fantasy XIV retrospective and Dawntrail preview roundtable with Kyle and myself. And returning from our last roundtable will be Jesse Cox, Preach, and OK Mage. So please join us for that. And then the plan is to do a full edit of it, MSQ&A style, like what we did with Jesse and what we did with Amanda Aiken. So Monday live stream, you get to see it when it happens, then we'll make it unlisted, and then should see a fully edited version at the end of the week.
Hell
So
yeah.
that's how that's going to go.
Hell yeah.
that's how that is going to go. And then we got Christian Chow. Thanks for becoming a member. Janissa loves the outfits, the picture of or the setup, the picture of a Florida summer.
It is nice.
No, that's a picture of Emmett Selk.
Yeah, that's just
Yeah, and that's Indiana Jones.
You want to grab Indiana Jones there?
No, I want to grab
Oh,
Emmett.
you want to grab it? Okay, I'll take.
Hi. How are you doing, friend?
It's autographed.
Yeah. Oh, it's not. Oh.
Yeah, yours can't be autographed.
It's not because
he's not real.
He doesn't exist.
No, he's not real. Sadly.
Sadly.
Yeah, sadly.
Sadly, yeah. It's nice to see you. I hope you come back, just not this expansion.
Yeah, no. Okay, come back.
You know, like in like 4 to 6 years.
Yeah, when you're ready.
Yeah.
When you're feeling good.
Yeah.
Ready.
When I really miss you.
When you just come on back there.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he's just traveling on his own.
Dun, dun, dun,
He's got places to be.
Dun, 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 demonetized. Amps. Super, you both are such a gift to the 14 community. No, you're a gift.
I hope so.
I hope I'm not like a drag
detriment, yeah.
on the 14 community. That's very kind, Amps. Thank you. That's super, super kind. Leonard, thanks for becoming a member. Pixie Hawk, thanks for re-upping. Mel the Red Cap, super, you had me completely bamboozled.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Mesa Base Super. They tried a lot of new things in Endwalker, and not all of them hit right with parts of the player base. I appreciate that they took risks personally. Same. Like, I get way less mad if I don't like something and it's something new, or I see it as taking a risk. If it's something you've done multiple times and it's also bad, that's when I get angry. That's when something really rubs me the wrong way in a game.
And while we praised it earlier, it is weird to have your new onboarding story be experimental and still with the content that they're kind of planning be like, yeah, we're willing to be experimental about it. Like you gotta respect the gumption that they're going for to just keep trying to push things and not settle into a rut.
Yeah. Right now, Pearl Lessons super, thank you. Updated tune and Valak great. Hell yeah, they do. They look so freaking good. I'm so impressed with them. Look at this shot. Look at me learning how to turn down the sensitivity on a mouse I don't own. I tried so hard, y'all.
You did great.
I tried to keep it nice and
you were
steady.
an excellent photographer / cameraman.
RP walking.
Yep.
Trying to make sure anytime I pan that it's nice and smooth. I try to find an object to track so it's not jarring. I did a bad job right here. I'm critiquing myself.
Fine. Don't worry about it. People don't know.
Look at that. Look at that freaking city.
See, you're giving power. You're giving words to the feeling where they're like, nah, I'm not sure I like that, but now they know what to say.
I love it. I absolutely.
You're informing them. This is educational content right here.
Yeah. Jesse interview says it's not the new onboarding style. There's no plans to skip new players up yet. Oh damn! I need to watch that. I just want to, because he told us about the question he asked at the dinner, and I want to see Yoshi P's reaction to that question in real time.
No, I mean, we know that's not true, but it is what we're going to say. There's no better time, after all, to join Final Fantasy XIV.
I'm sorry, are you employed by Blizzard?
No, I'm just saying that's what the websites are going to say, and it's going to be the message, whether Yoshi P wants it to be or not. A lot of people and a lot of websites are going to say that kind of thing about Dawntrail. And there's going to be a lot of people buying skips, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with watching your friend watch Season 5 first. It's okay. Sometimes people have to do that sort of weird crap.
I really appreciate not being on screen while Kyle delivered the message he just delivered. The views of one Kyle Ferguson do not represent the views of Grinding Gear as a whole.
Some strange people need to know that the final season didn't suck before they invest in 4 seasons before that.
No, they don't.
Their payment of the boost is supporting the game you love.
I can agree with that.
I agree with what I said too.
No further comment. Huh, I feel like I just
That was weird. Yeah. That was weird. I'm glad we're okay.
Just came out of the nether zone.
Good.
Rogue Maid said the claw marks are clearly where Deathwing passed through. How dare you? How dare you? I'm not gonna lie, I had a similar thought.
I'm so excited for. I want to ride its back. I want to fight its face. Whatever. Like let's fight.
A similar thought, but I'm only gonna pull that out as ammo. Like the next time someone gets really aggro at me for like complimenting WoW, and they're gonna be like, and they're like, there's that the one guy. We did the wall of one guys earlier this week, and the other one guy I forgot is the WoW. Anything WoW does is a ripoff of 14. That's a one guy.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
So next time someone gets aggressive with me, I'm going to be like, Deathwing clawed him out in first.
What was I doing yesterday? I saw someone being like, do we really have to bring up Fate's Day Night or whatever? I'm like, what? Listen, there's some animes that have gone so long that they've done everything. And if just so happens that a boss mechanic looks like something from an anime, there's a chance it just happened.
Exactly.
Sometimes it just happens.
Kiyoshi supered and exactly what I've been thinking about. Said, every time I think about the new crystal tech, it makes me curious how the updated Exarch model will look. I'm so hyped. I can't wait. Yeah, we've talked about this. I think we were in Shadowbringers when they gave us the first graphical update preview, and I think that's what we were. I think we talked about that because I can't wait. I have to imagine they're gonna spruce that model up a bit when they get to the Shadowbringers content. It's glaring. It really is. Yeah, the translucency would be beautiful. Yeah. No, you didn't miss explanation of the background pothy, but it is essentially a wallpaper.
Oh yeah, I'll give you guys a full tour. I'll be posting a tour probably tomorrow afternoon for y'all of some of the goodies.
Cool. Teramu, thanks for the super. Oh, just said our boys hit big. Let's go. Thank you. That's very kind. Mel supered. I think 14 is really well placed to make adjustments to the upcoming things based on feedback because they don't tell all their plans in advance. I think so too. And I wouldn't be mad if they did. I would assume that they would kind of ebb and flow between telling what's coming and keeping it hidden based on what kind of feels right in the moment. But you're absolutely right. That's a very good point. They haven't road mapped. And that is now once again a very big difference between this and the other, big competitor in the room, WoW, where they're just like, here's our next 3 expansions.
I would never want to be that. And then have people saying that you lied to them on top of it. Like, I mean, we've done Endwalker, unless we haven't done 6.4 and we haven't done 6.5, but unless Bun Boy here is like, well, hello everyone, I'm a main character. Like, what's he doing here? Like, that is 100% player feedback that he's even in Dawntrail in any sort of caliber. Yeah, and that's great. Yeah. Like, that's exactly what you want. And the freedom to drop a thread and be like, ooh, that was kind of weird. Let's not do that again.
Or is the just for Aaronville? Is that it? Is that what the is for, Kai? That's it? Yeah, that's how it feels to me. And also, I just think it's so cool that, like, I played this and Aaronville's there, and I'm still just like, I don't know why he's here.
Yeah.
Like, I still have mystery about the game, and that's, I quite enjoy it. Licrio said, Garrett now knows the pain losing. Oh, I remember reading that. Okay, hey, I caught up to some of
Okay, nice.
Pothy supered Garrett's. I do not like the look of this MMO. What? Oh.
Visual language is important.
That quote doesn't come up as often as another quote from the same video. Yeah, listen. Like, I'm going to do a car analogy. I always hate the new version of a car I love. Until
you don't?
Until I don't.
Yeah.
Except for the new Mustang. I don't think I'll ever love the new Mustang. I don't like it. It looks like an EV. Not the EV Mustang. I know there's an EV Mustang. I'm talking about. Anyway, I digress.
I mean, I bet there's people who hate the look of Pictomancer, but those classy individuals didn't play Cell Damage on Xbox.
That's what you go with? Cell Damage?
Cell Damage was an awesome game.
Not any other cell-shaded game that people...
You could talk about, like... well, I mean, there's not... But Cell Damage was freaking awesome.
Sly Cooper?
Sly Cooper wasn't as cool as Cell Damage.
A lot more people are aware of it, and it's a famously cell-shaded game.
Yeah, but it was Tonight at 8, Cell Damage, it's the whole thing. I mean, yeah, you got Jet Set Radio, and that's good too.
Yes, that also would have been a much better example in my opinion.
I wanted to pick out something obscure so people felt like they could relate to me.
Yeah,
that's how you make best friends.
Show of hands.
Show of hands.
Post a Kyle emote if you know what Kyle's talking about.
I mean, that's a fraction of a fraction. You're getting rid of everyone who might agree with me who's not a member. That's not fair to me.
That's a Garrett emote.
That's not fair to me.
Metallic is in your corner. Lukey is in your corner.
Yeah, some people played Cell Damage.
3 people.
When I go off on how much Mischief Maker sucks, like there's some people who get really upset about that. You know,
5 people and one of them was a Zoomy. Okay.
See, there we go.
All right. Okay, some people. You just made some really close friends.
Good.
That's what just happened.
See, there we go.
That's why. That's when I make like obscure pop punk references. That's what I'm doing. The same thing. I'm fishing. I'm like,
or that card guy who's like, "Woo,
who's here?" I love the Discord. The card channel.
Guy,
the card channel in our Discord is one of my favorite channels in our Discord. I love it. There's maybe a dozen of us, but it is one of my favorite channels in the Discord. I absolutely love it. Let's see. Darkman, enjoy it when you get there. Mel, super. Oh man, a tree! Can you guess when this came in, Kyle?
The manatee? Oh, my tree. When I was under attack by the tree.
Also, manatee was on
manatee. Yeah.
Daniel said someone needs to edit this video to add an AoE marker before the tree falls. That's genius.
Wow. Yes, I would like to see that.
God, Noel, is that even possible? Can you do that? I don't know if that's a thing you can do. Because I don't know how to do that.
It's gotta be a PNG.
Yeah, Marley Supered. I hear you don't get out of Yoshi P jail until you sell 3 fish. Glad you both got it to go this year. Yeah, it was fun. I really hope we get invited back. Like I hope this is doing justice. I hope if this does end up in front of anyone at Square that they're like, I like the cut of these guys' jibs.
I mean, let's be honest. It's so many amazing videos up today. Like seriously, there is an absolute wealth of things you could be watching. So thank you for being here. That's so awesome. I appreciate you. You're amazing.
We're being directed to the art channel.
Art channel? Okay, I'm on it. Oh, you're already there, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm faster. I'm faster than you.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is amazing. You gotta show.
Okay, there it is.
Look at it.
Yeah.
Oh, my freaking gourd.
Dawntrail.
Thank you, Zaku. Absolutely amazing work. Incredible. The likeness is uncanny. How do you all do this? You get this stuff done so quick. So freaking quick. Artemis Wolf sent in a really nice superset. I have to VOD because I can't be there right now, but I'm so happy for you both. You've been keeping me going through a rough time lately, and I'm just so glad you're so excited about this. Also excited for Picto here.
I'm glad we can be that spot for you.
Yeah, heck yeah, Artemis. Be well. Sounds like you're pushing through. Stay strong, and hopefully help you get a couple extra laughs in. Or at least, give you the entertainment of Kyle being strucken by a...
Tree struck.
Tree struck, yeah. You've been palm tree struck.
Wow.
You happy about that?
No, that was great. I really enjoed that.
Oh, I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad. You're not getting any more. I don't know why you're still looking at me.
No.
He thinks he thinks he has power over
I think this
me.
is how...
He thinks that button is...
Can I make it? Okay.
Magical.
Okay. Doesn't make you do things I want you to do. I have to super for that.
Linko has caught up and just wants to congrat us with all of the confetti emojis.
The party.
So many confetti emojis. It did the jumpy thing. It's better with the touchpad than the mouse at home. It jumps less. I don't know what it is about YouTube that does that. Yeah. So it's good stuff. Vicky, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships earlier. Much appreciated it. Kathy, thanks for re-upping. I'm just doing some catching up here, Kyle, so cover for me.
Okay.
Oh, R. Wojo said, who else is excited for the chat bubbles confirmed? And I remember chat very, very quickly agreeing.
Yeah, I'm going to massively assume that it's opt-in. They're very...
I can tell I have a max level character now.
Why?
Because I have a strong interface opinion.
Oh, really?
I really want my buffs and my debuffs that I want to be tracking to be able to be displayed as bars that visually reduce in size. Because I don't play that much WoW anymore. But I go back every once in a while, and over the years, they like most MMOs that listen to their player base at all, they take what people have made as add-ons and as mods, and they incorporate it into the base game. And World of Warcraft's base UI is so much better than it's ever been. And I was always in the camp, probably too much information, whatever. I was always in the camp of I didn't think DBM was that big of a deal. But now that I've played enough Final Fantasy XIV, and in conjunction with the fact that WoW's UI has gotten so much damn better, I do think it's a bit of a crime that DBM is still as much of a prominent crutch as I see it to be for fights over in WoW. All this is to say that when I do return to World of Warcraft, every time I go back, there's new UI improvements, and I find myself less and less and less and less and less. Every time I go back, I install even less add-ons. I am down to like almost none at this point. But the one add-on I always put back on is a now horribly out-of-date add-on called Need to Know that does exactly that. It shows me my buffs, debuffs, anything I want to track as modular timer bars that I can size and color to my heart's content and put wherever I want it. And this is a very personal thing, but I want it really bad.
That's fair. I mean, I think there's simpler things to do, like the debuffs. You make fun of my button size, but also like the debuffs cannot go that large. You can only make things so big when it comes to buffs and debuffs. They stay relatively small no matter what you do. Yeah. And certainly helping the visualness of that one blue line that tells you can dispel something would be nice too. So hopefully there's options like that in the future.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the one thing. I'm like, oh, I must be getting into endgame because I'm starting to think of optimization. I have optimization requests.
Well, sure. I mean, that just gets into, like, for me, say, hey, when are you going to learn your job? It's like, well, when a button's not going to come in and ruin the whole thing. You know, so now that we're starting to cement ourselves, and now, of course, we've had the Dawntrail itch of like, well, maybe I won't learn to play right now because it's all going to change in a month. So
that I'm that way with a lot of. Well, a lot of the jobs aren't changing that much though.
No, they're not.
So it's not a terrible time.
And that's what I think is great about something like the buff button that turns into your damage button, because that's such an eloquent way to say, hey, we've got a new button for you. It's an expansion. You like that kind of thing, but we are fully aware that button bloat is an issue, and we're not going to do that to your bars.
And there's and as they said in the live letter when they talked about that, they're implementing it intelligently, and they're implementing it in a case-by-case basis. Not everything that combos is now becoming a single button. And even on the ones that they're giving it this transmorphing thing, they've added that toggle where, no, I don't want it. Please give me separate buttons. You now have control.
And that's why I'm fascinated. Like Picto, while it's so out there, it's a known quantity in a sense.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, we've made caster. Casters will like casting. But I bet you there's going to be a ton of Reddits that are like, Viper's brain dead. Is it? I don't know. Like, does it play itself? Not really. I think there's some interesting choices in there.
Vibe at
no,
all.
And I think it makes excellent use of the new tech they've made.
I think it's a slightly more complex Dancer is kind of how I would describe it. And I don't think Dancer is a horribly boring job to play either. So I don't know. To each their own. People are always going to have their opinions, and some of them might be kind of strong. Triple Sin, thanks for the super. Said, when I told my girlfriend I think the GG Boys got invited to the media tour, she said, I sure hope so. They're pretty nice and bright light in the fandom right now, aren't they?
Oh, thank you.
More. Damn, that is really, really nice, Sin. Thank you. Etherwind supered. In one of Quasi's videos, he mentioned briefly about there being themed drinks. Did you review these drinks, Garrett? I did try them, yes.
Oh, do you want to review them right now?
You know, what better time than now, Kyle?
What better
Do you
time
have the
than
menu?
now? Yeah, let's see.
Do you have the menu?
It's huge.
Oh, wow, that is a...
Well, you know, it's...
Whose photo is this? Is yours?
It's my photo.
Oh, I didn't know you took a photo of this.
Yeah, no, I got this.
I'm so glad you were there.
You know, it was in the canned photograph cafeteria area.
Oh, my goodness.
And so I snagged a photo.
Snagged a photo. They wouldn't let us take this home, sadly. Now you're going to tell me Preach got to keep a menu.
Well, I mean, if it was the final day, right? Maybe he did get to keep
Problem
a menu.
is I can't read the ingredients.
I know. Well, how am I going to... I'll open it for you locally.
Oh, over on the middle screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, it's opening Photoshop. Hang on, the computer's going...
We're taking off.
We've got spare power. Thank you, Doghouse.
We're taking off. Bigger. Enhance. Control plus.
My what controls all the way over there? I got it.
All right. So we got the Pictomancer up first, which was butterfly pea flowers, fresh strawberry, Meyer lemon, simple syrup. Then we got the Viper, which is cucumber, basil, pineapple, lime, and soda. And then we have Dawntrail, which is mango, lime, grenadine, and agave. I will say, you'll probably quick to notice they are all mocktails. There was no alcohol at the media tour.
Unless we get rowdy.
Yes. Which meant I had to go get drunk afterwards, like some kind of heathen.
Some sort of...
Yeah. They were all very well balanced, in my opinion, which impressed me because they were clearly batched ahead of time. They weren't taking a bunch of time to like hand squeeze citrus and juices.
There was shaking. There was a shaking involving.
Oh, was I missed it?
Yeah. There was a dude behind there doing some shaking. So
Cool.
something was.
Yeah. No, they were legit. These were all quite tasty. My review is deeply personal. My favorite, the winner by a landslide victory, is the Pictomancer. For me, it was easily the best of the three. But I also don't like cucumber and I don't like mango. So there's a key ingredient in the other two drinks that I just personally don't enjoy all that much.
So here we are enjoying some of those with
The-
Oriange.
That photo is huge.
Well, I can't help that. But I can say that this is the decoration for the Viper. And I love the look of it. But it was freaking vile.
Lime twist. Oh, you didn't like it?
A cucumber? Oh my god, cucumber juice is nasty.
I thought it was pretty balanced, but that is kind of my issue with cucumber. It is so aromatic that it completely dominates.
It dominated
most drinks you put it in,
Absolutely.
and without some sort of really boozy spirit to kind of fight it, it was the predominant flavor of the Viper. So, but this is not a bad place to start. You could do worse than this. Could not get the specs, the measurements from anyone.
Oh, hey, pull this car over.
What?
Who said I didn't like mango?
I said I don't like mango.
Oh, that was attributed to me. People are saying I don't like. I love mangoes. Don't you? You get your quotes right.
No. Mangoes are a trash fruit. That
What?
there's a reason it's so hard to cut into their leathery dead skin. They're not meant to be eaten. They're the honeydew of tree fruit. They're just garbage, and their flavor is mid. So, yeah, like, why would you eat mango when strawberry exists?
Damn.
I just don't understand it.
Damn.
I just don't understand it. It's like eating a frickin' like a normal Hershey's bar when there's a Snickers right there. It's like, yeah, okay, there's something sweet going on here, but there's just a clearly superior option.
What is it?
Strawberry.
You can't come.
We're asked to compare these drinks.
Oh, because there's strawberry and Pictomancer.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I thought you were saying like a mango. I'm gonna explain fruit to an alien, and I'm gonna be like, here's two very parallel fruits.
I just want you to know,
A mango and a strawberry.
before you move on, that's what it's like to be on the other side of your analogies.
Okay, but still, like I thought for a hot moment you were saying like mangoes and strawberries are extremely similar, but I prefer a strawberry, and
Yeah.
that was personally upsetting to me.
What alcohol would you add to unmock these cocktails? That is a fantastic question. My gut reaction, and you may see this if we end up doing a little behind the scenes video, because I know I talked about this on video with you in the venue. If any community managers are watching in an area we were allowed to record. My first thought with Pictomancer was gin. I love gin. And I also really like a strawberry Negroni, which is just a Negroni that you infuse with strawberry. And that is also a gin cocktail. So when I think of strawberry and cocktailage, my brain does go to gin. And you can get really creative because there's so many different gins with different types of infusions. A lot of people are not a fan of it because they don't like juniper. I do quite enjoy juniper, but there's a ton of gins that are not juniper forward. And we could even get more Final Fantasy with this. We could get more port of origin for where this game is made. And you could go with a Japanese gin because they are typically more citrus forward instead of being juniper forward. Go get yourself like a Roku gin. Put some of that in this. I think you would have a phenomenal cocktail. An absolutely phenomenal cocktail.
Y'all want to see a giant picture of my lunch? I got that too. Look at it. I had myself the Pictomancer there. And they had like little empanadas and like chicken.
Dude, the food was legit.
It was like...
It was good.
It was beautiful.
And I was ravenous
Yeah, no,
by
it was
the
good.
time we had lunch.
It was really good.
We had eaten a couple like snack bars on the bus on our way there. And they had some pastries when we got there, but I was just like, I have a snack bar, I'll be fine. Mistake. I should have had a pastry.
Picture? Yeah, here.
Oh my God.
There we go.
Make it smaller.
You look confused.
I don't want to see my face
Why
that
are you
close up.
confused?
I've already lost weight since the trip.
You're doing great, man.
Oh, I'm trying. I got my Key West trip coming up, and I basically live shirtless for like 2 weeks when I'm there.
Nice.
So I gotta work on this. But yeah, as for the Viper, just not a cucumber fan. What would I do with that? The easy thing is vodka. Like if you just want to add ABV to a drink, you go vodka because it doesn't bring anything to the party itself except the flavor of alcohol. I do tend to view vodka as a cop-out with cocktails. But it is usually what you would mix with cucumber. Would be a vodka. There's probably a gin you could pair with this. I would steer clear of something like bourbon, maybe rum, because rum and pineapple and lime, that's a party. You're having a good time. Basil struggles to hold up against rum though, and that's why again I look more towards a clear spirit for Viper because basil tends to lose the fight against rum. And then Dawntrail, 100% rum. I'd get a funky Jamaican rum, a pot still rum, something that says hello. You obviously could also go for a high proof rum, which maybe you float that. I wouldn't full mix. I wouldn't reach for like a 69% overproof rum as your main ingredient in here unless you're really looking to get turned up. But yeah, I would maybe do 2 ounces of a Jamaican rum and then do like an overproof rum floater on the top. And that would probably really set the Dawntrail off. That's where my brain goes. Yeah. Not tequila. No. I mean, yes, I know the agave, but grenadine punches forward. And whether you like mango or not, it is a strong flavor. And I feel like tequila would get kind of lost in here. And you want something with a little more funk. Maybe mezcal, but I feel like introducing smoke could make this a little muddy on the palate. So, yeah, I would go with a funky Jamaican rum because you've got some strong flavors going on in the Dawntrail. And agave, honestly, across the board, if you're making drinks, agave syrup is a fantastic alternative to any other sweetener. If any drink calls for a simple syrup, try it with agave syrup. It really works with any spirit. It doesn't have to be tequila. So, anyway, that's my thought. Oh, Smith and Cross. Yes, Smith and Cross. That'll punch through for sure.
That was classy. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, there you go.
That was a good breakdown.
There's my thought. If anyone knows Greg from How to Drink, we'd love to have him on the show. Omegon. We hear a lot about textures, but how were your impressions with the lighting on the test? Oh, we talked about that one. Sorry, I took that one. Yes. I apologize. Happy for you both. Super Chanietta, thank you so much. Lunar is catching up, but said, had a feeling you got invited. Glad you took the chance, even if some might cry spoiler. I mean, story-wise, I mean it when I say I don't think we learned anything new story-wise than we would have seen in a trailer.
Oh, I mean, there's also just always going to be a divide between, personal preference and professionalism. Like, I believe I skipped the dungeon footage when we initially viewed one of the live letters.
I think one of us was sick, and so we did those as 2 separate singles.
And then I
solo
skipped,
streams.
and you watched it, and I didn't in that case.
Yeah.
But naturally, if I'm invited and flown out to LA to view said footage, Say yes.
What are you gonna do?
What are you
You're
gonna
not gonna
do?
try.
What are you gonna do?
Really, here's the question.
Oh.
Here's my response. Here's not anyone. Honestly, everyone's been cool. I've gotten so many messages from people that I have not replied to that are just assumed I was there. But yeah, if you are legitimately concerned about getting spoiled in an event like this, I simply ask you this: do you not trust what Yoshi P plans to show you? I trust him. I trust that I'm in good hands.
Well said.
Yeah,
Well said.
that's all I got. I don't think I'm gonna get spoiled by Yoshi P. I don't think that's gonna happen. Any noteworthy smells during the media tour? Honestly, fresh citrus because they were making drinks all day.
Yeah, but there wasn't like a smell, a scope, a sense palette.
No, honestly, shout out to every content creator on day two. Y'all were smelled
Clean.
lovely. I did
Yeah.
not feel like I was at a local Comic-Con.
No, it was nice. I mean, to be fair, we are a aging audience, the MMO players, so there wasn't a lot of roughing it 20-year-olds rolling in last minute.
No, who's the seat sponsor? Who's putting out that new seat? Who's that? We didn't get sponsored by them. Who
That's
are
why
they?
you don't need to know the name.
Well, whoever they are, that's what it smelled like because all the chairs was that brand.
Yeah, that's true. And they weren't, they did have a fat cat
Secret
on
Lab.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah, they had a
Secret
fat cat on them. The fat cat was kind of cute.
Yes,
The fat cat was kind of cute.
the fat cat was quite adorable. So yeah, it smelled like new gaming chairs, PC exhaust fumes.
Yeah.
Because there was, I don't know, it was probably about 40 people. I think.
There was a lot of computers whirling all
It
day.
was the most beautiful PC setup I have ever seen. It was
the
gorgeous.
most plentiful one I've ever seen.
Really well organized. Huge shout out to the event organizers for this. Silver Nodes, thank you for the super. I would have told the staff Kyle and I are two shards of the same soul, so we should be considered as one. I think we
Didn't
were.
come up, but yeah, we were considered as one.
Oh yeah, I think so.
So much so at one point they tried to put us in a room with one bed, and we said, well, we'll take another room, please. Despite the fabulous footage that could have been shot, I knew if we touched that bed, they'd be like, did you touch the bed? And we'd be like, yeah, we were in the bed. And they'd be like, we now we have to change that bed. We're not very happy with you.
Yeah. Brosy supered and asked, did you see any older gear? How did it look? No, we did not. There was one set of gear per job.
Yes. No, so there wasn't like any unofficial gear to kind of go around.
New underwear looks great. Very high resolution. Your lack of booty has never looked better.
True.
Pearlescent. Getting ready to move this weekend. Updated tune novella looks great. Thanks, Pearlescent. Enjoy. Mir supered and agreed. There's nothing wrong with buying skips for your alts.
Sure. What? Why are you looking at me so strong? What did I do? What did I do? Oh, well, yeah. Do what you want.
Scott Lees, thanks for the super. I feel like the power creep of the new abilities is also there to make soloing old content trivial. I mean, a lot of old content is already trivial if you want it to be. Right? Like, it's pretty easy to solo old content already. I don't think making it easier is a bad thing.
No.
I mean, that is going to happen because if you run it on synced, you have access to all of your new
Yeah, you can
toys.
just destroy it.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good thing, especially because this game does such a good job of letting you see older content almost as hard as you want it to be, which I quite like. Gary's got his Darth Anakin face. Oh no, everyone's gonna call me Gary now. That is like legitimately weird because that's my dad's name. So yeah, it's gonna be.
Oh, that wasn't a joke, huh?
No, it was not.
No,
That's my dad's name. Yeah.
I didn't know.
I got his old dog tags from the Navy. This is Gary right on there. No, let's see. So we caught up. Scott Lee supered. Was there any discussion of new players in old content goals beyond 30 million players? No, I don't think they really got into that. They talked pretty high level. They were very focused on the build of Dawntrail that we were there to test. When we get into the Q&A, to their credit, they did get a little bit outside of it, but not too far outside of it. So no, we didn't really get into that. Geralt. Oh my God. Why are we gonna? Why?
Geralt.
Not Geralt. Geralt.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh God. Excuse me. I don't have a mute button with the setup. Colby, thanks for the super. Can't wait to see all of the old gear updated with the new graphics, especially old Ultimate weapons. Glad you boys got to experience the media tour. Oh, that's gonna be sweet. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. And then Scott Lees informed us that Sly, aka Gray Fox, has converted all the media mocktails into real drinks on his Twitter. I think someone linked me that on our Discord this morning.
Was that their 6 a.m. release?
I was running out a little bit. I don't know.
That's kind of cool.
That's very rad. I'm seeing if there's any fast replies come in. I quite like Sly. Okay. Give him a look. Qatar said most of the others dropped canned videos, but you're the main favorite who did a live chat, so that's why I'm. Oh well, thank you, Qatar.
Appreciate that.
I'm just gonna make one adjustment, Qatar. I'm gonna say the others dropped high effort edited videos, and we decided we just wanted to turn on the camera and say hi. I just want to adjust that. I know how much work goes in those videos.
In this part, in the building of the set that we will be able to reuse.
I've complimented you enough.
That's just me saying like this is ongoing. They made a video. They're done with that video. Like this is
here to
this
stay.
is ongoing. This is real. You can touch this. You can touch it.
You want to keep the ASMR going and rub a tree into the mic? Like
I could. I don't know. You were blowing a can into the mic yesterday. People are into that sort of thing. You got to be careful.
I need to order more. I ran out. I ran out at the end. I ran out. I also feel like it was an omen because I was grilling chicken last night and my propane tank ran out.
Oh.
Yeah. Everything's running out on me. Omelet O'Clock said when the cam cuts, meanwhile, in the PSA dimension.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Mel supered. I bought a pineapple-shaped mason jar with straw to use as my drink container when I fire up early access. I am totally going to drink a Viper.
Oh, do it.
I should have brought them.
Theme your
I
computer.
have pineapple glasses.
Celebrate.
I have pineapple glasses.
Theming is important.
I should have brought them. All I have is my lunch soda.
I mean, I'm still chugging out of the jug,
In case you're wondering how we were doing a lot of prep. We shoved lunch in our face seconds before going live today.
It is noon for us in the Eastern dimension.
Yeah.
Was.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Gary fighting the tree ASMR skit. Oh, I thought you called me an ASMR slut.
No.
I read it wrong.
You'd be in good company here since I do it so often, apparently.
Oh, yeah. What do we eat? I don't know. You had a sandwich.
I have a homemade sandwich.
Homemade sandwich,
Yeah.
and I grabbed Jersey Mike's on the way here.
Not sponsored.
So, yeah, not sponsored, but hey, Jersey Mike's, I would have loved to be sponsored. I'm in. Let's go. Sin wants to know who hurt you, Garrett. And then Witchy Bunny said, base take, Garrett. Me?
Hurt himself.
I hope the stream backdrop gets covered with travel stickers like an old suitcase by the end of Dawntrail.
Oh, that's a cool idea.
That is a cute idea.
Yeah.
Oh, but then we're going to have to put it on a different substrate so we can keep it if you ever move.
Oh, that's the thing, right? Because I could do that with the fan.
It's developing.
I've got all the FanFest stickers right in that in my bag there, but
Same.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to abuse them.
I don't know where to put them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're precious to me.
Yeah. Same. Like I love pins because they're not as committal.
Yeah.
But
Get to keep moving.
yeah. Congrats on making the media tour. You both deserve it. For all the hard work you've done, aloha. Thanks, Jensen.
Thank you.
That's very kind. Yeah. Thank you very much. Boopy wants to know, is not Lucky Mango against the TOS? Yeah, I think it is. I think it is against the TOS.
Who knows what is anymore, Get so confused sometimes.
If you're wondering the background on that would be yesterday's stream. Dot said, as you know, I don't drink, so my go-to for these three would be the Pictomancer. Mocktails for the win!
Pictomancer was really good.
It was really good.
Yeah, that's the one I went for multiple times.
Look. The mango versus strawberry hater agrees with me.
I like the Dawntrail. I think it was more that you were comparing the two. I was confused at the time.
Luke E, thank you for the super, which reads, edited streams or edited videos? Pa, a stream gets super chats. You can super
We're edit now. Now we can be edited.
You could be edited afterwards. Yeah.
Like what is this? But
We are actually
possibility.
we are actually running a local record off the camera in case we do want to do an edited version of this.
Yeah.
We have additional. We could make it even prettier than it currently looks. So, yeah, Kyle. I really can't compliment this man enough. This was all him, all his idea, and all his effort. And I deeply mean it when I can't believe what he pulled off. Not that I didn't think he could do it.
No.
It's just
I appreciate that.
I expected it to be good. It has exceeded how good I thought it could be.
Thank you.
Yeah, you really covered, you thought of everything.
I appreciate that.
Except how far away the keyboard is. But to be honest,
we
both talked about it and we're like, it's good.
It's gonna be fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And the tree, but
That'll develop.
those are honestly those
Act of God.
baby steps, man. I'm very pleased.
Yeah, I already have ideas. I'm like, we could bind. We get some bungees or even zip ties just to kind of bend the fronds in the back up a bit.
Put them in bigger planters is kind of my idea. Just
Oh, is that? Oh,
yeah. It's a small planter.
It's a footprint.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, the fallen trees. Now the fallen. It's a meme now. We're gonna have a tree hitting Kyle emote. This is how life on the internet works.
Just power Florida.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right. So where would you like to go from here? You want to get into the Q&A from the open Q&A?
Yeah, let's do the group Q&A with Yoshi P. Let's talk that. Which we have no footage of and no pictures of because they were illegal.
No, there was different types of interviews that were some folks got to go do private interviews. Everyone got to do an open interview. We got to be part of the open interview, which you're not allowed to record. But we took notes.
Very important.
As a matter of fact, with my morning coffee, I sat there and I listened back to my recording, and I have full quotes. I probably won't read the entire thing because a lot of them is just being Yoshi P being extremely polite. We'll probably focus on the info that was shared. But yeah, so this, in case that for reference purposes, what I am reading, this is the Media Tour Group Q&A with attendees from the 2024 Media Tour in the U.S. Day 2. In case anyone's trying to piece these Q&As together, I hope that helps. And this was an open Q&A with Yoshi P, with Ayami translating. If you're used to the translated live letters or FanFest, you'll be familiar. And just give you a preview of what a class act Yoshi P is. The introduction here, this is the end of the day. We've been there from first thing in the morning until about 7 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And just a preview of how polite Yoshi P is. Started with, so I'm sure it's been a long day for you all, but I believe there's 5 or 6 questions, so just a little bit more of your time would be appreciated.
There was an intense amount of you were all working professionals. Thank you for being here. Some of these events are very reliant on their starstruck nature. What an opportunity this is for you, and I was just constantly blown away by how much we were treated like actual working professionals, and that means a lot in my 30s.
I was paid probably one of the greatest compliments I've ever been paid, and I want to attribute this to a CM in particular, just in case they don't want to be known. And if this makes it in front of you and you want me to attribute you, please let me know. But one of the CMs we were talking to, the one we were bouncing off, just kind of hey, well, you think we're on the right track? And they said, I don't think you being here is a make or break for your channel. And I was just man, thank you.
Yeah.
That's a high compliment. So yeah, I didn't get that at all. So yeah, to be told you're probably tired, which honestly I was actually tired. So I felt that when Yoshi P was it's been a long day. I'm it has been a long day, Yoshi P. It has.
Yeah.
Not that it wasn't not a fun day, but I was in real need of caffeine at this point. So the first question was, is it possible to have an official ranking system for achievement points added to either the game or the lodestone? And we got this answer a lot to a lot of the questions, but this was the first time we got this answer, which was, from a technical standpoint, yes, it is possible. But as I bet you can assume, that wasn't where the answer ended. Which Yoshi P immediately went into, if we did implement this, I feel like the people who are at the top of that ranking are going to stay at the top. And then kind of gestured to the crowd and was like, what do you think? And there was a lot of nods in agreement. And I have to say, I was also nodding in agreement.
It was definitely a lot of effort to make several people's day brighter when they already knew they're amazing.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Like,
funny,
that is content.
It's funny that Chad is all saying, that sounds like Cider's question. I didn't get to confirm it because we didn't reconnect with Cider at the end of the day, but I also assumed it was
We
Cider's
made some
question.
assumptions.
Yeah. So, yeah. But also, like, Yoshi P didn't completely cut it off because he continued saying it's worth looking into. We're going to double check after we've returned to Japan and see how these achievement rankings, or like how many points people have, and if there is a sort of race that we can notice, and if it's an exciting content that we can show off, we might consider it. So it didn't it's not a no. Saying there's
That's
a
a
chance.
cool idea. I mean, people like World's First, but of course the Mythic Invitationals are one that, like, who could predict that would have come out of left field as something someone would watch as a competitive environment.
Oh yeah. And it ended up being my second favorite esport for a while.
Yeah, it was fun to watch.
Yeah, they were a good time. And speaking of that, the second question was about PvP content. It was, is there any chance we'll see more PvP content that caters to pre-made light party groups for Crystalline Conflict, such as official hosted events outside of FanFest, or systems implemented to encourage competitive light party play? This was adorable because Yoshi P began by saying, just wanted to double check, when referring to this aspect, are we implying we want more team matches? To which the crowd in unison said yes. And everybody started laughing together like it was a sitcom.
It was pretty cheesy.
Including staff. Yeah, it was very cheesy. It is just as wholesome as you assume a conglomeration of people that play Final Fantasy XIV would be. Yeah. You know, we might be shit posters, but we all have hearts. I promise. Yeah, and then again, we got from a technical standpoint, not impossible. And then Yoshi P reminded us that they are making updates to PvP elements starting in patch 7.1, which includes ranked matches. And then he said, plus there are several ideas that came up from the development team as well in terms of how we look at PvP matching and team matching and things like that. If you could stand by for just a bit more, I think we're going to be revealing more information later. So kind of pointed to, here's what we've announced already.
Sure.
We'll say more when we can say more, or when we have more to share. And then got into tournaments and hosted events and reminded us that they're still doing a China and a Korea fan festival, and that there's going to be Crystalline Conflict champions there.
Okay.
And then kind of cheekily hinted at potentially pitting all of the teams from all of these championships against one another.
I mean, that's the dream. If you're an esports fan, you want to see.
Yes. Now that's my interpretation.
World
Here's the wording as translated, which was, once that is settled down, I think the teams can go back and discuss ideas of how we want to do future tournaments. Here it is. It might be interesting to have those champions pitted against each other to see how they would compete. So
I would enjoy that.
I think that was a cute tease, and it's the type of answer I respect, because it's not a full on dodge. It's like, all right, there's some stuff I can't tell you yet, but hey, I have an idea. Try this one on for size. So I like that. I like that kind of answer. So, competitive 14 fans, it looks like there's some more stuff coming down the pipeline. Question 3. This is the one with the visual pain. Are there any plans to unlock job restrictions on gear sets? There's more to it, but that's more or less the gist, and I won't read the full question out. But got into it, and I think they also mentioned AF gear, non-AF gear, and Yoshi P kind of was like, started off by saying job-specific AF gear doesn't necessarily apply in this position, but then went in, once again, beginning with, from a technical standpoint, totally doable. That said, and I'm going to go into exact wording here because I don't want to mix this up. Looking at the jobs that are available throughout the Final Fantasy series, it will feel awkward if, say, a black mage jumped into an instance dungeon with a full plate of armor. And so I think we want to keep and maintain the image that we kind of depicted through these different jobs. Went on to talk about kind of the history of Final Fantasy XIV, and then again, I'm getting into exact wording here. There have been, in passing, certain topics or conversations that would be brought up, even the teammates saying, well, yeah, should we consider opening it up? When should we do that? And of course, not saying anything is set in stone, but we do want to look to having more freedom for our players.
Interesting.
Which I think is cool. I'll say I'm completely in the camp of what Yoshi P was getting into here. Like my gut reaction when I saw this question, so hi, I'm outing myself as not the question asker on this one, was that I don't think I would like that. I do like more player freedom, and dear God, there are some hats that red mages really should have access to that they don't.
I think you can web it out in an intelligent way, and there are already sets that do break the mold, like, you know, Papalimo's arms. I wear those as often I can pull them off in my set because it's fun to have armored arms on a clothy. But those are Papalimo's arms. And so when I show up in them, it's clearly Papalimo's arms. So there's no disconnect because everyone says, oh, that guy's just wearing Papalimo's arms again. So I agree with the, you know, let's not open wide the gates.
Yeah, overall, yeah, like I don't like.
It's just part of the restrictions that make it fun. The limitations.
And they already like kind of there's so much mixing and matching between roles. Like tanks can wear most of the same tank gear. Most. Now, granted, yeah, would I be able to like to mix and match some Paladin pieces with some Dark Knight pieces? Probably. Yeah. But like at the same time, Marauder is like so unique, like the Marauder only gear. I think that would look odd on something like a Dark Knight or a Paladin.
That's just job identity, and that's just part of
that's what I mean.
Why you want to be it. Yeah.
He didn't. And he didn't get into it, but to me, silhouette is so important in an MMO.
I think if I were to take my own emotions and apply it to his groan, it would be you're talking about two completely different audiences here. Yeah. The person who wants this is not the person who wants raid identity out of getting awesome gear and walking through Ul'Dan, everyone being like, wow, that person must raid real good. These are two completely different audience members, and both would upset each other.
Yeah.
Yes?
I was just texted by an old college friend. What the hell, man? I'm watching your stream. F yeah, dude. So effing excited for you both. What's up, Sarah? Hope you're enjoying watching. It is wild that we've reconnected through Final Fantasy XIV. It is so cool. It's one of my favorite stories to tell about this experience. Oh, man. Oh, it's great. Just got an LOL. Oh, that will never stop being cool. Yeah, it's nuts, man. So yeah, back to it. Completely derailed by old friends. I love this. I love this answer to this question. But again, I also love that they're not completely closing the door and saying,
no, you can't.
What was the last thing?
You shouldn't. That's insane.
Want to look at having more freedom for our players. Like, hell yeah. Like, I'm excited to see what comes of that. All right, question 4, which is yours. This was the question you sent in. Because during the opening presentation, there was a slide that I don't remember the exact wording. And again, we weren't allowed to take photos of that stuff, but it was basically saying that they're going to be looking more towards and focusing a little more on MMO style content. And both of us kind of lit up. We're like,
MMO style content.
MMO style? I like an MMO.
Yes.
I mean, we know it's an MMO and it already has a ton of MMO style content. But when a developer says that, boy, howdy, did it take every ounce of... I wanted to raise my hand like I'm in class.
And when you see the amount of effort that was put into making all the dungeons soloable with NPCs, and if we're being dramatic, how it impacted some of the fights in negative ways, saying we're going back to MMO style content is like, whoa, now hang up. What's that?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the backstory. That's what... So here's Kyle's exact question now that you have the backstory on it. The question was, what does it mean to focus on MMO style content this expansion? Is that more experimental, or returning to things like Boja, implication there, like you mentioned before, because we know we're getting a Boja-like in Dawntrail. We already knew that. And Yoshi P got into it and said, so for this, we're looking to the next 2 expansions, where we're sort of looking at bolstering our multiplayer element. And one of the elements, and then, reminded that this was announced at FanFest, we're looking to develop a large-scale field exploration type content, something along the veins like Eureka or the Bojian Southern Front. And then kind of just leveled with us and said, once there's more information for us to dispose, I would like to take an opportunity in a future live letter to introduce the theme and some of the content that may be available in that area. So we're still, again, very specific on that. And then ended by saying that it is a large-scale project that we are taking on here. So once we are able to tell you more, we will make sure to do so. So this was... This felt guarded.
Oh,
to
yes.
me.
Oh, yes. Yeah. No, there was clearly... And the fact that he said the next 2 expansions. Yeah. But what's interesting is you can combine this with the earlier statement he made in the opening presentation. Again, we can't share that with you exactly. But as he was about to turn, he's like, hey, we've also enabled Fates today. And we showed some of that footage earlier. And you might find a couple surprisingly hard bosses out there. And that could be one of these things that he's alluding to, that... Yeah. Maybe Fates can turn into something more of a world boss scenario. We have those, of course. Like, we have our crazy, what was that? Manticore walking around in Shadowbringers. There are these, like, completely horror bosses walking around, but Fates might be an opportunity to enhance the multiplayer content and get into that more, which would be cool because obviously, there's tons of trains and like that, but it would be very, very cool to see that become difficult content that a raider of sorts someone goes, hey, I love raiding. And they're like, well, now hang on. Have you done a Fate train? Because those 2 audiences don't really clash.
Yeah, imagine more Chi and 5.
Yeah.
More of that going on.
And, maybe less mystery to it.
Potentially. Yeah, but I appreciate the confirmation. And I would follow this under pretty massive tease of being like, it's large scale, and we're looking across multiple expansions for this. So I appreciated that answer and leveling with us, being like, listen, the info isn't in the position to disseminate yet. So again, I really like how they choose to communicate. Also, I just gotta say, after doing this for so many damn years, boy, can you see the media training on Yoshi P and the whole staff. Unflappable.
Yes. Well, when you're quoted and dissected so thoroughly as he has been in the past, particularly like the mod conversation. When we first got into this game 2 years ago and we were covering like the mod conversation and people digging up quotes from him from 5 years ago. Pardon me.
I love this.
There were lessons learned.
Yeah. But no, media training, it's a skill, and listen, I respect good game. All right, question 5 was the Astrologian restoration was very successful in terms of interest and bringing crafters and gatherers together for content. Will there be a Garlemald restoration to do the same? Kyle, you really grinned when this question got asked.
Yes, and I am grinning again because
yeah. So again, was kind of led with the what we know, reminding us of the cosmic exploration that was already announced. Which, if you're unfamiliar, is where the disciples in Land in Hand are going to participate in large group style content to accomplish goals of some sort. And that's going to be coming in through the patch 7.x series, and I believe we already knew that because of FanFest and live letters. But then we get more specific to this question. Yoshi P started talking about and looking back at Ishgardi Restoration, saying that it kind of led to changes in the scenery or restoring the area. And then, as you all know, it led to opening up a new housing area. And then I'm going to get into some exact wording here because I do not want to misquote. But we don't want to do something that is exactly the same. I think we do want to have content where all our players can participate, and then you will see visually the achievements that you will be making through content that you will take on. And then we are simultaneously thinking about players that may not be able to participate in real time and have content available to them to simulate a similar kind of experience if anybody happens to miss out on it.
Hell yeah. I love that because I love the idea of the Ishgardian restoration, but you walk in there and it's at 100%, it's completely overwhelming. And I've had multiple people break it down how you get involved in it, but it is frightening. Because half the names are... The main reason it's frightening is because imagine you have normal thread and then you have Ishgardian thread and you're like, which thread do I need? And they're like, huh? Probably the Ishgardian thread, but that would be so cool to get to participate after the fact.
I'm a little bit in the camp of I hope it's opt-in. Like, I hope I can decide I want to opt in to have an after the fact experience because I kind of love FOMO in MMOs, and not saying I want to be the one lording FOMO over my fellow player. I like coming in and having the FOMO because it gets me excited about the game and it gives the game an oral tradition that the community that was there for it can pass on to the person that missed it. But at the same time, I don't think it should be some big gate-kept experience.
I think, like, Helldivers does it pretty well. Where as long as you touch the planet, you log in like a week later, it's like, good job, heroes, you liberated the whole galaxy, and like, here's all your rewards. And I'm like, I did? Well, that's grand, thank you. So,
but it's still FOMO because if you're not there when that quest is live, you do miss out on it.
But it's more so like I checked in on it. Like as long as I participate in any amount, I get the end reward. And I think that's a good version of FOMO.
Yeah. I've been so impressed with this game. So they've built up a lot of goodwill for me. So like I have thoughts about how I think I would prefer this being done, but I also I have a lot of trust in them to do it right. I think whatever they come up with, they'll probably be pretty solid, but we'll see. But yeah, that was my one thought on that one. And then the final question that was asked, said the update on the blacklist system was an unexpected and incredible change, but I also wanted to ask if you had any intentions on updating other social aspects of the game, mainly the friend system in the future. And I think I like muttered to you like a problem child in class that's going to get yelled at for talking. Oh my God, I just don't want my friends to load in one by one anymore. When I think about my friends list, I get that physical pain that you sometimes see from Yoshi P when a question gets asked. That's me in friends lists. So I perked up on this one. And again, Yoshi P being an absolute class act. First, thanks to them for the compliment. Because, of course.
Yeah, of course.
But and then continued on and said we're going to be looking at going in and making other necessary adjustments to the friends list as well. And continued saying that goes for the mentor system. And then exact wording, we do need to revisit that system and make sure that we are addressing any issues we are seeing there. You can expect a significant update to the system soon as well. So pretty direct answer on that one.
Good. Good. Yes. Good. Yes. Good.
Yeah. So that was the open Q&A, which I was really impressed with. Because the whole day felt so focused on, again, like I said earlier, what we were there to test. And these questions weren't really about what we tested. And so I really want to give them massive props for leaning out of the lane of this event.
Yeah, being willing to answer them all the same.
Because it doesn't always happen. I mean, I've been in other Q&As that were a little more back and forth where you could just kind of ask a question in real time. But so often you just get upset, can't comment on that yet. And so there's this questionable value in that much of a real-time thing. And we had hours upon hours to send in questions. So I thought they did a good job. I think they did a good job. So yeah, how are we feeling about that?
Well, you take that, I'll BRB, and then we're gonna do some unboxing.
Sounds good. And then we're gonna look in the question channel as well. The folks that are into the mentor system, you see, it seems like that really hit for you. Hell yeah. The instances of MMOs taking FOMO too far. 100%, Keltian. Absolutely. I'm not here to get into a full deep dive on that, but I 100% agree with you. That's absolutely the case. Did you do a one-on-one with Yoshi P? No, we did not. Don't know how it worked. Kind of seems like it was an invite-only basis. That's my read on the situation. Does Kyle snore? No, actually, I'm fairly confident I can say no, seeing as we slept in the same room for 2 nights. And the first night, he fell asleep immediately. I found him. I came out from the shower and found him completely clothed on top of the comforter, phone on his chest, screen still lit up, dead ass asleep. And I feel like if you don't snore on your back, you probably don't snore. So, yeah, and I'm a deep sleeper once I'm asleep, but I'm very light on falling asleep. If there's any noise that I do not like, I will not fall asleep, and I fell asleep perfectly fine hanging out with Kyle. Big shout out to Kyle. He's a great roommate. Great roommate, that Kyle. Didn't smell one fart. It was great. It was wonderful. The real dad. Kyle, I'm just answering the question of, do you snore?
I do not snore. No.
I do not snore. I believe I do. Did you notice any snoring from me?
No. Dude, I was out. Like, there was not a single part of this journey
Was Kyle
that
the
I was
big
not.
spoon? Oh my, so they tried to give us a 1-bed room.
Yes.
Which was really
It was an innocent mistake.
We had all kinds of weird shit at that hotel. It was a really nice hotel. But yeah, they were super booked. Mm-hmm. And the first room they gave us, the shower didn't work. Like, at
Mistakes
all.
happen.
Like, just wouldn't work.
Yeah.
And yeah, we were just so tired. We're like, we'll deal with this in the morning. We'll take a morning shower. So we woke up early. That's why we woke up so early the next day. Went down. They're like, we're pretty booked up. I don't know. They're like, okay, one room's open. Here's a key. Go. Kyle and I, we grab all our stuff. We look like a gleaner. We got so much crap on our backs. We smell like airplane. We open the door, and we're just staring at a single king. And we're just like,
Nope.
this ain't gonna work.
Nah.
This ain't gonna work, man. We gotta go back.
Honestly, I've done that. I've done sleepovers. I'm too old to share a blanket. I mean,
I've never shared a blanket at a sleepover.
Do people actually do that?
What?
Share blankets as adults?
Yes.
Chris and I always have our own blankets, man. You gotta.
Katie and I did for a long time, but when we finally bought a new bed frame and like we redid all of our sheets and shit, then we've been sharing a blanket for years now.
I can't imagine. That's so
Yeah.
weird.
When we finally
I'm done with that.
like Super Saiyan domestic, when we went,
yeah.
when we actually got our bedroom the way we wanted it, then we started sharing a comforter. But yeah, no, Kyle's a good roommate. Like legit. Solid roommate, that Kyle. Yeah. I'm just checking here, making sure we didn't.
Yeah, blanket
miss
hog.
anything.
Absolutely. That's putting in negative. There's got to be a positive.
Yeah. Oh, we need to congratulate Magnarmus. Thanks for the super. Going to be missing early access due to their own wedding in real life.
Hell yeah! Congratulations.
But I'll be joining you all Monday, July 1st. Hell yeah!
Sweet.
We'll see you there. We'll see you there. Congratulations, Mag. That's freaking rad. Lee said, I'm dying to see you guys experience current world fate bosses. It's hard to plan, but if you hear the call out, I suggest dropping everything and going.
We jumped randomly into one. It was very confusing because wait, were you there for that? Did I do that by myself?
I think you did it by yourself.
Oh, geez. I released because I died and I released and like, you don't do that. I was like, what? I'll just walk back. It's the polite thing to do. And everyone's like, no, you're denying people achievements first off for rezzing you. Plus we're all in the fates together. It was like one of my first experiences with like Final Fantasy culture.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like being polite.
Yeah. Like the politeness, right?
Yeah,
it was
manners.
very weird.
Final Fantasy manners.
I know.
Luke E wants to know if we dabbled in the double die system. A little bit. A tiny bit. I may have recorded it.
We couldn't show it.
We can't show it?
No, because it was one of the rules. It had Japanese language on it, which they didn't want to show.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were asked not to show any Japanese language. I think we caught it all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably shouldn't have mentioned this. Now people are going to hunt.
Oh, sure.
But yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, yeah, there was a bunch of Japanese. I thought someone did a die video, though. Didn't someone do a dye video?
You could have showed off the results of said dye with no problem.
Oh, you just got
Yeah.
okay. You just got to cut out the UI then.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we did dabble with it. It's really easy, and there's a lot of options for saving in the UI. The only thing I found difficult about it was so much of it was in Japanese, so like I didn't run my hand. But I could figure it out just with the icons. It's really cool. It's
cool. Really handsome. And there's still material that is undyeable, so you're not going to like if you have a chainmail that has a cape, right now you would dye the cape and the chainmail would stay the same, 2-dye system, you're probably still not dyeing that chainmail, which I like.
Can you pull up my Dark Knight armor real quick? Like the
one from the very
footage.
beginning?
The very beginning footage where I equip it and I kind of zoom in. So this isn't going to show dye, but I'm going to give you a visual example of why I'm so into this.
Let's see.
Zeppa and Crystal have entire videos. Okay, all right. So I'm not nuts. Just like the very beginning.
Yeah, you talking about like this moment where you first get dressed?
Yeah, and then I'm going to zoom in on my armor and just kind of freeze frame right about there.
Let's see. Do drop UI. There we go.
Yeah. All right. So you see, it's kind of subtle because it's Dark Knight, but you see the kind of tabard, almost priestly purple tabard that's going down, the thin strips of cloth going down on the front. That's dyeable, and then all of the armor you see that looks silver is dyeable. So the black cloth stays,
right,
and like your shoulder and all of your armor details. I made myself look so cool at one point. It had like full tuna vibes going with like a deep aquamarine, and then I kept the purple tabards. So my armor kind of had a teal shimmer to it, and then with that was purple tabards. It was tuna mode.
And that's what I
loved it.
That's what I mean. Like, there's no way to you can absolutely do some horrific color combinations, I'm sure. But, because
that's on you.
But because the material difference stays the same, the metal stays metal. Whatever you do to it is gonna look stylish on the other side.
And there's still like slight differences whether you're using a metallic dye or a non-metallic dye.
Yeah.
But I do think that's very cool that the material difference is baked in, because that means your affordable, accessible dyes, when applied to a piece of metal, yes, you can get a little more shine out of it if you go metallic, but you don't need to drop a crap ton of gil to retain the material light effects that it already inherently has.
Absolutely.
Which I think is a really big boon. And yeah, to me it's a feels good moment. I liked it. It seems accessible and fun, and it's just wonderful. You want to unbox or you want a Q&A?
Let's do. Can I just show like one of the coolest things? Let's do that. Let me just show one of the coolest things we got. Because honestly,
I went back to Discord and I'm looking at you with a palm tree and I just want to laugh again.
Yeah, and you can start looking for that here. Let me see. What button did I put this on?
All right, Thatcher said show and tell, so that's what we're gonna do.
Okay. Looks like we gotta give the old camera
a refresh.
A little refresh here. Because it's become upset. There it is. Yeah. Okay. So
this is Kyle's old camera.
Yeah, this is my old
like
camera.
Literally your old camera.
I'm happy to be off it. It is. But we walked away with just like an actual bag, like an actual explorer's bag. I mean,
it's very nice,
and it's weathered.
It's waxed canvas.
Yeah,
which if you've ever bought like a real trucker jacket, that's not cheap. It's like, very nice. So it's water.
That's
water
freaking badass.
Yeah,
they gave us this.
I've lived a whimsical life where I have received a decent amount of game swag in my time. This is one of my favorite freaking things. Oh. It's so nice.
I never noticed. What is this?
That's a thumbstick.
Like just for like my memories?
Yeah.
For like just to put stuff on freely?
To just put stuff on, yes.
Oh, I didn't.
Today Kyle learned what a thumb drive is.
Well, no, I know what a thumb drive is. I just didn't.
Turn it over so you can see the logo.
I didn't know it was in here. Well, yeah.
There's a logo on it, dude.
Yeah. I didn't know that was in here.
It's nice wood. It's lovely.
But
so Kyle, we're not using floppy disks anymore.
But I burned my CDs. No, I've advanced. I burned my CDs. No, but y'all, check this out.
This impressive.
This is insane. So you know how there's some moments in your adventuring where we're gonna be using maps and stuff.
I'm gonna help you out with a little flashlight.
Yeah, with a little edge light there.
Hook me up.
It is a very nice compass. And look
Look
at
at
the
that.
freaking engraving under the lid. It is lovely.
Catching a little bit of fan there.
Fan action, yeah. Yeah, we both didn't find this when we went through our bags. I think we were packing to go the next morning, and we pulled this out, and we're like, "Oh my god,
Yeah.
this compass rules!"
And I mean, it's an actual like fully functional compass. It has the lock and everything too. So if you were locking onto north and everything, like this is a legit weathered compass. And just that quote there in the top is just freaking beautiful. I journey westward towards Turl. Like, holy crap! This was such a cool gift to get on our way out the door.
Yeah, it's nice. It's very lovely. Yeah, they made us feel good. And treated us well.
Yeah.
Good hosts.
Also, there was this in here, which you may have seen a tweet about. Apparently,
Oh, the hoodie.
Yeah, the hoodie.
We I don't know who it was, but we saw the person in LAX who was wearing the hoodie, who was apparently seen by Jason Charles Miller. Oh my god, can we tell the story?
Yeah, of course.
Oh my
Of
god.
course,
Okay,
of course.
Story time, everybody.
But look at the back on this too. Like it has this like sick sheen of Dawntrail. You can barely see
on
it
the
but
spine.
Look at that. Look at that down the spine.
It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Okay, I know a few of you. There was a tweet from Jason Charles Miller on the day we were going home, which meant we were stuck in LAX for like 5 hours the morning of, because we got there early and our flight just kept getting delayed.
Yeah.
So we were in LAX basically all day on our return day. So we're in LAX. We're delayed. And we had a nice sit down breakfast because we got there and immediately found out our plane was delayed. So we're like, okay, well, let's make the most of this. Let's relax. We found a nice sit down breakfast place, had a ton of coffee, and Kyle goes, "I'm just gonna go for a walk. You don't have to come." And I'm like, honestly, that sounds like a good idea. What else am I gonna do? Might as well stretch my legs before sitting in a tube all day. And we're just walking around, just actually being like real life friends, talking about this, that, and the other, and chuckling about some of the funny things that have happened. We go around like a blind corner, and we're walking through the airport, and we didn't check our bags, so we got all our crap with us. We're like rolling our bags and stuff, and we come around this blind corner, and we like kind of like almost hit a guy wearing a cowboy hat, lovely beard, guitar strapped to his back. We're like, "Oh, so sorry," and he goes by. And Kyle leans over afterwards and goes, "Man, we should have asked him to sing us Endwalker." And we chuckle. Because he looked like Jason Charles Miller.
Oh,
He looked like Jason Charles
that's
Miller.
a hoot.
Yeah,
Moving on with our
what
lives.
What a great joke about a man wearing a cowboy hat with a
Yes.
guitar.
Who could that possibly have
Who
been?
could it possibly have been? And we saw him one more time when we were near
when we were just wandering
near
around.
we were in the international terminal, although there were a couple domestic flights. We saw him again. I was like, man, that guy really does look like Jason Charles Miller. Anyway, hours go by. We're sitting back, waiting for our plane. Still not there. We look on Twitter. Pothy has tagged me in a tweet that says, "Please tell me this wasn't one of you two." And it was Jason Charles Miller had tweeted, "I'm in LAX waiting to go to Atlanta, and I saw a guy in a Dawntrail hoodie, and I told him, 'Nice shirt.' He didn't even look up, and he just said thanks and kept walking." And that was the tweet. And Kyle and I just go, "Oh my God, that was Jason Charles Miller, and we didn't say hi."
Which was immediately followed by the email from the community manager saying, "As a reminder, you cannot wear the gifts we have given you at the media tour at this time. Please remove them from sight."
I'm not even, it was the most organic. It was just like, you can't write this kind of funny shit. Like, just like, man, that guy looks like Jason Charles Miller. And then Ponty tags you in a tweet with Jason Charles Miller, who's in the same airport as you. By the way, he was on his way to Atlanta for freaking MomoCon
Yeah.
with Amanda. We could have gone. We should have just gone up in Atlanta and got a MomoCon. Because we were then also stuck in Atlanta for a bunch of time. Yeah, and then the absolute cherry on top of that was the community manager email. That was
it was hilarious,
It was
but
perfect comedic timing.
that was not us.
No.
I'm sad and happy to say.
No, it wasn't. We were not wearing.
No.
We did see the dude wearing.
We are aware of the
hoodie.
offender.
We did see him. He was on our flight. We never met him while we were at the event,
No,
so
we
not
did
sure
not.
who you were. I think it's an honest mistake.
Yeah.
And if I were,
It's a
if I were-
badass hoodie, you know.
If I were to say, I'm sure the community managers aren't the ones that make those rules.
No.
But I would say, if you have any sway, it had already been announced. Everyone's seen the logo. It's fine.
It's a nice hoodie though. Like
It's a
comfy.
very nice hoodie. Yeah, it is quite a nice hoodie.
It is comfy.
Yeah, but no, we followed the rules. We did it. We made it this far. Damn it. Yeah. Just funny, not malicious. Yeah. No.
Exactly.
It was
Exactly.
it was harmless, and the email was like really chill about it. It was just like, hey, it's just a reminder. And it didn't even reference the tweet, and that's what made it so funny to
That
us.
was just
we had
such a
just read the
follow-up.
tweet, and it was just like, oh my
Seconds
god. And then we
before.
look over, and the guy's got his Dawntrail hoodie on. We're like, it's a comedy in 3 acts.
It happens.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was the goodie bag they gave us. Absolutely lovely. While we're showing things off, might as well let's unbox.
Okay.
And then
All right,
we'll
cool.
then we'll take some questions.
Let's get this golden box up here. You why don't you unbox? I'll manage the camera as we zoom in on things.
Oh god.
You've been
Wrapped
looped.
up. I'm looped. Okay.
You might require a cutting apparatus.
Yeah, something sharp would be lovely.
Okay.
Something sharp would be nice.
So let me get you.
Let's see. While you look, I'll see
Let
how
me get you
bad-
something with a little more
The
artist.
peeling is not hard. It is coming clean off.
Well, that's
so
so shiny, you know.
it is a metallic
All right.
finish.
All right. Unleash it then. No
It
need.
is well
no need.
sealed. You know what's funny, man? I have all this footage. They had the collector's edition on display at Media Tour, and it wasn't an area we were allowed to film. So I have all this longing B-roll of the
Pressed
collector's
against
edition,
the glass.
and I just don't. I don't
No.
need it. I just don't need it because they were so kind enough. I think we're supposed to disclose that, by the way. So for official disclosure, this was provided to us by Square Enix, and that was very kind of them, and we thank them for sending it to us. But this will live with Kyle because I have already purchased mine. Oh my god, it is so slick. I can't.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's always the hard part.
It's particularly difficult because of the metallic
You
finish.
just gotta get in there.
I know. I don't want to. I don't want to tear it.
You want a little edge, you know?
Nope,
You,
get
oh
it.
no, you got it. You got it. You're working
Got
it.
it. My whole goal is to not mar
Okay.
your box.
Beautiful box.
Oh, that's satisfying. Oh, nice packaging. All right, we got to go to camera 2.
Okay, camera 2.
Go ahead and set that down because as you open it, I don't know if you like satisfying packaging.
Oh,
but
well, yeah, you gotta, you know,
You're
you gotta
greeted
get
by
in
the
there.
14 logo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's some good stuff.
All right, advance.
Very advanced. Yeah, I love this kind of stuff where it's like perfectly fit in there. So okay, let's see here. This is gonna be what comes out the easiest.
It's
And the
layered.
Answer appears to be, LOL. You thought anything would come out easily. This is very well packed. It scares me a little.
I would go for a push from the bottom. Ooh, there you go. Yeah,
There it
there
is.
you go.
I've never unboxed before. No one's ever sent us this nice of stuff before.
Well, you're unboxing and you care. That's the difficulty, right?
I always buy my own stuff and then I just tear into it. Oh, well, this must be the
Ooh.
statue.
Ooh.
Okay,
Oh,
other side's more impressive.
oh, you're making it. Oh, you're making it last. That's good.
Please choose other wording.
I could have. I've already chosen.
This must
that
be
must be
it.
the look at. I mean, look at.
Yeah, there you go. Go ahead and
Yeah, look at that.
show it off.
We got our dude. We got our dude here on the cover.
Warrior Light. Oh yeah.
You want to divide and conquer? So I'll start
Sure.
picking at this. You pick at that next thing.
All right. It is clear.
The box is, as
Box
you can see,
one.
the box is empty.
Clear.
Love Independence Day.
Well, that'd be box 2 away.
What? No, they. Oh, what were you? What were you doing?
I'm just saying it's cleared.
Oh,
This I could use a blade for.
light as green, trap is clean.
This does not come off as
Okay.
easily.
Here, why don't I get you? I was about to reach across you.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna do it.
Go for it. Do it. Do it. He's gonna grab a sword. Oh. Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
I'm quite. Sarah, you still watching? Exacto
safety.
blade. Back in art school. Let me tell you. There you go. No, not Siri. Not
Oh,
talking to you.
no,
Sorry.
no, oh, no.
Sorry, Siri. All right.
Where's the cap? Oh, you're holding the cap.
In my hand.
Oh, thank you.
There you are. Where's the cap? I ate it. We stab ourselves like men.
Tossed it a card.
Just got a text from Sarah.
Yeah,
saying,
all right. Thanks, dude. Find that later. It's in your room. I don't know what you want from me.
Ooh. I believe this is the map, which is canvas.
Which will always make me think of Neverwinter Nights came with a canvas map. So I
got
love that.
something else you can hang on the wall behind you.
Oh, sick. Oh, I wanted a
I'm
map.
just gonna-
Yeah, no, a map really
That is
completes the
sizable.
space.
I don't know why I just assumed this was going to be paper. This is
Yeah.
cloth. This is proper. It's hemmed on the end, so it won't fray. Yeah, there you go. Oh, hey, we can do
yeah.
this. You grab an end. Da, da, da.
Oh yeah, that's gonna look nice back there, or maybe like
Off to the side. Little,
yeah,
little
maybe-
asymmetrical.
laid across under the books or something badass like that.
Like
We should use this. Like we should get little figurines and move them about.
all right, right now, Alphino is.
Yeah, exactly. When we're like tracking
Well, if
characters,
it's yeah, we'll have to see how much we actually continent hop.
get some minis.
All right, so
I've got an elephant here. We can like, we got. This is Nidhana.
where's Rad's at hand?
Got them all hanging out. Nidhana makes her way over to.
Nice of them to send your kids some toys once they find them.
There's a reason there's a lock on this door.
Oh,
4-year-old does great. Honestly, 4-year-old is a champion in here. He does wonderful.
Flynn rules. Flynn's a cool kid.
There's a little edge here. I'm trying. Oh, were you ready for your next
Oh yeah,
step?
we got something
go.
here. If you want to take us back to wide shot.
Okay.
Whoop, whoop. Oh geez,
Oh, what we got there?
we're threaded.
Oh, is it
Got it.
like a passport holder, like a
I'm actually
billfold?
not sure what this. Oh, that design is cool. I'm not sure what this guy is. Oh man, don't you just love the sound of new plastic? Ain't it grand? That is putting up a fight. There we go. What are you?
It's a pen case.
Oh yes, it is. Oh, how very artistful. That's quite nice. So you've got 3 different pockets inside. There's that's what the stitching is for, is so you can
Oh, sure.
put your pens or your paintbrushes. And there's some Eorzean script on there.
Yeah. Oh dear. All right. Can I get that in an angle you all can translate for us?
Hold up. I will help.
Yeah.
By our powers combined, we are visible. Show the other side. It's a really cool. Looks like is it embossed? Is it just,
Yeah, we got a little something down there.
yeah. It's quite nice. Very pretty. It says Final Fantasy 14 Dawntrail. Y'all got that
Oh,
very
wait,
quickly.
no, but this oh yeah. Wait, no, wait, hang on. Final. Oh, that's 14.
Let me
Yeah,
see.
okay,
let me
okay.
because I didn't
Yeah,
really
yeah,
scrutinize
yeah.
it. Oh, that's the dead giveaway, isn't it? Oh yeah.
The 14 part? Yeah.
Yeah. And Dawntrail, like the second. Honestly, Final I find still hard to read. The F's throw me for a loop because they look like R's. All right. And then from here, the art supplies continue with your journal.
Oh yeah, well we
So
gotta have
you
a
can-
journal.
You can write things down so you don't have to remember.
Well, yeah, so you can solve the puzzles. They're not gonna give you a map. You got to draw it yourself, like Grimlock, like old adventure, old grid based. What would you even call those old things? Oh, that's handsome. That's gold. Look at that gold.
Oh, the gold. is,
The blinding
gold ink is
gold
lovely.
action there. That's pretty. All right, there's instructions here if you want to help with the
excited for mine.
instructions.
Oh, we're going to have to assemble
Okay, we got to assemble
our
our warrior of light.
Warrior of Light. Oh, you his swords.
Yeah, I think he needs his swords, you know?
Oh, it looks like they can be sheathed, maybe?
So we can, like, have him chilling?
Gently spread the figure's fingers in the direction of the arrow to attach the sword. Be careful not to spread the fingers too wide to cause damage.
Okay.
Can you sheath it? Or is it... No. I'm looking at it wrong. All right, now we're going to see how good Kyle is at building things.
You know, I don't really own any figurines. This is like my first figurine since my Evangelion I got from MegaCon.
I'm a huge figurine fan, but I'm afraid to start buying a bunch because they're not
Yeah, no. Once you
supremely affordable.
once you start a collection, like then you're collecting, and
Yeah, but I have this. It's on the way. Pothy helped me secure my copy and just got shipping notification.
I'll hand you swords.
Oh, this is lovely. Oh, the base looks nice.
1 Viper sword.
Oh boy, I don't know if I want to be responsible for this.
Gently.
Oh, I see. It is a little... It is a bit pliable. Oh boy. Hey! 1 in, no damage.
2 Viper swords.
Okay. You want to do the honors on
Oh,
number
yeah.
2?
No, yeah. We might as well each
All
do
right.
a sword here.
By our powers combined, this Viper will be fully armed and operational.
Oh, these are fine. These are like Luke hands. These are fine.
It is, yeah. The hands they do remind me of old Star Wars toys. They seem pretty pliable.
All right.
These are my initial impressions. Don't go ham on them.
Well, yeah. I mean, we are not toy reviewing experts by any means. Let's get him.
Get that base in there.
Let's get him in there. Yeah.
It's quite nice.
Kicking it. A place of honor.
I love a good themed base.
I mean,
yeah.
right
just,
there.
just
Look at
gonna
that.
move
Like right there. You gotta. Let's get these. I think we can go. Right, a little journal action there. Oh man. The compass. Okay. This
There, I
needs...
got you a little spotlight for him.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you let him shine. This needs to be artfully open, but slightly askew.
Yeah, elegantly disheveled is what we call
right there. There we go. Look at that. Even just get a tiny light right there, so he has a little cast shadow.
Big shout out. Seriously, again, obviously, big thanks to Square for taking this out and providing us with a collector's edition for unboxing. Legit, that's never happened to us before.
No.
We've been out to media events before. No one's hooked us up with a collector's edition. So, seriously, thank you. That's very cool. And the speed with which you got it here, we weren't planning to do an unboxing today.
No, I was honestly shocked. So
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is really cool.
Awesome job
So,
on that. Very cool.
That is rad. So, with that in mind, let's go to the Discord.
All right. To the Discord.
Where there is a channel called Ask the Hosts, and I poked my head in earlier, and I have a feeling we'll probably be doing a follow-up Q&A, because there's quite a few questions.
There's a lot
in
of
there.
stuff in there.
I'm trying to find my initial inciting question. Here it is. Okay. Eka said, all right, it's all out of the bag. I'm going to ask a question that will most likely be answered in the stream of many things. When were you invited? How were you contacted? And did you tell Yoshi P about your Fireman calendar idea?
Oh, I see.
Did not tell Yoshi P about the Fireman calendar idea.
Currently wasn't fully cooked yet either.
And let me just say that if it was my first time getting to interview the man, I would probably not lead with, would you be interested in appearing in a scantily clad calendar for charity?
Probably not, no. I mean,
Yeah.
granted, that's unique content. There's people always asking the same things in these interviews. It's, worth
You never know.
standing out a little bit, but
I'm not sure that's how I would like to stand out.
there's a thing called being acquainted that is important.
I would like to, maybe get a interview under the belt, establish our sense of humor. You must establish sense of humor before making jokes like that, so they're not just like creeper.
Yeah.
Yeah,
True.
You don't want to be a creeper. You don't want to be a creeper.
And I am
sorry.
aware for the initial part of this question, it is something you should avoid talking about directly, but
Like we said earlier, it was y'all reaching out over social media that got us noticed in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it during. It was an email.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go into the specifics, but we did receive an email and a lot of paperwork been back and forth, and we did sit on it for a bit of time. I'd say probably the most notice I've had for something like this.
Probably, yeah.
It was a little bit later before we had exact dates, but that's how nature, how these things go. But yeah, the technical, they're usually like this. You do usually get contacted by email of some sort. I was tweeted at by one of the community managers shortly before we were contacted, and I cannot believe no one noticed.
Yet people were right on top of you being like a llama liking one of your tweets. That was interesting.
Well, but that I think they were already looking because we were gone.
Yeah, okay. So, eyes weren't on us yet.
But one of the community managers added me on Twitter and was like, "Hey, can I get a follow so I can send you a DM?" And so I did, and that's where it started. And they were just like, "Hey, just want to put this on your radar." They want, it's perfectly fine to say, they wanted an official point of contact. They're like, "There's two of you. What email should we send it to?" Innocuous enough. But didn't tell me what it was for. Needless to say, I was very excited because you all have been talking very openly about how you were excited and hoped that we got to go to this. I wasn't really aware of it. I'm like, media tour, like, it's not branded at all. Like, so I mean, I was vaguely aware of it because of you all, and the timing seemed about right. But I don't know. I didn't want to get my hopes up.
Literally would have been the last media tour that I pointed you towards, a Yoshi P interview.
I didn't know it was called that.
Yeah.
I just thought it was just an interview with Yoshi P. So I was just like, we'll see what it is. Is there a chance of a Wes Galber interview on the future podcast? I would file that under extremely likely.
Extremely likely.
Extremely likely. And Llama Todd and Mr. Happy and Cider Spider. If you follow me back on Twitter, Cider Spider, I actually don't know how else to get in touch with you. Please give me a follow. Please. Thank you. But yeah, very likely. I want to get together with all these
cool
these guys.
people.
And also, like, I'm thinking about like other ways we could, like, Llama Todd, like, can we just do a Savage and be like, "Llama Todd,
Yeah.
let's teach
That's
us.
their thing.
Teach
Yeah.
us." Like, instead of
us
doing
learn.
I would also interview Llama Todd. I would totally have him on and have a chat. But
Yeah.
but like, part of me is like, let's just do a Savage with Llama Todd. Would you like that? Would y'all enjoy if we're like, "Hey, Llama Todd, take our silly butts through a Savage of your choice"?
Well, and I would love, like, if you've ever seen like one of the Learn to Play streams where we sit down and watch a Wes Galber video. Why watch a video? Why not do that with the man himself there? That'd be awesome. I would love that. Absolutely. That'd be insane.
Can we really hype him up ahead of time? Be like, be mean to us. Tell us we're doing it wrong.
Yeah. Be the character of the person you are in the videos, too.
Like, don't go easy on
Yeah.
us.
No, be serious about it.
Like, make chat cheer with how much you're schooling us with your
Absolutely.
knowledge. Yeah, I think that would be rad. All right, it seems like folks would enjoy that.
Okay.
You know,
That's good to know.
You know, only every other message is yes.
Okay.
So,
Oh, well.
yeah. Did anyone from the community or dev team surprise you with how much they knew about you? Do you feel seen? Same for content creators. Did you meet anyone you were surprised knew about you or knew more about you than expected?
I think we got into quite a bit of that today.
Yeah, we did get a big yes, kind of across the board on that. We didn't have anything like so bombastic as Yoshi P being like, "Oh my God, grinding gear," but
No, that did not happen.
no, that did not happen. I've definitely got a sense he was just like, and moving on.
Yep.
But yeah, a couple of the community managers like were clearly watched our stuff, and that was really cool. And I would say any of the other creators there that knew who we were blew my mind because, as you all know, we've been avoiding watching most people's stuff. So like I was aware through osmosis of folks like Mr. Happy, but I didn't know what he looked like. Same with Cider Spider. I actually do watch his content. Don't know what he looks like because I haven't watched his stream. Does he show his face on stream?
I believe he's done like videos where he's around once or twice, but obviously, you know, the character of
Yeah, because I just watched the
Cider Spider.
Mad Because Small.
Exactly.
Yeah. Cider Spider has the rare accolade of being the only Final Fantasy XIV thing Katie quotes.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice. Anytime the dogs act up now, Katie will instinctively go, "Mad Because Small." And she will also say "Leather Daddy" sometimes.
I don't think any of.
Not as often. There's not as many reasons to say leather daddy.
I mean, there was a week when the whole family was singing Big Fat Tacos, so I guess that was the one really that took hold.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Cider Spider is currently seeing if he follows you and is trying to find your Twitter. Hell yes! Let's go!
The internet did it. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. I hope it didn't meant it to be funny. Hope he's not too concerned. Sweet. Yeah, I'd love to have Cider on. Love to talk to Cider. Any fun people that you met you want to see more of? Everyone. Like
Yes.
no one seemed like they had an ego.
Which was phenomenal.
Yeah.
That was.
I cannot say now I didn't meet everybody, so who knows? But I definitely can't say the same for my long years of covering other games. That I'm giving Kyle some PTSD right now.
Dude. The lack of competition that the content creators exhibited over each other at this event was stellar. I absolutely enjoyed being an older participant in a more mature environment.
Well said. I have nothing to add.
Yeah.
Well said. Well friggin' said. Most memorable thing that happened during the whole pizza party? Is it ask Eka? Or I don't remember a pizza party.
No, I don't remember.
I'm assuming you're meaning like the dinner afterward. Unless, or was the big picture with Zeno? Was that a pizza party? We were not there.
Yeah, we weren't there.
That was a night one.
That was a
thing.
day one thing.
Yeah,
that was a day one event.
We didn't get to meet Zeno. Saw him leaving the hotel and figured if he's anything like me, probably doesn't want to talk right before.
Probably wants to be free.
Jumping in the Uber and leaving. So yeah. I don't know. I don't know about a pizza party. Oh, he has DMs disabled. Okay, I'll tweet at him. Sick. But yeah, our dinner, which was our own thing. That was the birthday party as far as I know. Okay. All right, cool. No, we had our own little cozy dinner with Jesse, Happy, and Llama Todd. Which was love. Do you have that photo?
Yes.
If you crack open my folder,
Yes.
it's simply a photo. It did show up in the intro, but if you go into the Garrett folder and go to where the photos are,
two of the I'm gonna have to aim. Like two of these are fuzzy. There we go. That's a pretty good one.
it works. It works. Yeah, show folks that.
Let's see. And then the footage.
Okay, and then we need to put on the old capture. Kyle is working at showing you our proof of life. Like it's a ransom note.
Yes, I have to remember which button I use for this. Please hold and continue telling stories.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, but I mean, just in general, this is the kind of thing I pretty much it always ended up being my favorite part of these kind of events, because it's the kind of thing you cannot plan, and it's the kind of thing that like no one overthinks or hasn't. It's not prepared. You get together with some people. You meet people at the place. Yeah, so here it is. This was us after having a very lovely dinner and having just the right amount of sake. But this was literally like the last thing we did. And we walked back to the hotel and crashed. Just immediately fell asleep. This is the kind of shit, like this stuff means the world to me. This is like my favorite part of doing this kind of stuff because it is such a profoundly alone experience. Even when you're doing it with two people, like we're making our own thing in, what is this room? 12 by 12? We're in a 12 by 12 box. Mine is smaller. Yeah. Mine is smaller. I'm an 11 by 11 room. All day, in and out, week after week, year over year. And it can feel isolating and antisocial, despite, like, even when you're as lucky as we are and you have people show up to watch you. But it means a lot. And I bring up art school a lot because it was my first taste of being completely surrounded by kindred spirits. And there's a lot about art school I did not love. But what I did love about it was that just constantly being surrounded by people with similar values and going through a similar experience, and getting to just bounce ideas off of those people. And it's something that is you immediately notice the loss of when you leave that ecosystem. And so, you get older. I think this is true of everyone, content creation or not. You get older, it's harder to meet people, it's harder to make new friends. And so it's so cool at events like this. They could bring us out and be like, that's it. We just wanted to get you all in the same room together. And to me, that would be worth it, because this is my favorite part of it, is getting to talk to people like
that
this.
really felt like, I feel like, some of these have not exactly name games, but there's a lot of meet and greet involved, and this was very much up to us to decide who we mingled with, and they gave us the space. They provided an opportunity to meet these people, but it was awesome. And I will not share anybody's stories, but the point of that night that really will mean a lot to me is there was a point where Jesse led a conversation where we each told our story, how we got into content creation.
That was so fun. It's the best podcast I've never recorded.
It was emotional. It was beautiful, just listening to all these kindred spirits describe their journeys.
We all had a wildly similar story too.
It was.
Where essentially what we thought we were going to do for a living did not pan out, and grasping for anything to give us meaning in our day-to-day, we started making content.
It was beautiful.
So maybe trauma bonding, but it's after the trauma, as we're, functional adults, or at least maybe we could claim to be functional adults. Yeah. And that's the kind of thing I love about these kind of events. Like, absolutely love it, because everything else, you're not sure until you get there. You're in your head. There's an aspect of it that does feel like work. Eating amazing Japanese food surrounded by your internet friends that you just never get to see. That, hell yeah.
It was awesome.
Hell yeah. Post-trauma bonding. That's what we'll call it, Skeletal. Hell yeah. I like that. Most people are dwarfed by Kyle. Everyone's just staggered. Just staggered. Cinda, thanks for the super. Watch the Marco interview, and both of you wondering if you would get an invite. Oh, yeah. Wish Marco was there. I would have loved to have. I want to hang out with Marco so bad.
Yeah, Marco seems like a good hang.
Yeah, I really, really freaking want to hang out with him. I respect a good hang. It's
hard to do.
What one silly thing did you enjoy the most? Not a job or boss, but maybe a glam, detail, song, or location that's not loud.
That barred weapon is so stupid good. Like, it is just the dumbest, wonderful thing I've ever seen in my life.
Do you have the footage of the lizard people?
No.
That sounds like a no.
Of Lizard Dad doing the Lizard Dad thing?
Oh,
it didn't make the graphic cut. So
Lizard Taco is not in the Lizard People reel. Lizard Taco's
in the graphics reel. Is that your favorite thing?
Yes,
Lizard Taco.
Taco Lizard, but baby Taco Lizard.
Yeah, baby Taco Lizard.
Taco Lizard was my favorite silly thing. So if you pull up my, I remember what happened to the Lizard folk reel. Yeah, we had a couple last minute things.
I know they're right around.
Oh,
were they that early?
They're right after.
There.
Pause. Hold frame. This is my favorite silly thing.
There it is.
Lizard baby taco is my absolute favorite thing. Baby taco, yeah. BTL. BTL is my favorite thing. Let's make that the official name for this character. I love baby taco lizard. I want to find a way to print this at Warhammer scale, because Katie has a skink army, and I just want to hand her this and say, please paint this. I just adore this NPC. What's the Brooklyn Nine-Nine meme? I just met baby taco lizard, but if anything happened to him, I would kill everybody in this room and then myself. That's how I feel.
Oh, I don't think we played any of this today.
Oh, no, this is what I was asking about.
Yeah, this did make it. So we did get this exported.
Kyle went around and found all of his favorite combat NPCs.
So here we go. Here's my answer to this question that's not that barred weapon, because there is a lot of really cool NPC interaction happening out there, and it looks phenomenal, whether it's hand animated, which would absolutely be a feat, or mocap.
It's probably a mix. This is too fluid.
Yeah, because you have
that footwork.
And we, on the outside, make assumptions about mocap all the time, like it just makes things easy. But no, you do have to sit there and actually bind it together when it's over.
And also, depending on how it was mocapped, it
Yeah.
can be more work or less work than other types of mocap.
Exactly. So this is all kind of in the training ground you find pretty far off to the side from the main temple district, kind of past the market square. So they were kind of hidden in the back there.
Oh, this was the shot I was like, get a little lower, Kyle. And you're like, I can't sit. I'm like, yes, you can.
Oh, I also found the jump puzzle back here too. So
Oh, that's in here.
Yeah.
That's in
Oh,
this cut.
did you put
I
it in
put
here?
it in
Oh,
this
okay.
cut.
Okay, cool.
So if you scrub around, you'll find
we'll get to see
the
it.
not yet active jump puzzle.
No, it wasn't turned on.
So if you
at the
like
time.
cute little behind the scenes stories, go ahead and scrub through till you find it.
This guy, he's wonderful.
This is my second favorite NPC.
You like him? Yeah, here we go. There's the little.
Oh, that's so cute.
But
All right,
here's my number
yeah.
one. Here's my number one thing found in the game while we were there. Look at this.
Look at Kyle's, oh my God, I'm a dad moment.
Look at that. And where am I going? Where am I going?
I don't know.
What? I'm walking by before he does the lift up and the throw. There we go. Look at his little arms go up in the air.
Uppies.
Look at that.
Uppies. It's so cute.
Look at that guy.
All right. When you're ready to move on, go back to the jump puzzle and pause.
Okay. What about the jump puzzle?
Well, I just think it's a really cute behind the scenes thing that if you're curious about details of what it's like to play a test build, look at those pegs going out the side of that building. There was an invisible wall. We could not start jumping up these pegs, but you just know. You know they're working on a jump puzzle here. They have to be. I would put money on it. I would absolutely put money that this is going to be a jump puzzle. It just wasn't essentially like activated in this test build because it just looks like one. And I just think it's so cool because I like behind the scenes stuff like this. I'm always interested in the technical detail, and so if I can share that story, I would love to. So if someone else has shared the story, then so be it. But
apparently it was active by EU, so yeah, I couldn't jump it where I was, but I guess by the time it got to EU, it was ready.
Oh, okay. It was Pint did one, so maybe Pint found a different one, or maybe it was turned on.
Interesting, yeah.
I don't know. It could have been turned on. I wouldn't be surprised if they make changes between one week to another.
There's a lot of really cute stuff.
Oh, these kids doing the balance beam was really adorable. The baby lizard is the cutest thing ever put in this game.
It is adorable. It's an adorable little thing.
Yeah. Just an absolutely adorable model. Absolutely adorable model. All right, I'm reading. Mythos said, what was your plan of attack when you learned you were invited? How did it change once you arrived and learned the limitations? What advice did you get at Media Tour from Bits that really helped? Well, we talked a lot about this because I don't think we've ever been as frozen in what to do as we have been during Media Tour. Yeah, we talked with Jesse a lot about this, and I've even talked to him a bit last couple of days. Now that I knew embargo was coming up, and I was like, "You dropping a vid, man?" Like I was just curious. Like, you're dropping a vid? He's like, "Yeah, I'm dropping a vid. What are you guys doing?" I was like, I think we're gonna stream. We're gonna do a stream. We talked about doing a video, and we still have some ideas, but they're not things.
They're not time sensitive.
They're not time sensitive, and they're not things we think we could do justice in the turnaround we had with the other content that we wanted to play through between getting back and now. Jesse has an amazing head on his shoulders, and I really I'm very thankful for our friendship because he's a good guy to bounce ideas off of. And I sometimes you just got to hear a thing from someone you respect to remind you. Yeah, we were talking, and he was just like, I really just think whatever you do, you got to ask yourself, what does your audience want to see? Because they want to see you because they're watching you. They want to see you do a thing. And that made me feel really good because there were multiple times we're like, should we do guides? Should we do job guides? Should we really go hard into jobs? And we just kind of got to the point where we're like, that's not us. That's not what we do. I caught the first, I think, like 5 minutes of Jesse's video, and he made a joke about that in the video. Just like, the person sitting next to me spent 2 hours on dice, so hey, go watch them.
Yeah.
When I was a younger content creator, I just felt like I had to do everything and be everyone to every person. And The older I get, the more I realize the fallacy in that mindset. I don't think it's, first of all, I just don't think it's accomplishable. I definitely don't think it's healthy. Yeah, I'd say it was really zen. You know, it was a bit of a soul search, but by the end of it, I think we both came out with a much better idea of who we are and the type of content that we want to produce, and you're watching it. So that's what I'd say there.
Also, you know, your participation in these streams is a big reason why we're able to have these conversations, because I don't want to wade into a game that you have been personally playing for over 10 years and go, hey, here's what I think of your game with none of your interaction.
I will say it's worth considering, no matter what. Just because someone else is doing something, just because it is covered.
Absolutely.
If I were to give advice to any content creators, and this is just general content creation advice, don't not do something. Don't close yourself off from doing something because you feel someone else is already doing it, because there is something to be said for no one's going to do it like you've done it. You have your own experiences. You bring your own brand and your own life experiences to it. So, yeah, there was a piece of advice I got a long time ago from a professor at a business school that said, if you can't be first in a category. So, I think that go, and a category can be whatever your life experience is. You know, well, you're not the first person to stream Final Fantasy 14, but for us, it's like, I don't know. I'm sure there's been other duo streams, but it seemed like it had been long enough that it was novel. We were, oh shit! Did you see those two weirdos that play it together? Like, I think that helped us a
Together,
lot.
they never stop talking.
They just keep
it's a
talking.
feat. It's an absolute feat.
They talk for an hour before they start a quest. But I think it's advice I got a long time ago that I think still holds true. And so, yeah, at some point, maybe we will do a guide, but we're going to do it the way Grinding Gear would do it, because I still think you should do an Astrologian guide. I don't think it matters, because you're not going to do I've played Astrologian since 1.0. That's not going to be what you bring to it. You bring to it, hi, I am an Endwalker and forward Astrologian, and here is my thoughts as someone I don't have the baggage of all the other Astrologians. True. And it's the kind of thing where you should look at it not as a good or a bad thing. It's simply different.
Yeah.
And different also means unique. And that's what would make your Astrologian guide unique.
I think Astrologian is absolutely a joy to talk about. I would enjoy making that.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that's the thing. And you can set that up in YouTube, and you'll still probably get a few comments that are like, well, back in my day, it's like, well, that's not the video I was here to make. That's not the video I was here to make. So if you're mad about it, that's on you, good sir or madam. What was the thing I saw recently? I saw a meme on Twitter yesterday that said a new gender neutral greeting just dropped, and it was like an old black and white movie, and it said greetings, hello my enemies. And it just made me laugh.
Sure.
Yeah. It's just hello my enemies, and that made me laugh. I sent it to my buddy who is a lecturer, and I was like, you should drop this on your class next time. And he found it funny and then immediately dismissed it. So, yeah. All right. Let's see here. Iprix. I see everyone has their character appearances and even hotbars. How was that managed? Did Square Enix do that for you? Did you take your mice and controllers? God, I wish.
Yeah.
No. Not even a little.
No, you could not plug in external anythings into those machines.
That was definitely going to be a faux pas if they saw you punching stuff in. I don't think they would have tackled you, but don't want to get into it. Watching for USB sticks like hawks. Yeah. I will say, I was really impressed with how quickly they got us our footage.
Yes,
because they handled that. We recorded locally to the computer essentially, and then they were like, we have your emails. We will be sending you a link to download these files at a later date. Had plenty of time. So much so, they were like, we need to get an NDA to our editor who has access to where we store things. So that was cool. Yes, there were controllers. There were in fact controllers. You sat down and there was mouse, keyboard, headset with mic, and they also, I believe, had TeamSpeak set up.
TeamSpeak.
So you could talk to other and with a ton of voice channels. So if we wanted to run dungeons together, we could. Because when they were kind enough to give us a second station, I was nowhere near Kyle. So we were talking on a headset for hours. So that was fantastic. Like they really kind of thought about everything. I really mean it. Like
straight up team speak.
I've
Yeah,
done
man.
a little bit of event organization in my life, and I was just it's always work. It doesn't matter what the size of the event is. It's always more work than you think it's going to be. And this event was very well put on. I really can't sing their praises enough. I hope anyone who was involved hears my praise because I just want to give you a hug. I don't begrudge them. But no, you basically got like a fresh kind of standard UI setup and you had to make it your own. So we probably each spent an hour at least messing with stuff. And then you start playing and you realize you missed a keybind and you're searching for, wait, what's wrong about this? So, but yeah, that was the biggest challenge of the day.
It was a hurdle.
In my opinion.
It was definitely a hurdle.
Biggest challenge of the day. And that's true of, I'd say, any game demo I've ever been a part of on a PC. It's like even on something that doesn't have as many options. Like we used to do media previews for Heroes of the Storm. And that game, there's no UI customization, but just like quick cast settings.
Yeah, a couple of hotkeys. Yeah, quick cast. That would happen.
That just like absolutely throws you off. Yeah, I would say they made it as convenient as humanly possible. Oh, this is replies. I asked to keep this questions only. How dare you?
Your excitement shows through.
Oh yeah, everyone's just riffing on Iprix's question. Okay, all right. Let me just see here. Enjoy catching what you missed, Eva. Thanks for joining us. Chat, feel free to also, if you want to drop an at grinding gear, I'll pull a few out of chat as well while we're winding down here. Oh my, everyone was just theory crafting on how we got our bars. That's incredible. This is incredible to see.
Sweat and tears.
What effect did attending the media tour have on you two? Obviously, the week seemed exhausting in a good way. But how was the week after? Did it change anything on your direction for your streams or videos? Did it reaffirm the choices you made for the future? Was it just one giant content creator hype shot and give you the energy for things like the new schedule? I'd say that last sentence is really, really accurate. These things are absolutely a recharge, no matter how sleep deprived you are from travel. For reasons mentioned earlier. You know, that whole doing stuff in a box can be a little isolating, and it's nice to have outside affirmation. That is just healthy. It's just healthy for anyone. And I would say it reaffirmed. We have been talking about doing the schedule that we have just announced for months.
Yes.
Months, way before we knew we were going to Media Tour. And if anything, Media Tour compacted it because we thought we had another week to play with. So
that is true.
It was the most positive, joyous, and wonderful monkey wrench I've ever experienced in my entire life. But it definitely threw a wrench in our plans.
Yeah.
It did require some flexibility. Let's put it that way. It required some flexibility. But yeah, it was one. I mean, what effect it had? It was great. It really. I don't know. How do you admit that it feels like a Cinderella story without it sounding like you have an ego? Like just the whirlwind journey we've had since swapping over to YouTube and playing 14, but I've never experienced anything like this in my life, and this really does kind of feel like another piece of that, of when you look up and you're just kind of surprised and thankful. That's how I feel.
Well said.
That's how I feel about it. I won't even call it imposter syndrome because I'm like. I feel like we work hard, damn it.
Well,
like I recognize our effort. I used to have imposter syndrome, and I think it goes hand in hand with knowing what content you should and should not make.
The big difference is that, like, what we do together is so different from what you see around the Final Fantasy community that particular issue doesn't come up so much. I will say, like, the hardest thing for me is just not being great. I spent years in Here's the Storm doing pro player interviews, being as good as I could. And as a 3-time dad right now, with the kind of content we do, it's tough not being great because I miss that. I miss that crunchy, ooh, good. And someone goes, hey, it changed
5 damage on your percent. You're like, my God, that's the biggest change I've ever heard of. Allow me to talk about it for 4 hours. But it's also incredibly freeing not being that person anymore.
Oh yeah.
I watched my.
You're gonna get. I know you.
And there's gonna
You're
be there's gonna be
there.
times. There's gonna be times.
You're gonna get there. And that's something I love. That's I find refreshing about the 14 audience. Are there still people that show up and want to get on your case when you're not perfect? Absolutely, but it is so much less than I've experienced in other corners of the internet. So much so. The fact that there's this many of you that think it's entertaining to watch us be bad and learn from our own mistakes, and you're not only you have the patience to give us the space, but you're actually enjoying, like you're here for it. And I know a lot, like you've told me as much. I know there's a lot of you that are like, please keep learning on your own because it's hilarious and entertaining, and I just think that's awesome.
No, and that's the thing. Like, I have those fears, but
I just want to read Lee, who says we like quality jank.
Yeah. Well, and it, because we have what we have here, like I don't turn on YouTube at night and see exactly 2 people doing exactly what we do and go, oh my God, I suck so much. And that's very refreshing. But also, there's an audience for me maybe going off for 40 minutes about a 5 potency change, but you don't care about that. And I enjoy, and that to me is the George Lucas factor. You got to have limits. You got to have limitations. Everything is better when you apply limitations.
Are you talking about that Lucas was better when he had limitations?
Exactly. When he didn't have all the money. Yeah. When he had to make comms out of an old razor kind of thing. Like, that's when like things are good and you can't just invent anything.
Yeah.
And knowing, and when we debate an idea and we say, like, and Garrett will come to me and like, I have this great idea. I'm like, how do I participate in that? And we're kind of like, oh yeah, that is kind of a one-man show. And that back and forth we get is keeps it from being impostery.
And I would say, like, we haven't really talked about this, hasn't been in our mind, but I could see us doing a solo video here and there in the future, because we've done solo streams, which, oh my God, I love that. Like, keeping our channel alive. Now we're getting very personal. This isn't about Media Tour anymore, but anyway, while we're in the conversation about imposter syndrome and all of that kind of stuff, I love that we can cover each other when we're away.
Yeah.
We are both going to take a summer vacation when we're going to celebrate the launch of Dawntrail, and then we're both going to be gone for a little bit.
So play.
Yes, enjoy. Like, get ahead. That's why we're just like going to take a break. But other than that, like, one of us gets sick, one of us is traveling. You had a solo stream while I was enjoying a long weekend away with Katie. Thank you for that. Like, it's great. I love that we cover each other like that. And we have so many kind people in the community that do worry about how much time we spend on stuff, that kind of stuff really helps. It means one of us can be like, I'm taking a 4-day weekend. You cool with that? Yeah. I got some solo things I've been wanting to do. Let's go. Let's do it. And it keeps it alive. And maybe it's not for everybody, but it's for some people. It's very nice. I really love making content with this man to my left.
As well, but the opposite direction.
It's good stuff. How was LA just beyond just the event?
Oh, it was beautiful. The weather was so beautiful there.
Oh my God. I've never wanted to be a millionaire more in my life.
Oh, so nice.
I wish I had made millions of dollars because I would move to LA
and it was so sad. We were so busy. Anytime things were open here, let me show you a photo of this like underground passage we found, like little Tokyo.
Oh, where's the video? I have video of it.
Super cute. Do you have video of it?
Yeah. Go in the Garrett folder.
What?
I didn't use it in the intro.
Okay, hang on. All right, Garrett folder. I was going to do what I knew, but hang on. Is this... No, that'd be too late.
Is it that pink thing that's sideways? No, that's not a video.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Oh, right down below from where you were, I think? I wouldn't be wearing sunglasses because it was nighttime.
Ooh, your videos are very angry. These Apple... Oh, let me make sure
you may not have sunk files we didn't use, and I didn't use that file.
Oh,
below
right.
Directly below the file currently highlighted. Nope, one more. One up from the one you were just on. There.
That's what.
That, I think. I think that's it. This is terrible stream.
It's okay. I need
or not terrible stream. Oh no, that's Brian.
Okay. Let me just show. Sure. Let me show the photo. Let me show the photo. I was gonna
say this is terrible radio.
Yeah,
it's probably a very entertaining stream.
I mean, of course, my photos are going to be massive because they always are. But
oh my God.
But yeah, we found this like underground market area.
It's smaller?
Yeah. Well, you kind of got to like drag it.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
Oh,
but it
yeah.
wasn't open
Everything
during
was-
any time we were actually available.
Well, we were at the event all day, so we were
Yeah.
only out there at night, and it was a weeknight, and so it was closed. It was everything was closed. But I love Southern California. I lived in Southern California for a short moment. I adore Southern California, and if I had like all the money, that is where I would choose to live. That or Key West. I love Key West. Yeah, I love LA. I absolutely. It's a good time. It ain't perfect. What city is? But
no, it was some. I was having flashbacks to Chicago when I lived there. It was some city business going on.
interesting because it is not walkable.
No, but it's city. Like
Although
city
Little
life,
Tokyo
yeah,
is. Little
yeah.
Tokyo reminded me of like Greenwich Village in New York. Because when I lived in LA, I never went to Little Tokyo. I didn't know that was a thing. I lived in Sherman Oaks, which is the valley, and I hung out in Burbank a lot because that's also the valley and it's not that far. And that's where my buddy who worked at DreamWorks lived. And then I worked on Pico, which if you know LA, you know my morning commute was actual hell on earth. Because that meant going from the valley to the coast, and that meant rush hour 405. And it was not a good time.
I refuse to own a car in a city.
But yeah, I love LA. I just I couldn't have. I didn't enjoy living there on the budget that I had.
Yeah.
And that's why I left.
Same for Chicago.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. One day when I'm when Kyle's the most famous streamer in the world, and I am lucky enough to still be riding on his back like a Lalafell if Jesse gets his wish, I will bring the GG Studios over to Southern California. Has media event changed who you plan to have on the podcast due to meeting them in real life? We don't currently have anyone booked except for the roundtable.
Nope.
Just because we couldn't think that far out ahead, and we knew we were going to be streaming on some Mondays, and so we were trying to let the podcast be more flexible. So we don't have anyone scheduled at this time. So no, that did not affect it. Boop, boop, boop. Did anyone make any jokes about sure as shit not playing Final Fantasy? No one appeared to be aware of that quote, or they were too polite to give me a hard time about it. I would have loved it though if someone was like, "So you sure as shit not playing?" I would have been like, I deserve
It was so real. I loved it was so nice meeting so many creators.
Yeah, walkable places in America. They exist. There's tons of walkable cities in America.
Yeah.
New York City,
Chicago.
New Orleans, Key West. That's all I got.
Portland was pretty good
From
about
personal
it.
experience. They totally exist. Maintain you should have worn your sure as shit shirt. I worry they don't know the joke. And they're going to be like, it's kind of a rude shirt to
Yeah,
wear
why would you be wearing that?
to our event.
No,
you
we,
know,
we dress
again,
like professionals.
Once we establish rapport, then we can,
be jackasses.
we can bring the jokes. Wuck asks, how did y'all dodge the photos that were taken of Zeno's birthday party? Oh, because we weren't there.
We
That
were
was
there.
night one.
No, we didn't.
That was easy. That was easy because we weren't there. Was the first night. Pothy has a burning question. There's an aura of hype in both of you as Dawntrail approaches, and as someone immersed in this community and going to FanFest, I know I'm getting extra hyped about Dawntrail. Is the same true for you? Does the media tour, FanFest, and interactions with the community dramatically change how you feel getting caught up in the game? Would you expect to be as enthused if you were one of us?
Yes.
That's heady.
Because I would be ahead of where I am, and I have less to do between now and then. Sometimes, though, like I hear John's getting really busy in the game right now because he wants to do a bunch of quests before time's up and Dawntrail's here.
This is the most I've played off stream. I've been in every night.
Yeah, you have been.
I've been in every night except for last night because you and I were doing some last minute edits, and then I knew today was going to be a big day and a long stream. And I was just like, I need some time to myself with Katie and the dogs tonight just to kind of decompress and be fresh for tomorrow. And I succeeded in that.
Nice.
Compartmentalize, everybody. I'm starting to get good at it, and woo, it helps. I mean, I can't think of anything else except our very personal experience, which is that worry that folks were only here for the MSQ. And obviously some
sure.
folks were.
Sure.
Some folks were. And I guess you could argue that we're still not done with it because our timing is perfect.
Right into
Our timing is
Dawntrail,
basically perfect in
too.
Dawntrail. But no one knows that they even like the Dawntrail MSQ.
No one knows.
And whatever the case is, again, like, not to make it all about metrics, but it's an easy thing to look at and point to and for us all to kind of understand when you talk about it, which is like, the turnouts for our non-MSQ stuff is so much healthier than I could have ever hoped for. And so, yeah, I'm horribly invigorated. It is everything about it. First of all, just the timing because of the journey we've been on. We didn't plan it this way. I'm sure someone out there is like, you stole just so you could roll in. And honestly, I wish I was done already. I wish I had more things at 90. I wish I knew my opener on Dark Knight. There's all kinds of things I wish I had neatly stacked in a row before heading into Dawntrail. That it's just not going to happen. And I'm okay with that. But generally, the timing is pretty damn good. And I am in love with the aesthetic of this expansion. Everything I have seen feels like it was tied with a bow on it and signed to Garrett. I love this shit. I love deserts. I love subtropic climates. I love palm trees. I love beautiful blue water. I am a beach boy. I have grown up my whole life by salt water, and that's why I just can't imagine being landlocked. And Cyberpunk Cities, like I'm so
Badass.
into that shit. I
Sweet.
can't even explain how into that shit I am. So yeah, am I hyped? Yeah, absolutely. Do I have some? I'm always concerned. Like, there's always a thing. Like, can they really keep the ball in the air? Can they really deliver a new story?
I would say that's my. I guess if that's a concern about Dawntrail, I don't want to go through the negativity cycle around me of it's not as good as it's like, well, of course not. Like, let's let it breathe.
I already prefer Shadowbringers to Endwalker. I've already had my moment past my favorite moment. It's
Let it
okay.
breathe.
Endwalker's still good. It's like I always talk about Stormblood. I love Stormblood. Is it my favorite expansion? No. But there's a ton of stuff I really enjoy about it. And I have a feeling they'll probably have one with Dawntrail, but like to be real about it and try not to be such like a hype monster. Yeah, of course. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if they can do it. I feel like if anyone could, it would be this team because they really seem to believe in what they're doing.
Trust
And
there.
they haven't led us astray so far. But yeah, no, I'm properly hyped. I'm excited to play it. Paper Moon congratulated us and then said, what was your unexpectedly pleasant surprise from the whole experience as a whole that you wish other companies would follow? Ooh.
But lunch was good, which is a step up.
Oh, catering does usually kind of suck at stuff like this. You are not wrong.
It really just comes down to being like treated as professionals who are here to execute on a task rather than being treated like this is your big opportunity. Like around every corner, there's exposure. There was no feeling of like, this is your big exposure moment, and that's what we're giving you. Like, this was very much a coordinated effort of us working with them to create something for fans who are passionate.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's well done. I do think we all are terrified of the word do it for the exposure at this point in our lives. I think we've kind of moved away from that, but yeah, it was nice that there was no air of that at all whatsoever.
Very professional.
I thought it was lovely. Yeah, and other than that, yeah, I'm not really sure. Having them just kind of have a pipeline of OBS is ready to go. Record what you want. It goes in this folder. We'll get it to you. There was, for the most part, because there were a lot of rules in place, but they structured the event so much so that you didn't really need to worry about them. Short of, I was allowed to bring my camera in, and I could have fired it up in the player pit and been a jerk. I didn't. But that's really the only way I could have screwed up. Other than that, it's like, well, they made it easy to record. They told me they would handle it for me, so I don't need to worry about managing my own recordings and losing a thumb drive on the plane and someone picking it up and being like, what's this? There's none of that to worry about. So that was nice. And because when I've only been to a handful of media events where you were able to record your own thing, and that was always a little worrisome, handling your own hard drives and all that kind of stuff.
Totally.
Yeah. That's what I would say. What is it, or who is it that complimented your Mr. Magooing? And this is a question from Sage. Oh, that was Jesse Cox.
Oh yeah, that was Jesse at dinner.
Yeah, we were at dinner, eating some delicious food and drinking some sake, and I don't even remember how we got on the. I think we were talking about like what comments do kind of get to you when people get critical. And I was like, oh, a lot of people have been coming out of the woodwork, telling us like get good or whatever. And Jesse was just like, Don't you dare. Don't you do it.
That's why I'm there.
Don't you do it. It's just like, you don't understand how entertaining it is to watch you two Mr. Magoo your ass through mechanics. I was just like, okay. All right. Thanks, buddy.
Yep.
I wish anyone could know the affirmation that is having Jesse Cox tell you you're doing something right. It's a good feeling.
It's a comfort.
It's very comforting. That man is a cozy blanket of compliments. I hope we pay them back in kind. I do my best. Arwojo, thank you for telling us that both are good, each and together.
Excellent.
Das said, could have taken you to the Gudadama Cafe. Damn. Here's a bit to return to the LA file. Thanks, Das.
Was that down there? Did we miss an excellent cafe?
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like Gudadama, and my friend is a huge fan. Could have brought her back some merch. Abby loves.
Sure.
We call her Egg Butt. Big Egg Butt fan.
Oh, yeah. He sent me a picture of that the other day.
Egg butt.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I
Big
wasn't
egg butt
familiar with
fan.
the egg butt.
She just did a new PC build, and she got one of those CPU coolers that has the screen on it, and you can put whatever you want on it. She just got Egg Butt on her CPU cooler. Yeah.
Egg butt.
Yeah. And Lukey, super. I enjoy your content so much that I have it playing almost constantly because I find you guys more entertaining than most streaming services. So here's some money that Netflix isn't getting. Lukey, first off, that's very kind, but also as someone who's just like so unhappy with how expensive Netflix is now, thank you. Thank you for giving us money instead of Netflix.
Thank you.
It just keeps getting more expensive. All right. We've taken almost every question, so let's wrap it up.
Awesome. Let's
wrap it up. Rain said, "Can I request a replay of that Hrothgar and Mamul Jaw sparring just for my husband's benefit?"
Oh yeah, that's,
Mamul Jaw.
they'll be spawning in 5 seconds. I'll let this guy clean.
there you go,
He's
Rain.
working hard, let him do his thing.
PM Verified Elf asks, I'm pretty sure the answer is yes, but I'm going to ask anyway. Did you take notes on what events you'd like to attend, content you'd like to make, or interviews you want to make for the next media tour now that you know what it's like? Events we'd like to attend. How would I'm curious how Media Tour would impact that.
Interesting. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of community events around Final Fantasy that happen throughout the year, and that might be what they're referencing.
Oh, yeah. Like, if anyone's LunarCon changed its name, I think, but if anyone there would ever be remotely interested in having us for a panel, I'd be down. But I feel like that's the thing they invite you to, and you don't invite yourself to.
Definitely.
Just because LunarCon was like one of the first things I ever did in terms of an in-game
that kind
experience.
of stuff's always just about like if I find it's a good fit. Otherwise, you say, "Why would you invite me to this? That's going to be awkward for me." So, I think there are opportunities always.
Yeah. EtherCon. Oh, you can sign up for. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, if you can apply, then we should apply. That'd be cool. Okay, I would like to go to Koopa. I mean, I'm always down for an excuse to go. I love cons. I absolutely love cons, and if it just like doesn't keep me away from home, or better yet, I can bring Katie. If I can bring Katie, I will do as many things as anybody asks me to do. Cool, because like for me, like the opportunity cost is simply time away from my home and being a husband. And Katie enjoys cons too. She has a good time. So like, yeah, if I can travel with Katie, I'm always down. But you definitely guessed correctly on the answer to wanting to do more media tour. I'd go back in a heartbeat. I really do hope they're happy with what we're doing based on our experience. And I hope we get invited again. My one wish would be for an interview. I'd love to get an interview.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Love to do that. It does seem like they brought so many people out. There's no way they could have done it.
No, and they apparently were just going in the back the entire time. So that is a busy schedule. So I'm glad they
at
made
first
room
I
for
just
us.
figured, I'm like, oh, that's awesome for Yoshi P. He gets to go out, get to see the city. And then I found out later, I'm like, oh no,
he's worked the whole time.
Just Rolodexing interviews the whole time. Like, holy crap.
Even
like,
people
that's a lot of
outside the
work.
event, possibly. Like they were going nonstop.
Yeah, but that would be my only yeah, put me in, coach, give me a chance. I'm a good interviewer. Have you seen this man interview? It's amazing. That's really about it. But we go back in a heartbeat. Like I said earlier, I literally said earlier, they could bring us out and just put us in a room together with everyone else and just say, hang, and that would be worth it.
Yeah, that'd be delightful.
I love talking to other creators. It is so much fun. So yeah. It was a work trip, not a vacation trip. I mean,
Yes.
sometimes you're lucky, and it feels like both. So, thank you so much for joining us, everybody. Thank you
Yeah.
for the support. I did my best to catch everyone. If I missed a message, please let me know. We're on the Discord. Feel free to tag me with your message if I missed it. I'll try and include it in a future stream. But I think I caught everything. It's a new setup today, so
I hope y'all
I hope
enjoyed what we were getting up to here. It was a
y'all
delight
justice.
to press these buttons with you all today. Hope I'll be
These buttons.
Yeah, I'll be telling you about the set very shortly.
Well, I should turn my phone off so it doesn't die.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a good idea. You know, you got to get yourself home and all that.
Yeah. Oh, we're good. Yeah.
We're doing a podcast Monday, and we're
Yes.
back at MSQ Tuesday.
Back at MSQ Tuesday. Yeah. Do you have the image? Do you have the calendar?
I should have it, but possibly not with our
throw it up.
faces currently
Obviously,
live on it.
I want to be better about mentioning subscribing, because that is where our YouTube needs a little love right now. We've seen the metrics, and there's a lot more non-subscribers watching than before, which is it's a good sign. It means new people are finding us. But if for some reason you're not already subscribed, it is a great free way to help out the channel. So please go ahead and hit that subscribe button. And if you really, really like us and you're like, damn, I really like what these guys are doing, I'd like to go the extra mile and support them, we do have a Patreon. You can go to supportourbromance.com and it'll simply forward you to our Patreon page. $1, $5, whatever works for you, works for us. We have some higher levels as well if you would like to be added to the credits of our edited videos. So yeah, this is our schedule. Looking forward. We'll see you very soon. This week was a mad march to today. I am so glad we get to talk openly about Mediator now.
Yes.
So thanks again, and another shout out to the team at Square, everyone that worked on Mediator. It was a great event. Thank you for having us. We hope you enjoyed us. We certainly enjoyed being there. And to the rest of y'all in the Gearbox, thanks for watching. We'll see you Monday. Have a great weekend. GG.
Bye, everybody. Camera's going to you next. Keep waving.